lot of them, their hopes and dreams have been shattered, but for some, there's still a chance to shake hands with destiny. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS Round 3, where I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro, and John alongside with me on the panels, Salty. How you feeling, man? Round 3 competition's going to get even more fierce.
Absolutely, man. But especially you have so many big names on the sheet right in front of my eyes. I am super pumped because I can't wait for the games to begin. But I want to know from you, what do you think? The competition is going to be even better?
Of course, man. Round 3, top 4 is the way to go. Now this is where even it's more cutthroat. We know 256 teams are over here in front of us, considering which top 32 from the ground as well has joined us. That means the competition will be much more tougher. And then even the teams from round 2 as well, they were performing so phenomenal.
Exactly. And, you know, we transitioned from round 2 where the thing was like you have to be inside top 7. Now, top 4 is going to be a much tougher task. But it's not just top 4 as well. Of course, when the format comes up, we'll get to see it once again. But there is that additional qualification for the 65th to 80th team. So there is going to be a big question mark on that.
Of course, man. Speaking about question mark, another question mark is how much money is on the line over here, ladies and gentlemen?
A lot.
And just to let you guys, there's some big figures on the line, as we all know. 2 crore rupees. You guys have been taking a look at this graphic over and over again, but it's time for us to take a look at it once more. Once again, just to give these teams a motivating factor.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, a massive prize pool. To be honest, let's just count the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 crore rupees that I cannot even fathom. A huge amount in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the champions go away with 75 lakhs and the second place team get 37.5. Every single team inside the grand finals, they're going to win something. But the most exciting factor, Necro, is going to be the special awards.
Exactly. The MVP of the BGIS, the Rising Star MVP of Finals, and then the Best IGL as well. These special prizes will be given away to those individuals who managed to outperform, outshine the entire competition.
Yeah.
And speaking about outshining, I mean, so far, a lot of teams have been doing that, especially Team Godlike in the past. They've been performing so nice.
Absolutely. I mean, Godlike, to be honest, they've just turned into unleashing beasts at this moment. They just don't fear anybody. They just want to enter the battlegrounds and just finish every single team in the process. I mean, that game of Sanhok, it is just one for the history, to be honest, where they just went out of the circle and hunt for teams. That's not something which we see every single day.
Exactly. But you know what? That performance was seen inside round 2. And speaking about round 2, we just saw that in the previous week. But once again, let's move forward and take a look at the format, because we need to clear a little bit more things for you guys in the future as well. We started things out from the ground itself, and as we know, round 1 as well, we saw where 2,048 teams joined us from the in-game qualifiers, and round 2 happened in the previous week, from which 256 teams moved on forward, and now we're currently inside round 3 with 256 teams.
You know, as we progress in terms of rounds, we have the lower brackets as well, which is for the first time that other teams who kind of don't manage to qualify directly, they get a second chance. And then, of course, you've got the big levels as well, the semi-finals and the grand finals. But speaking of who can actually participate in this tournament, teams from all across the country can participate. All you need is an account which is like Platinum 5 and Level 25. Pretty basic, Necro.
Exactly. This was the eligibility criteria for you to qualify inside the in-game qualifiers. Platinum 5, Level 25, it's not a lot. Anyone can actually manage to get to that level. But then, as I mentioned, we started things up from the ground itself, where 256 teams were invited initially, from which only 64 teams managed to qualify inside the top 32, in which round 3 we're going to be witnessing, and the bottom 32 were inside the round 2 that we've already seen.
Yeah, exactly. And now, of course, you know, we were talking about these top 32 teams. They were absolutely brilliant. They were just waiting for the rest of their familiar foes to come in and join the competition. But speaking of joining the competition, we had the in-game qualifiers, which was held inside the game itself, where teams from all across the country could actually participate. They played 15 matches, and out of which 10 games, their top 10 games were counted, and from which we had that massive pool of 2,048 teams. Probably one of the first time we have had a pool so big, Necro.
Exactly, but then, as we all know, top 3 from each group, which is 384 in total, and then the top high rankings, 96 in total overall leaderboards, moved on forward as well towards the round 2, and then the bottom 32 from the ground itself joined inside, which was 480 plus bottom 32. Of course, that's going to give you what, like
512.
512. I mean, you're too quick with maths, man. I can tell, that's for sure. But then inside the round 2, as we do know, from round 2 itself and moving in forward inside the round 3, as I mentioned, 224. But then add the top 32.
Yeah,
that's going to give us 256 teams in total.
Absolutely. Now, these 256 teams, they are going to be duking it out. That's going to be a lot of cutthroat competition. But you know what, Necro? I personally feel like round 3 is going to be one of the most toughest groups, or the toughest rounds in this entire entire competition, to be honest, because we've talked about it. We had top 3 in round 1, but round 1, the lobbies were a little easy. Now the lobbies are cutthroat. There are going to be massive teams in the competition, but only the top 4 qualify to the next round. I mean, to be honest, you have to be good at every single game. You need to get those consistent points to just, ensure your qualification for the further rounds.
That is true. Speak about ensuring the qualification. I mean, in general, teams have already worked really hard to get inside the round 3 itself, as you mentioned, but then even the lower bracket comes into play.
Yeah.
Another chance sort of teams to bounce back, even if things have sort of messed away from them. So you can't say maybe top 5, top 6 is the way to go for yourself. But still, top 4 is sort of like the safe bet. If you find yourself somewhere in the top 4, you're of course going to be good. But then, how do you exactly accumulate the points to be inside the top 4? Let's move on forward and take a look at the point structure or the points distribution that's going to be happening inside the game. As we all know, first spot getting 15 points, the second spot getting 12 placement points, and the third spot getting 10. But then the most important number, or the most important factor in front of us, which is each finish equals 1 point.
Exactly. I mean, if you're a team who is inside, playing this competition, or even, trying to be an pro aspirant player, you should be in that golden region. You should be in that 1, 2, 3, because that is where you accumulate the most number of points. Placement points, in my opinion, are like a safe bet. And then, of course, comes the finish points. For example, GODLIKE just going in and getting 17 finish points for themselves. That's absolutely nuts.
Exactly, but as we move on forward towards the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're going to kick things off with Erangel, but Group 2 is going to be chopping inside the action, and speaking inside the Group 2, there's quite a lot of known teams. For example, CS Esports, GODLIKE, even Team GODLIKE. These are just a couple of known names that have made it over here, or that have made it over here till the round 3 from the grind itself. But then as we move on forward towards the today's schedule, another page is in front of us where Group 3 is going to kick things off with Vikendi, just like usual, just like how it was inside round 2.
Exactly, and I kind of like this format as well because it kind of gives every single team, not just the big names, but also the underdogs, the opportunity to go back and reset, come back with reinforced strategies, figure out what's going wrong. This strategy is not working, let's just fix it and try and get it better next day. It's more like a test match, you finish your innings one day and then you come back with new strategies the next day. It's going to be interesting to find out how these two teams, in fact, how all of these two groups, they kind of played out and spread out their strategies throughout. But in front of us are going to be the teams who are going to be playing the first set of matches, and right off the get-go there are some big names, Necro, CS Esports, God's Reign and GODLIKE. You mentioned them, but one logo that I'm really excited to find out is going to be K9 REBORN. I love this team.
And not just that, even Team Hades, they've been performing pretty nice in the past. We've seen their performance once in a while. But Team Hades, they've really proved themselves. EXECUTORS as well, another name to be feared. And I feel like inside the lobby, there's still a lot of these underdog names, but slowly and steadily, they're going to get over that pressure. The pressure's going to start us upside as they keep on moving up because they've already faced so many jitters in the past that at this point in time, it's going to be nothing for them. But you know what? Speaking about the predictions as well, I want your prediction for the first game inside the round 3, day 1.
If I go on the basis of stats, I think it's going to be CS Esports. I mean, they are fabulous on the map of Erangel, and I feel like it should be their game. But if you allow me to go for a second team as well, I'm going to go... Wait, come on, man.
Prediction can only be one. You're predicting a winner over here. I mean, if I'm going to go with second, third, fourth, fifth, I would go for all 16, and I would be like, yeah, well, my prediction was right. No, that's not how it works, man.
Yeah.
You know what? You went with one big name. I'm going to go with second big name, which is GODLIKE. Let's hope maybe these teams will be able to perform inside the game as well. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming map of Erangel's on the way as the plain flat pat's going to be in front of us as well, starting all the way from shooting range towards down south Nova Rapnoi.
This flying path is actually pretty interesting, Necro. I kind of love it. It does go across the center of the map, but then it's a little skewed towards the right-hand side. Now, makes things a little more interesting. Teams wanting to go towards a quarry and the Premox region might have to glide a lot, to be honest. Might also have to get some intermediate vehicles as well, but majority of the teams should be fairly happy. Will be happy Team GODLIKE as well, because in the past we've seen them shift their drop location from Georgopol to Yesnam. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, look, man, at this point in time, GODLIKE, they sort of really have both the drop locations for themselves. They can go wherever they want. It's like a main and the secondary drop location. If the plain flat path is really not favoring the main one, then they can go and move on forward towards the secondary one. And right now, the secondary, you can't say maybe it's Georgopol, because Yasna Polyana is a drop location that they used to drop on for a lot of the times in the past as well.
Exactly. As we witness majority of these teams eject from the flight paths, I'm going to be looking at those initial clusters, those initial jitters that you find. And I'm expecting some early game action, Necro, because even though this is round 3 and we know as a matter of fact that the action is going to be heated up, I am expecting a little bit more discipline. Majority of these underdog teams have also played in the past in round 1 and round 2. So some data is going to be available for the top dogs also to analyze, and therefore there might be something interesting. Speaking of interesting, look at this. God's Reign, they've actually taken a split drop towards Yesnaya, and Godlike is nowhere in the picture.
Yeah, I mean, I think so Godlike is probably going to move on forward towards the Georgia pool?
Yeah,
There's a
they
chance.
actually
that's
are.
what they're doing, yeah. So they understand the fact that God's Reigns inside the lobby, so it's better for us to just compromise and settle down with the Georgia pool apartments, or maybe even the Georgia pool containers, which is where they like to drop towards. So that's going to be their safest bet, at least for now. But there's also another team that is quite in the clotheslines, or actually quite a few teams that are in the clotheslines, so there's a chance Godlike might just be taken down inside the scenario. We've got a couple of players that are right next to the players of Godlike. The threat is there, but let's see how Godlike deals with it.
You know what? Team Red Coat had actually dropped quicker than Godlike, and Godlike was still in the air when they had weapons and buggies to work with. I think Godlike just escaped an early death right from the get-go of this game, but I think finally they're going to get hold of the container region as well, find themselves good loot, no initial skirmishes whatsoever, but shots being fired. From the other side of this river, it's troublemakers, and for sure they are making trouble. They're creating troubles for the team Godlike.
Exactly. Troublemakers still on the screen. And speak about them, their drop location is quite interesting towards the Georgia Pool apartments. Still, they've managed to drop down a little bit on that temporary spot. Now, soon enough, they're going to start to close on in towards that apartment side. Troublemakers being one of those teams that we really haven't seen on the screen as well. I just want to see how they perform inside the game itself, because as we mentioned, a lot of the games are also happening off broadcast, so we don't exactly know how these new names are going to be performing inside the lobby.
Hey, I just hope they live up to their name, just, cause a lot of problems inside the lobby as well, trouble the scorers as much as they possibly can, get a lot of finishes on board as well. But apart from that, speaking of their drop location, you mentioned they were on the northern Georgia Pool area. Now, we saw the circle, and the circle was towards the northern side of the map. This is such a great drop location to actually find yourself in, because the circle also favors you. You're quite towards the center of the map. And personally speaking, Necro, I love the northern Georgia Pool area. It's just extremely laden with loot. There are so many buildings that you can actually, go and find yourself, and not a lot of players are there. But speaking of players, it seems like Team Zphyrus, they found initial contact.
Zphyrus went for a couple of shots against the vehicle that was in the front lines. Viper gonna let those players just slide away. It's no issues whatsoever. It's the players of Team Heartbreakers. Let's see how many hearts they're gonna break over here today, because the top 4 is gonna be the way to go. As long as you're gonna keep yourself inside the top 4, you should be good to go as well. And to be honest, as I mentioned, inside the round 3, once again, the format's going to be a little bit more cutthroat, so no excuses whatsoever. You need to be at the top of your performance.
Exactly. Necro, I want to ask you this question, though. Team Heartbreakers, how many hearts did you break?
None.
In your 21 years of life?
None. But I'm pretty sure you do a lot every night. Speaking of that, though.
I just had a big cough. Yeah. On broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, you're a big player, man. Inside the game,
inside the game, yeah. I'm ace. I have a finish death ratio of
Relax.
5.
That's a little bit too much. Calm down, my friend. But Team Godlike, speak of them, I mean, they're just moving around when there's a lot of foes as well around them, so there's going to be a little bit of problems. And speaking about with how things might just look like for Godlike in the future lines.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Neo quite out in the open. This man is quite separated from his entire team, but of course it's basically to try and acquire as much information as possible. But you can see that entire cluster in the Georgia Pool region, right? And I'm pretty sure, like, as soon as the circle kind of shifts away from Georgia Pool, if it does actually, yeah, those are going to be the regions where we'll find a lot of those early skirmishes. But apart from that, couple of teams whose position I really like is going to be Team Hades. Hades as well as the other team who is in there, I believe it's Troublemakers. They're going to be peaceful, because there are so many compounds in that northern Georgia Pool area. You can just live in peace. There's harmony as well. You're going to find yourself adequate loot. And speaking of Team Hades, I still remember they challenged Godlike for the chicken dinner the first time these two teams met. So, it's going to be interesting to find out how they actually proceed in this lobby as well. You know, I mentioned about if there's going to be a second team in my prediction. I wanted to say Hades in that conversation, but you did not allow me to do that. So yeah.
I mean, Hades is sort of like an interesting conversation if you try to bring it up, right? It's one of those teams that is quite a circle-centric team.
Yeah.
And they do a fantastic job in avoiding all the foes that are around them.
Yeah.
So for Hades, they sort of have this safe rotation inside the circle, which works out sometimes if they do manage to execute it perfectly. And if they're not able to execute it perfectly, well, then they can also be the center of attraction. So let's see how for Hades, they're going to be positioning themselves inside the stage 1 of the game.
I think they are going to move towards the edge of the circle in the further renditions, maybe in the second or the third circle, because that's what they do. You know, they avoid the competition, they avoid the aggression in the initial stages, and all of a sudden in the final circles, they're like, well, surprise, we're here with all 4 players, and they have so much firepower, so much ammunition and resources. That is something which we'll have to find out. But of course, look at this, Comet, Levy. I kind of like this name.
Yeah, interesting name, right?
Yeah.
Some creative names out there, and this is why I love the new teams, right? The undergods themselves. They try to come up with some interesting names because, yeah, professional names, it's understandable. These guys are like a group of friends that are playing together.
Yeah.
And if they're able to make it so late inside the tournament as well, then they've definitely got a lot of skills. But they're looking to unleash inside the lobby.
You know, some names have been really creative, but some have been really lazy with their names. I still remember there was a team who just named themselves Player 1, Player 2, Player 3, and Player 4. There was another team who was actually naming them IGL, Assaulter, Support, and Noob. Right. So, yeah, certain teams are actually really creative about it, but then there are some other teams, we'll just go with the flow.
Speak about going with the flow, we've got great esports on our screens, and speak of them, White Hat in a really interesting spot. They've got themselves still down south, haven't really made it inside the safe zone just yet, but finally crossing that safe line, they're going to make it inside the safe zone. A lot of the teams still down south, especially another team that is in the military island still. So let's see how that late rotation is going to pan out for them.
Yeah, we just saw the team, right? Comet, Levy, they're still in that military island, still facing the blue. Not really, like, I kind of hate this rotation because, of course, you know, the circle is a little northward, you have to take a longer route, and possibly they're just trying to, you know, survive in the early game stages. But speaking of surviving in the early game stages, all of the 64 players are still alive, Necro.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. This is probably the first time we have seen this happen. Maybe this is going to be the benchmark, or maybe this is going to be the standard for the further rounds to come.
Listen, man, slow and steady wins the race. This is what the teams have sort of learned, right? And right now, inside round 3, it's understandable too, man. Top 4 is going to be the way to go. Top 4 is the qualification mark. So it's quite brutal. So it's better if you try to play for the positioning, try and secure as many points as possible. Everyone wants to be consistent.
Yeah, consistency is going to be the key, like we mentioned during the pre-game segment as well, right? I mean, if you want to have to be inside the top 4, maybe you'll have to rack up somewhere about 50 to 60 points inside of 4 games, and that's not easy. It's more like 15 points per game, but look at this hard shift. Oh my god, we just talked about the circle leaving Georgia Pole, and it seems like it really does. CS Esports at the smack center of it.
CS Esports, as usual, man. A team that is just so brave inside the lobbies. Not scared of the competition at all. Straight up just moving inside the circle. In the smack center as well, they found themselves such a sweet spot. So let's see how the future lines might look like for them. So far inside the game, we haven't seen a single action hit the deck, but maybe in the future we will.
You know what? When we get these slow starts, we know as a matter of fact that a storm is coming. It's basically like there's the phase, right? The calm before the storm, and I'm pretty sure it is coming pretty soon. It seems like God's Reign, though. They've taken a position which is quite close to CS Esports, and they're both out in the open. There is no solid cover whatsoever. They only have got their vehicles, and I'm pretty sure they're stacked up with resources. Now, look at this. Blaze has got 6 smokes. These number is going to be extremely crucial when you fight inside the northern hemispheres. When circles tend to go up north, you lack that additional advantage of finding yourself pieces of real estate, finding yourself pieces of cover. And for God's Reign, they will need that. For now, though, it seems like they've sort of found Team Gear 5. Shots were taken, but no initial contact over there.
It's better if God's Reign try to play a little bit safe because CS Esports is right behind them, and they can't be their arch nemesis. It's better if they just try to keep themselves unknown a little bit. But we've got the map feed in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and there's a huge wave of vehicles just moving inside the circle from down south, and this is quite interesting. Let's see how the teams that are moving in from beneath the entire circle, how they're going to make that entrance, because I am pretty sure there might just be a couple collisions happening soon enough in the future.
Yeah, and everyone is taking the Georgepur Bridge. Every single team is either going to take the Georgepur Bridge or the bridge which is like on the right-hand side of the squad house. So it's going to be extremely tense, extremely dense in terms of players. We have to find out how many teams actually do collide, and there is also a potential opportunity for gatekeeping of bridge camping, so those situations will be found out. But look at this, Ghost Shot on a scouting mission. It seems like he's the one tasked with finding information, but there will be no information found because majority of the teams are staying safe. Collisions right now, K9 Ox quite close to Comet.
I told you the collisions are definitely going to happen. Comet, though, unfortunately losing out on that player. I mentioned this as well. They're going for too much of a late rotation, especially when the circle's all the way up north. They needed to be a little bit more quick on their feet, and that's why Comet did not have any information on exactly what's going on to the southern side of the circle. They've lost out on the player. Another team as well losing out on a couple of them. This is just so bad. Team Heartbreakers finally breaking some hearts inside the game.
Finally, yeah. Of course, they did lose a couple of players in the process, but they're still taking shots from behind. It's CODERED Esports, and they have announced Mayday. I love this. Venom, of course, has been taken down, but it seems like they want revenge. Another player gets knocked down. What do you think they should do right now? Just fall back, maybe?
No, they can try to go for the fight if they really do want. I mean, they've managed to find 2 knockouts in that future line, so maybe one of the players can go for the resurrection. The second player can actually try to find a flank angle if he wants to. Still, even K9 Reborn from far phrase doing a lot of damage. This man with the red dot just tapping away, finding those connection against the opponents. Doing such a great job. K9, they've got some sharp shooters.
How do they do that in that range? I have absolutely no clue. Such precise sprays without even a magnified scope over there. I possibly couldn't have done that with a 6x scope, Necro.
Exactly, man. It's just, it's tough. And there's a reason why these guys are playing inside the lobby, right?
Yeah.
They've got a lot of precision. They've got a lot of firepower that they're here to showcase and unleash against the teams. And for now, I mean, K9, even this is one of those teams that is still in a bit of a trouble shoes. They need to make it inside the circle, Salty. But take a look at the circle shift. Going to shift up north once again. CS Esports in the closer for inside the circle, doing really good. God's Reign right next to him. And considering the center of the circle, though, there's one lucky team that is in the center.
I'm not really sure if they're going to be lucky, though, because shooting range is such an open area. I'm not a huge fan of that position, to be honest. They are going to be surrounded from all different directions. I love what Team IM is doing, right? They are just on the outskirts of Severny, might be able to hold on to that territory for quite a while now. But with so many teams coming in from the southern side, I believe that the team who is in shooting range, they are going to be under heavy fire, Necro.
Exactly, man. Considering we've got K9 Reborn finally making their mind to make it inside the circle. Near the shooting range, godlike. In a really good spot. Sort of just chilling out. They know that this terrain's pretty much theirs. No one can actually steal it away from them. Even K9 too, managing to get a couple of more elimination points, just tapped up. It's better if you're going to have a little bit of elimination points when you're entering inside the late game. It's sort of going to be like that pressure subsider that you need.
Yeah. It's sort of like a reassurance thingy, right? You know you're hitting your shots. You know that you will be able to get yourself those finishes. It just gives you that little piece of mental boost. But look at this here. We have a couple of bodies which have hit the deck right now. Jackie is on his knees currently with his teammates. Nowhere close. It seems like Comet Levi. No, wait, it's not Comet Levi. It's actually Team Heartbreakers who have actually taken a big hit.
Heartbreakers was the team that was breaking a lot of hearts inside the game, but now finally even their hearts breaking.
That's what happens. Karma hits you.
Yeah, only 2 players left over. Firepower down to 50%. Let's see how Heartbreaker's going to perform inside the game. Even for CODERED, they're losing out on a couple of men, and this is where the chase begins. CODERED getting chased down by the players of Heartbreaker. Actually, they do not even want to chase them down. They're just on their own pathway. They do not want anything to do against CODERED.
It's a race, Necro. It's an absolute race. Thief just wants to... Oh, wait. He actually stopped Ansh. And he is just going to ignore him. Of course, both of them were in their driver's seats. No shots could be fired, potentially. Therefore, he was like... Thief might just have been like, alright, fine, I'm just going to go on a race, maybe try and be inside the circle before him. But that did not happen. He had to heal himself up, take a little pause, take a pit stop. And meanwhile, Ansh, slow and steady, wins the race.
Speak about winning the race. Next circle shift's going to be on the board too. shifting up a little bit on the shooting range as well. This is where things get spiced up, Salty.
Yeah.
CS Esports, they need to move inside the circle. That means a little bit of bloodshed is required. And this is where CS Esports will start going on a rampage. Another team that's right next to them, it's another big name inside the lobby, which is in the name of God's Reign. And there's still a couple of more teams trying to breach in from the southern side itself.
Yeah, I'm going to be excited about CS Esports and God's Reign because look at this, right? They have a couple of teams up front. One of them is GODLIKE. So if they have to enter the circle, they have to breach past GODLIKE and their defense. But meanwhile, Team Gear 5 coming in from the backlines, they also have to be extremely careful of being backstabbed as well. It is extremely exciting situation, ladies and gentlemen. We are in stage 4 and still a lot of action is pending. From CODERED, of course, Ansh is just barely there inside the circle. This man just trying to survive, trying to be a little sneaky. It seems like REBORN, they have spotted him.
Yeah, they know where he is. Ansh's position compromised. And still trying to just pin himself back behind that tree, but eventually he gets crushed up by the opponents, and this is where skills, he's going to strike him down as well. K9 REBORN, they shut down the last guy from CODERED and also find themselves in a better spot inside the circle, but another fight brewing up in front of us. Potentially another team in a little bit of receiving lines, and this time it's going to be the players of Marcos at battle.
Yeah, they certainly are at battle right now. Nades being lobbed in to try and get themselves the early contact, and this is where problems arise. They are at the dip, and knocks will happen because the entire damage will come across you. Because, of course, you are in such a terrain. High ground advantage and green will just close up. This is extremely good moves from Troublemakers. The other team, they're just basically falling back.
MB, they do not want anything to be done inside the fight. They do not want anything to do in this fight, actually. The foe is, of course, going for a lot of shots against them, Troublemakers. At the end of the day, they're actually causing a lot of trouble inside the lobby, and they've also got a decent amount of portion of that circle.
Yeah.
So Troublemakers, they can't situate themselves over here. Looks pretty safe to me.
Exactly, especially after this fight, they have a massive terrain to actually work with, and look at that Optimus. What a beautiful spray down. If they actually get down Team Great Esports, I'm pretty sure the entirety of the Western Island is going to be theirs. Entirety of the western part of the circle is going to be there. A couple of players from Great Esports might actually put a stop to that as well. I'm going to be finding out how this fight pans out, but initially it seems like Optimus is in great form.
Still going for the taps, Optimus. This man's not letting go off the sights at all. He wants to get the confirmation out of the fallen player that was a while ago. And now some return shots taken against Optimus from Troublemakers. Gonna toss out the smoke in the front. Wants to play this one a little bit more safe and sound. But still, Great Esports, they're doing a fantastic job in fighting back. Even this is another team that has got a decent amount of circle portion underneath their name.
Yeah.
Still waiting for CS Esports to make that heroic entry, though, inside the circle. Comet Esports, another team that is quite close. This is where the real thing can actually start to happen. Comet, Levy, they've got their life to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, they've been softened up in the initial fights. Mid-rotation, 2 players being taken down. Certainly not ideal in situations like this. And now look at this. Another player goes down, especially from the nades, which are being lobbed in. In a sandwich situation between multiple teams, they've got Gear 5 on one side and CS Esports on one side. I mean, this is not a position where you would want to be in. And CS Esports, they're just going to ignore this fight. But while they ignore, it seems like God's Reign might actually do some sort of an attacking move against him.
The next circle shift actually comes into play too on the left side towards shooting range. God's Reign, they're going to be the quick ones on their feet. Instantly
like
just booking it to the circle. I love this.
Yeah.
Even GODLIKE is in a really good spot on the southern side. Still a couple of more teams wanting to breach in. CS Esports, there's a chance for collision. Another team's in the fray in the name of Gear 5.
Yeah. Basically, CS Esports just witnessed God's Reign take that rotation and actually take that southern part of the circle. They're like, alright, fine, our piece of real estate is gone. Let's just clean up the backlines and then try and proceed forward. And this is such a good decision, but they'll have lost a player in the process. CY Plays is down already, and now they're taking shots against Gear 5.
Gear 5 in the receiving line. CS Esports doing a fantastic job as usual in this spot as well. They've got so many vehicles that can back him up.
Oh.
Gear 5, now they're getting bounced on. A little bit of retaliation. Utilities were tossed in from Gear 5, trying their best to fight back in this scenario, but then the wall of death as well starts to close in. Gear 5, they need to make it inside the safe zone as quick as possible. Asta in the front. One of the men from the Gear 5 actually moves back to get that vehicle inside the circle, but then GODLIKE, they're on a tear. They catch every single player of CS Esports in the fray, and they shut him down.
Bad decision making, Necro. Absolutely disastrous decision making over there, because they decided to leapfrog Gear 5 in the process and enter the circle. Extremely panicful decision over there, which just absolutely backfired. But now look at this, Team Godlike, such a wonderful position for them. They not only gatekeep CS, but they're also going to gatekeep Gear 5 in the process. And they also have a couple of players inside the circle, which means they have a massive map coverage right now.
Gear 5's already been eliminated. God's Ring going for the shots in the front. Wall of Death once again moving in. Ninja, he needs to make it inside the circle. But the team in the front can cause a lot of problems in the name of Team Zphyrus. Zphyrus too in the receiving lines. Unfortunately for Zphyrus, they were on the lower grounds, and this is where they also had a lot of disadvantage in the fight. And God's Ring, they put the final nail in the coffin in that fight. And now Team Godlike versus God's Ring. This is definitely a battle worth watching.
Wow, Neo. He had so much information over there. He could have actually pressed his foot on the gas pedal, but he decides to regroup. This is a different Neo right now. He plays calm, composed, and takes decisions, which is absolutely good for his team. Regrouping for Godlike actually makes sense, because this is God's Reign. This is not any random team coming in and taking a fight against them. It's going to be absolutely difficult.
Pushing against God's Reign would have been a little bit of a rookie mistake, because Godlike, they've got one of the best covers they can ask for inside the circle. Look at that. They've got the terrain they can ask for as Power gets knocked out a while ago, but it's complete fine. He's going to be back up on his feet whatsoever. Z-God in the front lines too. As long as Godlike, their firepower is going to be up and alive, no issues. We'll be hitting them soon enough. And still the next circle shift as well sort of closes on up against the players of Godlike. So this is a good news.
This is great news for them. The only piece of problem might just be K9 Reborn, who is in the back lines. I just hope that they're not sandwiched between these two teams, who are extremely good fighters themselves. God's Reign, of course, will try and chime in as soon as that fight opens up. But the circle shift is going to favor them as well. They are on the open end of the blue zone, so they have a little bit of time to actually work around. Nades and shots being lobbed in to try and dismantle the defensive fortress which Godlike have set up, but it seems like God's Reign, they're not really panicking at this point.
For God's Reign to make it inside a circle, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. But how can they overcome that challenge? That's my question. They need to step out in the open, make it in. And this is where Godlike can have a striking advantage too. Troublemakers having a really good opening in that fight. And this is where IMofficials, one of the players, be knocked out. Now they're also down on a man, and this is where Troublemakers, they get a bit of an advantage inside the fight too. Utilities tossed on over, Bullet softened up a little bit too much. Another nade comes into play, and Bullet steps away in the nick of time.
IMofficials, they had good positioning in the earlier circles, but it seems like their team play or their rotations in the final circles have not been that good. We are in stage 6 right now, and IMofficials, they don't really have any good positioning. They're struggling to find that piece of real estate which is going to be their safe haven, and they have been completely shooed away by Troublemakers. Great usage of utility over there.
Troublemakers, they're indeed making a lot of trouble inside the lobby. K9 too, in front of us, in an interesting position themselves. Hades as well starting to get picked apart. It's an absolute chaotic moment in the end. Top 16 to life. God's Reign too, now taking shots against the enemies. And this is where IMofficials, they're sort of sandwiched. From the front lines is the players of Troublemakers, from the back lines is the players of God's Reign. They're getting shot at from all the different cylinders. Either they try to keep themselves a little bit shrouded inside the smoke, or just accept the fate.
You know, I love what God's Reign is doing right now. They're moving from strength to strength. They're cleaning up team by team. I think this team is well prepared for the finale, for the end game. The only problem they might face, of course, is going to be Godlike. But look at this. It seems like they had an uninvited guest. Team Hades found a knock for themselves. Meanwhile, Ninja Jod is just going to run his vehicle over the entirety of Team Hades and completely take their hopes down the drain.
Ninja. Now even Aquinox is over there in the left lines. He needs to get Aquinox back up. But considering God's Reign, they've got all the players alive. This is such a good news for them.
Absolutely.
God's Reign, they've played this final few moments flawlessly. But still the execution is left over. And if they do manage to execute perfectly, they will also be the winners of the game. But the next circle shift comes into play right on top of the players of Godlike. I don't understand what these guys have had for breakfast, but today they're being the zone magnet.
They certainly are being the zone magnet. I don't think it's because of the breakfast. I think they've just prayed to the right gods of BGMI, and right now they are being blessed. At this point, if they don't get the chicken in, it's basically a massive throw, to be honest. But God's Reign, the way they are moving, it seems like they will have a big challenge up front. Even K9 Reborn, as a matter of fact. I love the fact that they are being anonymous, but they're still landing those nades up front. a couple of knocks on a team Godlike, and I believe every single team will try and chip and chime in against them, because all they want is Godlike's position right now, because they're the only ones inside the circle, Necro.
That is the prime spot, and everyone would want to have their hands on that. Once you lay your hands on that, you will also be the winner, potentially. But speak about being the winner, K9 Reborn, this team is just sort of like that sneaky assassin inside the lobby. They wait for their chance to pounce, and once they do pounce, they sting quite hard. But it's completely fine. They're troublemakers. Eventually, they get their hands once again back inside the field. But K9, they've been eliminated from the game completely. A little bit of unfortunate stuff for K9 Reborn, but valiant efforts. They made it inside the top 5. That's all that matters. Godlike 2 still inside the fray, inside the circle, just dishing out a lot of damage against the foes.
Hasty decision making from team troublemakers over there, because they just did not have to push like that, but at least they have a lot of finishes to their name right now. They need to get Guri back up and running, but look at how strong Godlike's defensive fortress is. They've had Jonathan in a position, they have Neo and Zygo trying to maintain the central part of the circle, and then of course S-Power to try and check in those left-hand flanks, and their only piece of trouble is going to be God's Reign. And I'm not really sure how God's Reign is going to approach this fight. Maybe the only way is to try and use the smoke parts, try and close in the distance, and take the fight to Godlike.
Top 3 teams alive. This is where Godlike, they've got all the advantage they can ask for. The player spotted, going for the shots. He's softened up a little bit. Godlike definitely do have the advantage inside the scenario. Molotov tossed in as well, wanting to chip away a little bit more damage, and S-Power finds that knockout, and the entirety of that opposing team also crumbles down. Now it's time for God's Reign to pounce on top of the players of Godlike, but will that pounce happen? That's my question.
Yeah, Necro, it's a 4v4 versus the two titans of the competition, Godlike versus God's Reign, and I can't wait to find out what's happened. Because of course, Godlike, they have got superior positioning, but it seems like God's Reign, they have momentum on their side. They have finished off multiple teams in the process of reaching this position, and they certainly are prepared. The only question is, do they have enough resources to try and approach Godlike and try and take the fight to them?
Godlike would desperately want to kick things off on a fantastic note. They would want to kick things off on a win. They've seen a lot of ups and downs in the past, but finally it's time to retaliate. It's time to make a comeback inside the scene. God's Reign being the biggest thorn in their way, and also the slithering snakes inside the lobby, where Godlike, they got the prime spot, but unfortunately for them, they lose out on S-Power once again. S-Power's being the man who's lost out on his life over and over again, and now Godlike, for them, things are starting to crumble down, but a return knockout comes into play. Equinox gets knocked down, but Neo is taking a bit too much damage. Jonathan trying his best to fight back as well, and this is where the MVP needs to rise up from the ashes. Jonathan, can he make this clutch happen? Neo too finds out a knockout. Godlike, they managed to return back in the fight pretty nicely. A 2v4 comes into play to save the day, and Godlike, they get the chicken dinner.
Absolutely, what a brilliant fight it was, and this is MVP material right there. This is why you call these players the best duo out of it all. Neo and Jonathan, this is one of my favorite duos, to be honest, and the way this man just never lets his nerves take over him, it's absolutely brilliant. In a 2v4 situation, calm, composed, you know what, I'm gonna crack your skull open. That's what he said.
I mean, that 2v4, man, perfectly executed. Playing together, knowing when to peak, when not to peak, knowing when your opponent's going to be pushing into, knowing how to take him down, how to stop him in their tracks, even though you've got the man disadvantage, keeping yourself calm, composed in that scenario, it is one of the best things. It is one of the best things you can try to do. And Godlike just easily proving that to all of us, it is definitely one of the biggest moments too. But God's Reign, they have proved themselves in that previous game. A great way to kick things off for a lot of teams. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to push to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push left. TKM use
यार पीछे आ पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, शक्ति
खत्म कर दो.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS 2023. Now, I have two exciting news for you. Number one is that Ranveer Singh is a new ambassador for BGMI. He is enjoying playing the game. So what are you waiting for? Just go download the game and try and play it pure right now. Second exciting news, of course, Johnny, which I have for you as well, is that GODLIKE, they got a fantastic chicken dinner for themselves.
I mean, that's not news. That was what was to be expected. One thing I was surprised with, though, in the previous game was how slow the early start was. I mean, I expected with teams like GODLIKE and God's Reign being in the same lobby, for them to actually wreak havoc in the match from the get-go. Did not happen at all. Everyone was quite calm and composed, and I think that is due to the fact that it is round 3. You do have a lot of these teams, new teams going up against the teams that have made it from the round 5 of BGIS, who've had a long break till now, and they are stepping into the action again. So I think they are also going to get warmed up. But I did enjoy that final fight between GODLIKE and God's Reign. That was exciting to watch.
Exactly, and to be honest, I kind of feel like this is where the sort of disciplined early game starts. You know, round 3 is where all of that discipline comes into play. Majority of the teams, they focus themselves on making those rotations. And, you know, there is always a trade-off for this. There's always something good which comes out. For sure, we kind of miss out on the early bit of action, but so many mid-rotation collisions.
Yeah, in particular, one of the first ones to happen was with Team Heartbreak, which was a little bit confusing for me because I actually thought that Heartbreak would be able to make it through. They had the opportunity to take that fight mid-rotation as well, but I think they just doubted themselves a little too much, because of which they were the first team to get taken out.
K9 REBORN was also in the picture, so they were constantly chiming in with the third party. So of course those things will happen, and especially when the circle tends to move up north. I love the open fields and
Props
open
to
lineup
this
sites.
team, Troublemakers. They were living up to their name, causing a lot of trouble for everyone. Because you do see stage 6, they were holding that northwestern edge of the zone, but then they were, as I said, causing a lot of trouble for everyone. Delayed their own rotation, and because of which they weren't really able to make it to the top 2. They did play a very wonderful game, but it was just the fact that late game fights delayed their push so much towards that final zone that it was inevitable them getting taken out by Team Godlike in the end.
I think they still had a decent game, to be honest. They had a couple of finishes to work with. Final
Yeah.
game, of course, you kind of don't really expect yourself to go up against the Goliaths, like
Yes.
God's Reign and Godlike, a proper 4v4, a proper finale. I think that's what majority of the audience also pictured. This is what is going to
Yes.
happen inside the final circle, and I loved it. To be
Exactly.
honest.
I mean, again, as it was said in the Gladiators, are you not entertained right now with this final fight? I mean, one thing was for sure. Either a team was going to have a godlike performance or the gods were going to reign supreme.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was the godlike performance from Jonathan and Neo that did end up winning them that first game.
Yeah.
But again, this was just the start. We all remember the tear this team went on in round 2. And that is actually what I'm expecting them to do again. The only team that can, in terms of firepower, match them is God's Reign. And if that does not happen, then Godlike will run over the competition for the second time.
I think the last piece of discussion which we can have on this is the fact that how God's Reign, they still found that opening. They had a 2v4 in their favor. But still, of course, I mean, yeah, they were completely out in the open. They had no resources, no smokes to lay down upon. And Jonathan just waited for his time to rain down every single one.
So here's a follow-up to that. What I think something that has been overlooked for a while is the fact that, yes, with the addition of S-Power, the firepower of Godlike has gone up.
Yeah.
But what a lot of people failed to realize was the fact that now you have this beast of a man, Jonathan, unleashed, who was held back in the fact that he was responsible for getting those openings for his team. Now, that's not his job anymore. They have S-Power to do that.
Yeah.
Jonathan has additional level of freedom being provided to him where he can just play the role of a flanker, push teams a little bit more aggressively, and not necessarily have to worry about the fact that, oh, if I go down, then my teammates are going to be a little bit more hampered down in those team fights. He knows for a fact that there's another young man doing that job for his team, and that has opened up a whole different can of worms for the other teams who go up against Team Godlike in those team fights, as God's Reign just found out. Also, God's Reign, I think, were the aggressive team of the two during majority of the game. They were leading the charge in majority of the finish numbers. So it's going to be quite interesting to see as to how many points do these teams walk away with now.
To be honest, I kind of feel like they're going to be evenly matched.
Kind
there
of,
might be a little bit of a lead for Godlike. For Godlike, it was always a circle. They stuck to one position and the circle just kept on forming over there. Meanwhile, God's Reign were the ones who were just the cleanup crew coming in from the side, flanking every single team up in the process.
Yeah.
But coming back to the Jonathan conversation, I feel like I can associate that with kind of a Lionel Messi, who is like, all right, you just give him a freedom role, just do whatever you want because you're just so good at it.
Yeah, I mean, now he has a Neymar and a Suarez with him, like the what was it, like
Barcelona,
the MSN Barcelona era was there. But I think, again, apart from these players, we will have to look at the other teams as well. What are the undergods up to in this match?
Yeah, I mean, we will, of course, have a look at the undergods, but MVP of the match, it's still the best of the best. Jonathan at the tippity top, 5 finishes and 0.45% finish contribution. Now, it's almost 50% of the entire team's contribution, and I'm pretty sure. And just, it's the first game of the day, so if the FD ratio is going to be 5, but I'm hoping that this number, the FD ratio, does not go down because this man is an absolute beast. I think in round 2, he had somewhat about 30 finishes in like
6 games, yeah. 5 per match. I mean, still living up to that average, so at least consistency is there. That is what everyone hopes for, and this man is delivering. But look at this. I mean, we do have the top 5 rebels from the previous game as well. Ninja George shows up from the side of God's Reign. In the recent days, his performance was being questioned. People were saying, like, what is this man up to? Why have the stats dropped? Well, he's back in action, at least in game 1. Now we just have to see what he does in the remaining few matches and also what he does tomorrow. From the other squads, though, I am officials. I mean, this was an interesting name to witness because positioning game was strong. We do have Inferno walking away with 4 eliminations for his team. But total number of points, I think that is what we will be looking forward to, and we'll only get to see that once we actually have the rankings in front of us.
Exactly, and I'm actually surprised that Team Troublemakers are not actually higher up in the top 5 Rebels. I mean, Guri did find himself 3 finishes and contributed like 50%. That makes that this entire team had 6 finishes to work with, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition to the scorecard. And just like you said, not a lot of difference between Godlike and God's Reign, only a bare 4 points, 26 points for Godlike, 22 points for God's Reign as well. And of course, I like the fact that Troublemakers are also closely following by. There's not that massive dip between these two teams.
I mean, Troublemakers do follow up, and from Troublemakers to I Am Official, again, there's the true point drop. K9 Reborn, I'm actually a bit let down by them and CODERED Esports, because those are the 2 names that I've heard before, K9 Reborn in particular.
Yeah.
But in this match, they did not have that great of a start, just managing to secure 11 points. But still, I mean, this was a game to set the tempo for this entire group. And now the tempo has been set in favor of 3 teams. Let's make it 4. Godlike, God's Reign, Troublemakers, I Am Official. The other teams from here on out will be playing catch-up. Alright, K9 Reborn, we'll add them to the list since they did hit double digits at least in this match. But the other teams, they will be playing catch-up in the next game. And trouble in paradise for them is the fact that the next game is going to be a difficult one.
You know, speaking about the next game being a difficult one, another team that I'm massively let down by is going to be CS Esports. We know, as a matter of fact, their stats on Erangel are absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, the stats on Miramar is not that great.
Yeah, 3rd highest points in their run during the grind finals, by the way. 3rd highest points on Erangel in terms of the overall average was by CS Esports. I think it was like 37 points in the 2 Erangels that they played, which is actually quite decent. So I do agree with you. CS Esports was a little bit of a letdown, but then again, I mean, we still have to wait for their Sanhok performance because this team likes to fight, and that is going to be their map.
You know, to be honest, I'm just hoping that teams do find that consistency. To be honest, when there are only 4 slots for the next qualification, I'm actually scared. Now, Godlike, God's Reign, with the kind of start that they've had, I'm pretty sure like these teams slip-ups, there is not really a lot of possibility. But for the rest of the 2 slots, there's going to be a lot of battles. And of course, if we have the group, if we have this group absolutely pop up, then maybe in the 5th and the 6th slot, we're going to find some of the teams who are going to find themselves in that wild card position, 65th to the 80th position. But I mean, let's just not consider that in the picture right now. Let's just talk about the 4 slots that we have directly for qualification. It's going to be tough. Only 2 teams apart from Godlike and God's Reign qualifying. I want to know from you, who do you think actually find?
I would say Troublemakers. I'm actually hoping for Troublemakers because the name is fun. The team did put up a good performance as well in the previous game. And the playstyle was quite entertaining to watch. Good zone control, playing from edge, keeping themselves safe, not actually running away from fights. If an opportunity presented itself, they would stand up and take those shots. We were watching this one player from the side of Troublemakers who was just standing out in the open on that hill slope, just emptying out clips on the opposition. The only time he went down was the fact when the opposition started shooting back at him. So I think repositioning mid-fight was that one mistake that was made. Otherwise, they would have actually made it to the final zones with all 4 players. So that is one thing that I think can be improved upon by a lot of these teams. Mid-fight repositioning was something that was lacking for a lot of these undergod teams. But again, I am going to be like a broken record. Game number 1 always is just setting tempo for the entire team. A lot of these teams do not even try that hard in the first game. They're going to be like, all right, we won't take fights, just play for placements. We'll see what the other lads are up to and then come up with game plan for the next few matches or even for the next day.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you that game 1 kind of, sets the tone, sets the pace of the entire group. But of course, when you only have like 4 slots to be, in my heart, I still kind of feel like it gets a little dicey and you don't want to start a bit too late, especially.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting CS Esports to kind of bounce back because they had 98 points in the grind. They were the 2nd highest team inside of the overall standings.
I was just going to say that. Like, this team blew everyone's mind during the grind finals, finishing in the top 2. And now this kind of start wasn't actually expected from them. So maybe their game plans have been read by the other teams, which is actually good on the part of all the undergods that have showed up over here. But now, CS Esports, what will they do? As you mentioned, Miramar, their journey on this map hasn't been great, hasn't been favorable to them. But still, a good team knows how to adapt. A good team knows how to work on their weaknesses. And this is an opportunity for CS Esports to prove that they are actually good.
Absolutely. And, it was not really an unfortunate elimination for them. I mean, if you kind of break down the way CS Esports went down the drain in that particular match, they were trying to fight against Gear 5, and then all of a sudden, they just decided, oh, wait, let's just skip this fight. Let's just leapfrog inside the circle. And they completely ignored the fight, embarked on the vehicles, and they just drove past them, right beside them. And as a result of it, they were being shot down by multiple teams. That did not really make sense to me.
I 100% agree with you, because it did not make sense. I was watching that play and I was like, wait, what are they seeing something that we are not seeing? Is there like some invisible cover available to them that they are charging towards? Because at that point, you knew for a fact the moment they got into those vehicles means they can't shoot back at the opposition. And the opposition is just emptying out clips after clips after clips after clips. They had one opening in that fight. They got one knock before they started to move. It wasn't enough. There were two other players just standing there waiting for them. And that was an entire beast itself in the form of Godlike waiting for them at the higher ground. It was eventually Godlike who ended up being the reason for their demise. But still, that decision rotating like that mid-fight should not have happened. I think they might have also learned their lesson. And hopefully things will improve as we move forward with the day.
Exactly, and these rotational mistakes, of course, on Miramar is going to cost them even more, to be honest. And if they learn from the map of Erangel, hopefully they will kind of make amends on the map of Miramar. But speaking of which, I think they do need a good start on the map of Miramar. They need that little bit of a safety cushion for themselves, maybe 15 points out of it, maybe 16 points, to just reset their mind and then go crazy on the map of Sanhok. We know their run on Sanhok is decent, so maybe Miramar, even though it's not really that good, they have to kind of outshine themselves, outperform themselves to come back into the picture, because I'm pretty sure at the end of the first day, CS Esports don't want to find themselves outside the top 4.
No one would want that. You are saying top 4. I would say no one who is hoping to qualify for round from here on out would want to be outside the top 8 at the end of day 1. And that sort of also depends. At this point, I think it's safe to assume that you are assuming that Team Godlike and God's Reign will be consistent in this lobby, and they will create that vacuum vacuum of points for themselves, right? Which in turn will make sure that there's going to be quite a volatile ranking from the 2nd to the 8th position. And that is what everyone is counting on. That is what we are also that is the assumption right now. But if that assumption fails, then it's a completely different discussion that we're looking forward to. Because if one of these two teams ends up just dominating the other entirely, like for example, let's assume Godlike wins the next 3 games and God's Reign, they take an early exit in the next one. Then the other teams have an opportunity for that extra 2nd position slot that they can actually capitalize upon. Who knows, by the end of match 6 tomorrow, God's Reign is out of top 4. I mean, chances are pretty low of that happening. But who knows?
Exactly. I mean, of course, a lot of ifs and buts into that equation. But I think the probability, I mean, since we're talking about it so heavily, I think the probability of the fact that these two teams, I don't think they're going to go on a run like they did in round 2, because the undergods are pretty good. We saw the positional play, not just from the ones who actually made it inside the last 2 circles, but also for the ones who did get eliminated a little earlier as well. Their gun game as well as their rotation game is pretty good. And I'm pretty sure like they are, if not evenly matched, at least 70 to 80% equal to the tier 1 teams right now, which should not make things pretty easy for Godlike and God's Reign.
I don't agree with you on that. I think both of these teams are just going to go on an absolute tear. It's going to be like what happened with Godlike and XPark being in the same lobby in round 2. You remember what happened. Day 1 dominated by Team Godlike. Day number 2, it was XPark who showed up big and sort of returned the favor in kind. And I think that is exactly what we are going to witness yet again this time. The only X factors that we have in a lobby like this will be Troublemakers, CS Esports, K9 Reborn. Even Heartbreakers, I feel I have heard this name in the past, but I'm actually not sure about it. But let's see what is going to happen to them. I mean, last game wasn't that great. And if Miramar does not go well for them again, that they might as well just like take a bow.
And speaking of Heartbreakers, we know as a matter of fact that this team, they do break a lot of hearts, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, off the game, hopefully. Why are you looking at me like that, man?
You guys were having a discussion about you breaking
that
hearts.
discussion
what is that
was,
about?
that discussion,
People would like to know.
we'll have it off broadcast. It's a very lengthy discussion, but it is about me just breaking a lot of hearts
Have
inside
you,
the game
like,
because people expect me to carry them, but I don't. That's a conversation. What do you think? Is it something else?
I think that's an absolute lie. You're not that great of a player.
Yeah, that's why the disappointment and thus the heartbreak. I mean, you know what? I met this person
Who was
and
expecting you to carry them in games, by the way? Who was that person?
Maisie.
Why?
You didn't check out that reel he posted in the morning?
Yeah, I was focused on my own performance.
Yeah.
I sort of share his struggles
Yeah.
playing on like a particular set of devices. So yeah, me and Maisie are in the same boat.
Yeah, and I understand. I understand that is one of the reasons why your performance is bad, but I don't understand why my performance is bad because I have a good device myself. Skill diff.
Yeah, that's just basically bad skills. Reminds me, like I miss no skills over here. That was like one of my favorite teams from the previous round. I miss them so much.
Hey, I mean, we had a lot of teams that way as well. It's not just team no skills. We had no value as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
Kind of added a lot of value for other teams on the leaderboard.
Definitely. I mean, troubled the scorers quite a lot. Speaking about trouble the scorers, troublemakers also did trouble the scorers. I mean, we were talking about team names as well, and Necro had this point that these young teams are actually coming up with pretty innovative names.
Yeah.
My counter to that was the fact that some of these names are actually pretty lazy, as a matter of fact. Just player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. What is that?
I think that has gone, those days are gone now. That was just till round 2. Now, since we are stepping into that semi-pro circuit sort of a scene, players do take their IGNs quite seriously. But talking about a lot of serious stuff, I think we've gotten a call. We have the match starting in a few short moments. So
Yep.
only one thing remains, Salty. And this time, I'm going to take this. Who do you think is going to win, Miramar?
I called out CS Esports and they just absolutely got banished from that map itself. I hopefully go with Godlike. Let them just, a safe pick for now, ladies and gentlemen. But the big bird finally takes it to the skies, Johnny, and we are back in the game. It's Miramar that's live.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. The plane trajectory starting from El Pozo, heading towards that eastern edge, just a little bit north of Impala. And it is going to be quite interesting because this is the dream flight path you want on a map like Miramar. This allows you to go wherever you please and play however you want, but what am I seeing? 2 teams take an exit towards Trailer Park. Has that happened before? Yes, it has.
It has, and probably one of the teams might actually go towards Ruins as well, which is one of the most uninhabited locations on the map itself.
Both of them are going towards Ruins. Wow. For the first time in the history of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, Ruins has been shown so much love.
Absolutely.
There was a certain time where even during the flight path, Ruins was cut off by the observers. That used to happen. That was such a bad spot, such an ignored spot in the map. And at this point, I think since teams are playing for safety, it is going to be 2 teams dropping in Ruins. But look at the 2 teams that have dropped. It's Comet, Levy, and Heartbreakers.
Exactly. I mean, who out of every team would come here? The Heartbreakers are here to show love to Ruins. I mean, at the end of the day, I think they are also the ones who come in with a big heart. They certainly break a lot of hearts outside the game, but to abandoned locations, they show love. They kind of reignite that love once again. But it seems like Comet, Levi, they found an opening for themselves. Nicely done, Heartbreakers. Now, it's time for payback.
Never even in my dreams did I imagine we'll be passing a drop clash on Ruins. But hey, might as well enjoy the action, right? I mean, as you mentioned, Heartbreakers did not have a great start as Jackie was dropped from the map, and Comet, they're looking to crash, in fact, even further into the squad of Heartbreakers. Jackie, absolutely no way for Heartbreakers to bring him back into this fight. They will have to figure out a way, take this drop clash with a 3v4.
Yeah. I mean, Thief does have a little bit of weaponry in close range, of course. But the fact that he does not have a helmet is going to cost him from the distance. It was Coastjord, if I'm not mistaken, who found that opening. Another one goes down. It seems like Heartbreakers, they certainly are struggling at this point. I mean, it's their hearts that's getting broken. Same thing happened on the map of Erangel. Same thing happens on the map of Miramar as well. It's just something unfortunate. You don't name yourself Heartbreakers when your heart gets broken every single time.
Maybe it's a their name is a message to everyone else. It seems like Comet Levy is going to break their hearts for this game as well. Heva switching over to the first-person perspective is not even going to matter. Oh, I thought that nade was going to connect, but the nade doesn't work. Well, you're going to have to charge with the guns that are available to you, and that is exactly what Comet Levy are looking to do. Two players pushing towards Heva. Stood no chance in that position. Jordan is going to be the man gunning him down, and Heartbreakers within the first 2 minutes of the game are down to their last player surviving, and I think Comet Levy, they are going to look for that last player. They saw him drop, they saw that parachute in the air. They know that man is somewhere around them. Oh, not even a solid cover. Does he have weapons? Yeah, he has weapons.
Yeah, he has a little bit of loot to work with for sure, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to take this fight. I mean,
loot. I mean, level 1 helmet, level 1 armor, 1 nade, 3 smokes. I wonder how much ammo he has in that AKM and UMP.
Yeah.
Alright, UMP ammo found, the .45 ACP, but yeah, 175 rounds, 140,
Not
35
bad.
in the chamber.
Not bad, especially on the map of Ruins. But imagine this, right? I mean, if Mac has to go out of this situation, how long does he have to run to actually enter the circle from Ruins, from the top corner of the map?
Not a lot. I think that should be around, wait, how many blocks is that?
1 block,
1,000
2
meter,
block.
2,000. Yeah, so roughly around 2,100 meters.
I mean, see, I understand you are a marathon runner, Johnny.
Yeah, man, 2,100 meters is like easy.
No, it's not.
It is
See,
easy.
I am a sort of a lifter. I am not a runner. I kind of hate cardio as a matter of fact, especially when it's hot and sunny on the map of Miramar. On the deserts, Johnny, it's not easy to run a marathon. We should try it sometime.
I mean, yeah, we can. Only if you can keep up.
I think you kind of forgot the fact that you're the one who is like 5 years older than me. Age has caught up to you, old man. It seems like you wouldn't be able to keep up, just like Prince didn't.
Did you see what happened? I mean, he was so this is, ladies and gentlemen, a learning lesson for everyone watching this game right now. I mean, I know we have been on this broadcast for 3 weeks now.
Yeah.
And still people fail to realize, Miramar, you have long distance line of fires available throughout the map. You need to be aware of your surroundings. Don't run out in the open like that willy-nilly. Prince realized as soon as that first shot connected, he realized, okay, I might need to run back, but then he looked back.
This is funny. This is funny.
No.
This is absolutely funny.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if you should actually do that to a vehicle that expensive.
Oh,
finally
they got
did
it back.
They did
They
it.
made it happen. Good job,
Good
Team Godlike.
job.
Teamwork. That is teamwork, ladies and gentlemen, making the dream work and also keeping a very expensive car in one piece.
You know, I kind of feel like SPA, since he's like the youngest of the entire team, he still lacks those driving skills, and that's one of the reasons why his vehicle
I
always
doubt
stopped
he
him.
has a driving license IRA.
No, he can't. I don't think he's like legal at this point.
No, he is, but
is?
I don't think he has a time to get it.
Yeah. I mean, he's pretty popular that way, so
No,
he
he's
has
been like competing. So ever since he was allowed to compete in tournaments, he's been just competing non-stop. And tournaments take time. I mean, these players, they sometimes... Alright, now the BGIS has been going on for a while, so they're just focused on this one big thing that is there in front of them. But earlier on, I mean, players were playing, I mean, you have to practice like 4 to 5 hours a day, and then there's like a 6-hour tournament that you have to play. It takes a lot of time for your days. Being a professional player is not easy. It requires a lot of time and dedication. Practice, hard work, a lot of sacrifices.
Yep. And you know what? This is what the beauty of the tournament is as well. I mean, so many undergods without facilities is still here competing at the same stage.
Yeah.
It's so good to watch, and they've improved considerably. They've improved from round 1 to round 2, and now in round 3 as well, they're showing some immense spirit, and this spirit sort of keeps the competitive vibe alive throughout.
Yes, it does. And again, I mean, as we've been mentioning, it's not easy just to be itself and to move forward, critique every single small mistake that you make, like Heartbreakers going to Ruins, not realizing. To be fair, why would you think, or in what situation would you think like, oh, Ruins, we might face a drop clash? And no one would think that was going to happen.
Exactly, and the fact that they saw another team glide around them as well, they could have easily taken that southern shift, maybe walk a little bit or run a little bit towards Water Park maybe, but they did not do that.
Trailer Park.
Yeah.
But I think along with that, one more mistake. So this other thing that I'm going to talk about is what happened mid-fight. They were just so tunnel visioned on the two players that dropped into the apartments in front that they forgot about that one player back in the shacks who actually did secure that second knock for the side of Comet Levy. And that was the positional and sort of lack of awareness that we talk about usually inside of the match mid-fights. That costed Heartbreakers the entire fiasco. Otherwise, they could have actually traded out the knock, brought it down to a 3v3, and maybe, who knows, come out on top in the entire drop class situation.
Yeah.
They still have one more player remaining. Hopefully, that man survives till the late game stages. We have seen that happen before.
Yeah.
And I think Heartbreakers are going to be hoping for the same.
But on the map of Miramar, it's kind of like the most difficult job to do to try and survive. Maybe on the map of Sanhok, it could have been a ball game for this man, a walk in the park. But it seems like the last remaining player, he has found a vehicle and he's taken that long rotation from ruins and has found that western highway. He is well inside the circle right now. And of course, he's going to be safe for a little while at least, up until the circle forces him to come towards it. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Mac from Heartbreak.
But look at the zone. This is going to be a fun zone. We are heading towards the city of Chumasera. There's just one team that's actually in control of that city right now, and I wonder how many teams will look to go for that Minas del Valle hill. That's a massive high ground advantage to work with during the mid-game stages, and it can actually turn the game around for a lot of these teams. The challenge in Minas del Valle Hills is the fact that it becomes very difficult for you to actually take fights and come out on top consistently. You get third party so much, plus vision is going to be lacking for other teams on the actual hill along with you. You can only focus all your attention down below. If you get distracted a little too much, then you're getting shot at from two different directions, which is, well, not advisable for anyone. And one more thing to notice, the fact that after the first knock of Prince and the finish secured by God's Rain went on to finish one more player from the side of Hades. But look at this, CS Esports. We talked about them so much in game number 1. And here they are. It seems like running into a fight now.
They are. It is up against the lads of Marcos at battle, and it seems like they have a hint of what's coming. HRTS in the backlines. Still no contact established, but they can see the floor burning, which should be influence. And now, Leo Whitey, of course, from the backlines. It seems like they've got one player off guard completely by themselves.
Well, the proactive Molotov did slow down the players of CS Esports, but now they are not looking to stop the first opening against Marcos at battle. Oh, he tried so hard to find that knock, but then Para from the backlines did, in fact, get involved. Chimed in from behind that wall, secured the opening, but can they convert this? It's going to be quite awkward. The other players from the side of Marcos at battle are in fact quite far away from these factories, so you can't really push any further without risking losing your own player, your own teammates. It's going to be very critical to see what sort of decisions are being made by CS Esports in this game now.
This fight is extremely crucial because the high ground, the high topography on the side of Chumasera, I'm pretty sure this piece of real estate is going to be hot up until a very late stage of the game itself. But elsewhere, look at this. Team number 7, Team Red Code, they've actually found a couple of players from Godlike. Neo was taken down in that situation. And Godlike, the winners of the last game, they've been hit early. Also, CS Esports, they found an opening for themselves, but it seems like the fight is going to draw out a little bit. Marcos at battle.
But look
maintaining that distance between them.
Look at the radar, though. There's another team closing in from the back lines, and that catalyst, you do not want that getting involved into this urban area situation. Because as soon as a third team gets involved in that Chumasera city, that means you can't even exit your own building at will. They're going to be marking your exits, and it's not just 4 players blocking your way. Well, 3 players blocking your way. It's going to be 7 players marking every single window, door that you're going to be peeking from. And that just means you're going to be completely pincered down into that one compound. And as soon as your movement in the game is restricted, you are done. That is a death sentence for anyone, not being able to move.
Not being able to move his team Zphyrus as well, as the vehicle just got stuck in that little piece of a dip right there. Zphyrus, I like their name, to be honest, but their game hasn't really been very surprising so far. And look at this, now they are under heavy fire, right out in the open. Great Esports, they were always looking for this hill. They've got the high ground advantage, visibility as well, and they've got one there.
And they have the high ground, but Draco, oh my goodness. The clip does not really connect. The vehicle on fire, but runs behind the hill right in the nick of time. Apex managing to survive, but now We do see the players from the side of Zphyrus returning the favor in kind to Draco. 2 shots connecting on his helmet. Level 3 helmet protecting him, reducing the damage, making sure the man stays on his feet. But now Great Esports, they have split apart the players from the side of Team Zphyrus, allowing themselves an opportunity to take 2 different fights, a 1v4 and a 3v4. They have the advantage in both of them. What are they going to do?
Yeah, they are still going to fight clips after clips. M4, of course, being emptied, but it seems like the range is just way too much. And personally, I feel like Draco, it wasn't really his fault. The Scar, in my opinion, is just... I don't like it, Johnny. I don't know why, but when it comes to like long-range sprays, I don't like the Scar.
It's all about practice. I mean, me and Necro, I remember a while back, were having a conversation about the G36C on Vikendi versus the M4. I've practiced with that weapon so much that for me, I know the pattern that I need to sort of manipulate with my gyro. But that is a conversation for another time. For now, Troublemakers making a lot of trouble yet again. And this time, it's going to be for the players of GAS 5. We do have Ranjot trying to shut down the flank of the players of GAS, and they will find another opening, in fact, in this position. Or won't they, as the last few shots of that spray failed to connect?
GAS 5, extremely shabby movement right there. Another knock has been found, and now it's Asta. A lot of responsibility on this man. Might just well go for the revive, especially with the smoke being laid upon. But look at the push coming through. This is lovely. Troublemakers. Will they go in for the man who is going in for the revive? Another knock being secured, but have they lost Guri in the process?
Yeah, pretty much. GAS 5, well, their 5th gear is going to be turned down to a neutral, and their vehicle is going to be turned off. They lost one of the players. Farouk was knocked out. If he lands this nade, maybe they make a comeback, but Jort, look at him. So quick with the reposition, is going to be ready with the DBS to take on the opposition. Indoors, fails to connect. A massive blunder from the side of Troublemakers, and now trouble in paradise for them. But look, in the backlines, the team closing in on this position.
Yeah, that is Team Hades, and they will be looking to chime in inside this fight itself. But look at this, Asta, I love the fact that he's closed in. Now this man is high on confidence. Connected that jump shot onto Jord, and it seems like he is looking for more. All of a sudden, Troublemakers are the ones who just completely got caught off guard. From the backlines, of course, Optimus did bring down the situation to a stalemate, and once again, it's just a 2v2, Johnny.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? We don't know, because these teams, they're constantly taking jabs at each other, but finally, we found an opening.
Yeah, they do, in fact, go on Troublemakers, and they do go ahead and secure the finishes from the players of GAS 5, but as you mentioned, there's another team waiting for them on the outskirts. The players from the side of Hades looking to chime in, and will they actually chime in? That is actually the real question we need to ask ourselves, and also the players of Hades, because they're just waiting on that hill. We do see them on the map, but ladies and gentlemen, the circle now moving just a little bit east of Chumacera, north of Minas del Valle. We do see CS Esports smack in the center along with the players of Godlike, and here they go, a fight against the players of Red Code, looking for revenge. XYZ is going to get dropped. IGL is going to be the last man standing. Para looking to secure the finish. His HP is quite low. Will he be able to work with this? And yes, he does. It's always going to be the DBS doing the wonders, saving the day.
There you go,
but
there
Team
you
Godlike, yeah, they are.
Problems are never gonna end, Johnny. It seems like CS Esports, they are certainly not prepared for this. Running about in the open. This man, look at that S-Power. It seems like he just threw the nade at his foot, but Jonathan from the backline saves the day.
Did it though? I wonder if that nade actually connected on anyone. But talk about connections, and Jonathan is not gonna miss the shots with his DBS, but it's not gonna matter. Through the smoke, Para making sure that Team Godlike, their reign of terror in this game comes to an end. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, we have the new top contender, CS Esports.
Oh my
so
God.
solid. But one after the other, Comet, Levy starting their journey all the way from Ruins, are here to ruin the plans of CS Esports. The problem is they need to push right now.
Yeah.
But they're delaying so much, allowing CS Esports to recover their numbers. And if CS Esports is back to all 4 players, then I don't think Comet Levy will be able to shut them down.
Not sure. Smokes being displayed at every single opening of that compound to try and prevent those nades from popping in. Comet Levi, are they rethinking? Are they hesitating? Is the question, because shots being taken, but it seems like even they know they wasted a lot of time in the process.
Yeah.
and they don't want to make this mistake right now. I just hope that CS Esports, they recover quickly and are reset back into this fight, because it's sort of a lifeline that has been given to them.
I mean, it's a massive, massive lifeline, and also if they actually end up winning this fight, additional 4 points for doing nothing. Had Comet Levy just pushed in straight up, they would have ran into a 4v2 situation in their favor. But talk about favorable scenarios, and it feels like Team Zphyrus, they are not having a favorable day entirely. Austin is the last man left standing, I believe, and it's not going to be standing for long. The nade does look quite good, but Venom, he's going to resist the urge to push. Wait, how many teams are here? There's like 4 teams fighting it out, all with just a few players left alive. CODERED, they managed to recover the situation somehow. Ansh is still there in the game. Great Esports now, it's their turn. They are there with 2 players, but they are working with a 2-2 split. 2 of the other players from the side of Great Esports are in fact on that southern edge.
Yeah. I think one of the players is knocked down from Great Esports. He's trying to look for the revive. Meanwhile, look at this once again, CS Esports. This is another fight. It's a 1v2 and Ninja, the last man surviving, he's gonna get double teamed. And this team, CS Esports, what a comeback. 11 finishes, there you go.
Yeah.
This is it.
I think one of the finishes that, alright, no, Team GODLIKE actually charged in with like 3 players. So yeah, the math works out.
Yeah. They got every single one.
I was wondering, like, yeah, they wiped out 3 teams. Also, they've wiped out 3 teams. Ranadeep is still sitting there with 0 eliminations to his name.
Hey, it's fine. Don't do him dirty like that. Especially, I mean, I'm usually the one in my team who sits like that, but I'm still contributing a lot. You know, just not in terms of finishes.
Yeah.
So I feel that personally. I felt that personally.
We call these players emotional support.
Yeah.
Moral support, yeah. He's gonna be cheering his players. Yeah, let's go, boys.
Do
We
you
can
need
get a few
first aid
more.
kit? Do you need a first aid kit? Do you need ammunition?
I'm helping.
Yeah, I'm helping you out. I can be your backpack, your level 3 backpack.
Well, talk about help. Let's see how much help will this Molotov be for the Executors, which seems like are facing execution at the hands of CS Esports now. The nade was quite close to Nitin, but he does manage to survive.
Yeah, I think this is where the CS Esports should just leave. You know, at this point they've had too many battles and they're ready for the final circle. They should just find themselves a good position.
There's a very unpleasant surprise waiting for Robin the moment he gets close. In the form of, well,
K9.
K9.
Yeah.
Whiskey's there, but Whiskey needs to be careful. He's the last player surviving for his team as well. So I think he's just waiting for Robin to be just a little too over-eager step. Oh, Robin knows where he is. He knows, yeah.
I mean, he can spot the buggy as well. Just park right next to it. The smoke, of course, being put up there as well. A lot of information being passed on. Yeah, and yeah, for Godsrain as well, to kind of push up and move inside the circle, it's going to be a tough job, especially with Whiskey being in that corner.
Bro, I mean, as long as Whiskey is there, they can't really do anything about it, but talk about doing something at least. Great Esports, Draco has a wonderful opportunity to take down the players of Hades, and the Molotov is going to be perfect. Talk about extra crispy competition. And, well, even though one of the lads is going to be knocked out, the other one runs out in the open to get knocked out from a different direction. Naruto, that is not how you're supposed to save the village, my friend.
Exactly. I mean, his Sage mode did not work out. He did not give enough information from the enemy lines. Team Executors came in from the backlines and just got the finish for themselves. And now it's only Arnav with the big responsibility on his shoulders. Now, Team Hades did not really get a lot of points from the first game, and now they only have 1 finish point. At least they've reduced Team Great Esports to just a 1-man team, but with the space and time which they bought for themselves, it seems like a lot of revival is possible.
Yeah, Arnav is not going to go anywhere. He's going to have to start his own show within this shack. And look at that. Even the zone moves away from them. So, not a lot of options left. Have to figure out a way to get out of this troublesome situation. Well, luckily for him, the players from the side of Great Esports have arrived. As soon as he steps out, forgets about the fact that his back is exposed and he does not really have any teammates.
I mean,
watching his back, so he's going to get shot.
Think of his situation right now, Arnav. Poor guy. He knows he's just stuck in that corner. He cannot move outside because there are multiple teams. Nade being lobbed in, and yeah, that is it. There goes his demise. Team Hades, it's been unfortunate for them, but Team Execute, they have done a really good job. They've found themselves with 3 finishes. They did not really involve themselves in a 4v4 fight, but they've rather been, you know, chipping and chiming in from others' efforts. But speaking of efforts, it seemed like CS Esports made a massive effort to try and get themselves the central part of the circle, but now they're being challenged. A similar storyline once again, GODLIKE just coming in from the outskirts and trying to get in whoever is at the center.
I mean, we were talking about one of the top 2 teams failing, and it seems like Team GODLIKE have taken up that mantle. But talk about being taking up the mantle of being the most consistent team, God's Reign. They're actually doing pretty well in this game as well. And as you said, CS Esports, I think this is the point where this team gets overheated, and also they're getting collapsed upon by 2 different teams. From one side, it is going to be the Executors. From the other, God's Reign reigning supreme, as Blaze, along with his lads, has found the opening. CS Esports, they're down to their last surviving player. Savi plays, it's all up to him.
Yeah, absolutely. All on himself. But he's actually spotted Inferno from the backlines. But this man, he has to be wary of others' positioning. I'm officials. They just completely destroy the hopes. And now they have been destroyed in turn as well. God's Reign just came in from the outside. Did not do the mistakes which they did against GODLIKE. This time they had utility and resources and launched an absolute airstrike against CS Esports. 3 players knocked down just with nades.
Yeah, I mean, if the players are going to be out in the open and you see where they are, or at least hear the gunshots, for these lads, it's extremely easy to line up that utility. And I think God's Reign is putting all of their experience in use, but now they're actually trying to run around the hill. And that too with a 1-2-1 split, with Robin actually trying to take the left flank for his team. He still has a much easier situation in front of him. It's a 1v2 against Great Esports, and if he actually secures this, then they will be left to battle it out in a fight against the players of Executors. Executors there with just 3 players, so that is also another favorable fight. A very high probability for God's Reign to actually win, walk away with the chicken dinner for this game. But let's see, the next minute, the next 60 seconds, extremely critical for all these 3 teams.
Exactly. And the split is going to be extremely important. Now, I know Robin a little bit personally as well, and this man, when he actually is in top form or his team is performing well, he just tries to go in aggressive. He wants to let himself lose a little bit, and it seems like that might just have backfired. Ninja is going to heal himself up, does have the DBS, but from the backlines, Aqua, brilliant cover fire.
Yeah, the lad just got baited there, and that, I think, was the plan from the side of God's Reign. But look at this. Now, Executors, they're down to their last player. God's Reign have just gone ahead, been a little bit more proactive, and secured another knock from the side of Great Esports. And this is just a literal run over the competition.
Oh, no,
they're just going to finish them off with vehicles. Just one more player remaining. Just a form of formality. Aquanox charging forward with the DBS in his hands. It's going to secure the finish of White Hat first, and then it's going to be Blaze charging forward towards that last player from the side of Great Esports. But it's going to be God's Reign who walk away with a very great finish of the game, and also the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 teams once again displayed that they are at the very top. CS Esports and God's Reign. Consistency points for God's Reign, of course.
Yeah, I mean, top 2 in the previous game, chicken dinner in this one, and that too, both the matches, they had a lot of finishes. So I think that itself will propel them to the first position. But what about the rest of the competition? I mean, CS Esports bounced back. GODLIKE took an early exit. It is going to be quite interesting to see what the standings are going to look like now.
Exactly. And this is what you love, right? When the top 4 are qualifying to the next round and multiple teams are actually, you know, bidding for that top 4 spot. I love the fact that the competition is heating up. But of course, this has just been 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. A lot more games are going to come by, but a lot of number crunching and scorecard on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself a sip of coffee. We'll be right back.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, and I think the result of the previous game, that is God's Reign winning the winner chicken dinner, is not going to be breaking news, but the news is the fact that there is an Indian faction that has been added in Road to Valor Empires. Do go ahead and check it out, but what we will check out is Necro's thoughts and views about that previous game. Did you actually think CS Esports was going to have that banger of a performance?
Listen, man, CS Esports had a banger of a performance, but unfortunately missed out on that chicken dinner in the end. They got picked up by God's Reign. And speak about God's Reign, they're having an impeccable journey so far inside the round 3, man.
Quite a consistent performance in the first two maps. I mean, Erangel was so awesome. Even the performance on Miramar looked so good. Even the chicken dinner itself. I think they did get quite a little bit lucky towards the end that CS Esports did get sandwiched because the executor showed from the other side. But who cares? They won, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, for CS Esports, as you mentioned, as long as you're going to get a lot of elimination points, it's completely fine.
It's fine, yeah.
I mean, CS Esports, they've done that. But for Godlike, though, it's still a bit of a point of concern. It's understandable they won that previous game, but if the consistency keeps on dropping down like this, then Johnny, something needs to be changed up, something needs to be switched up, but still it's just the first two games. Maybe we should let a couple of more slide by.
Out of the top 4 from game number 1, only one team was there in the top 4 in this game. That was God's Reign. Because I Am Official got taken out super early, Zphyrus got taken out super early, and along with them, Troublemakers were also eliminated super early in this game. And that is actually quite surprising. CS Esports their bounce back was quite interesting to witness. And also, I mean, think about this, Nick. They bounced back on Miramar, their worst map during the grind finals.
Exactly, but not just that, Johnny. Even Team Executors, they've been doing a pretty great job inside the final few moments, right? Executors were seen in the end moments. Yeah, it's understandable that they were not exactly able to win because, of course, it was God's Ring just rolling through the competition like it was nothing. There was steam rolling through it, man. And he's speaking about CS Esports, as you mentioned. Yeah, I was sitting in the back line, so I was not able to witness exact every single piece of action. But from what I know, CS Esports, they were on a domination. Look at this. I mean, inside the highlights, you can clearly see.
They took 3 team fights back to back and came out on top in all of them without losing a single player. How impressive is that, and how many teams have we seen that pull off? 0. Every single time a team is charging forward into multiple fights or getting collapsed upon by multiple teams. Even if they win, they do lose. CS Esports did not lose a single player until Team God's Reign, they showed up and straight up knocked out 3 players.
I mean, it's understandable, right? Considering CS Esports, they've got that wake-up call, sort of, because only 6 games in the hands, from which 2 of them are already done. That means 4 more games to go. CS Esports knows that top 4 is going to be the way to go. Yeah, maybe top 5 if you're going to be aiming for that lower bracket, but still, who would like to go in the lower brackets itself? It's like an extra bit of effort, and also, no one likes to be down in the slumber.
But at least for the first time in this tournament, teams have the opportunity of a lifeline being given to them. Only if you can grab it, though. Only for the teams that do perform well, fail to make it directly to the round 4, they will have that lower bracket option available to them. But as you mentioned, that's just another extra hurdle that you will have to go towards. The ideal situation you would want to be in is just move to round 4 to semifinals, and then of course the grand final straight away after that. But what did you think about the other teams that we did talk about? I mean, IMofficial, Troublemakers, they were nowhere to be seen.
Listen, man, Troublemakers in the previous game of Erangel, they're doing a decent job, I would say, considering they got wiped out by the likes of Godlike, if I'm not wrong. Spyder was the one to put the final nail in the coffin for them. So for Troublemakers, they had a good game 1, but inside the game 2, the consistency did not flow up. For IMofficials, they're trying their best to sort of make it inside the late game situations. We saw that inside Erangel too, but once again, in the final few moments, the circle actually pans out in the open, so you're not going to have a lot of cover to play around with. You will need to make an open rotation in that late game, which is understandable. You will be gathering a lot of attention onto yourself, but this is where a team's IGL comes into play. He needs to make such sort of calls. He needs to pave a pathway inside the zone, which is safe enough for the team.
I mean, it was quite safe. I mean, one of the teams that had the best rotations in this particular map of Miramar was the Executors. They were one of the few teams who were holding on to that high ground for a long time, and they were able to protect it to the best of their abilities as well. Because CS Esports, they showed up quite late. God's Reign, they just rammed through the rest of the competition just like CS Esports, and they also made their way with their fighting. Executors, though, they were having kind of a slow game, and their positional play was what got them to the top 3. And that is what was impressive about their run in this previous map.
I guess for all the other teams, it's going to be slow and steady once the race, sort of like that, or maybe baby steps right now, considering it's just the first 2 games, and now the upcoming game is also going to be the game of Sanhok, so someone needs to have a nuclear performance to make that bounce back from the latter half of the board to maybe the top 4 as well.
Who do you think is going to be?
I don't know, man. It's a tough choice. Maybe IMofficials.
IMofficials, I think they were already in the top 8, though.
You think so?
They are. They had a pretty wonderful run on Erangel.
Yeah, they did, but not exactly that good, though. You never know, man. Maybe other teams are still, yeah, I mean, still, it's understandable, but we're talking about leaping inside the top 4, right? It's understandable. Maybe on the complete half of the board, it's still an unknown territory that we need to explore, right? All those teams haven't even been getting that limelight, so it's really tough to say that which team can actually make that bounce back.
What a brilliant way to dodge answering a question.
Listen, man, it's like a shot in the dark. Why do you want me to take that?
Man.
No, dude. If I predict a team, if that team's not able to win, then you would say that I'm the one who's cursing them. So I'm just not going to do it.
I'm not like you. Heartbreakers. Let's go. I mean, I enjoyed that drop clash in Ruins. So if a team can pull off moves like that, I think maybe they're going to have like a YOLO run in the next map, especially considering it is Sanhok. So you never know what to expect on Sanhok. But that's a conversation we're going to have in a few short moments. For now, though, MVP of the previous match, and it's going to be Blaze from inside of God's Reign.
Speak about Blaze, though. I mean, 6 finish acquired from this guy all by himself, and then 46.1% finish contribution. Insane stuff. With the finish death ratio of 3, okay, this guy was on a tear. I mean, Blaze is doing a fantastic job, but let's move on forward and take a look at the top 5 players of that previous game. This is where things will be unfolded in an interesting fashion. Aquanox is going to be there too with 5 elimination points wrapped up. But then CS Esports, the team that was on a tear, 3 players from that team on 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Well, this is going to be quite impressive. An impressive run from CS Esports, as we have been talking about them so much, be it in the game or be it now in the post-game segments. And this was the reason. I mean, 12 eliminations on these 3 players.
Johnny, you know what? You were asking me that question, and now I just remembered. K9 Reborn.
Oh, yeah.
I think so this team packs a solid punch. There's a chance they can make a comeback inside the top 4, but I still feel like it's a little bit too much of a risky move to go with K9 Reborn.
No, I think K9 Reborn does have what it takes, but hopefully it does happen in the next year. I mean, we're going to be quite hopeful for Sanhok, because at the end of Sanhok, what's going to happen is this particular group is done with their 50% of their journey in round 3. Then they just have 3 matches remaining tomorrow. And one of the maps they play tomorrow is actually Vikendi. And I don't not
like
bet anything on Vikendi.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's going to be like that territory, that unexplored territory that I would not want to explore. But still, teams, they do not have any other option because it's in the schedule anyways. And
unexplored territory I don't want to explore.
Yeah. I mean, it is unexplored because I haven't really explored. And for these teams, they're going to be stepping their foot for the first time inside Vikendi, inside round 3, where the pressure's going to be all-time high, Johnny.
Wait. All right. I mean, so CS Esports apparently just finished off with 18 points because they were eliminated 3rd in the game. God's Reign took them down first, and then Great Esports. And look at the massive deficit that has caused for them. It's just 18 points, even though they have 12 eliminations. Quite close to God's Reign, just 1 behind them. God's Reign, though, 28 points. Great Esports, pretty great game for them. 22 points from this match, so they're going to be happy. And I think Great Esports actually might have bounced back with the help of this game. I'm official is still going to be inside the top 4.
I think so. CS Esports, that's a consistent run from them. They also had a consistent positioning inside the game of Erangel, if you remember, inside top 5 or top 4 somewhere. CS Esports, if I'm not wrong.
Let's see. I mean, let's skip the maths. You and I both are bad at maths, so let's just have a look at the overall rankings. And there it is.
Top 6.
CS Esports, so they did not have a great game on Erangel. I think they were in the bottom 3 or something.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I saw them somewhere in the late game scenario where they were taking a fight against someone else, and maybe it was the late game, but considering the fights happened quite late inside the map of Erangel, so yeah, still in the late stages, there were a lot of teams alive, and CS Esports, they got picked apart. But then, as we do have the top 4 in front of us, GODLIKE, though, barely making the cut. Even MAKERZ, they had a tough game in the previous one, but they're still in the top 3, Johnny. Great Esports, as you mentioned, they made that leap happen in the final few moments. And God's Reign, look at that difference, 28 to 50 points.
Yeah, and this is quite interesting now and a little bit more intense because Great Esports, 28-27 for Troublemakers. Troublemakers, by the way, kudos to them. They've been flying under the radar this entire time, but they have been consistent in the top 3 still. Then I think GODLIKE was just 1 point behind. There's not a lot of difference from the 2nd to the 6th position.
Yeah, I mean, as we move on forward to the latter half of the board, Hades is going to be there, a team that I personally thought had a potential of sort of bouncing back inside the top 4 because Hades is quite good at playing that survival game, but so far, they've only managed to accumulate 6 placement points, but maybe in the future lines they can try and redeem themselves once again. CODERED Esports going to be there on the 10th. A lot of the teams that I personally did not expect to be here are over here, Team Zphyrus and Heartbreakers. Definitely not the teams that I wanted to see over here. Maybe in the future lines they can make the bounce back. It's the map of Sanhok, and Sanhok always brings out surprises.
And one, I think, not unexpected, but an expected surprise on this map is going to be drop clashes. I think a lot of drop clashes are not going to happen in Paradise Resort, in Painan, and in Bootcamp in particular. But the thing about drop clashes is who walks away from them. One last question for you, Necro, before we jump into the action is predict the winner for this game.
Listen, man, it's once again, you just want me to take a shot in the dark, huh?
Yeah.
In the previous one, I tried to make a prediction. I sort of dodged it perfectly.
To inspire you, okay?
Listen, man, whenever I make a prediction, if I make a prediction, you'd be like, okay, they did not make it because I cursed them. So that's why I'm just trying to dodge all the predictions that you're trying to throw at me.
What are you afraid of?
You calling me someone who curses teams? No, man.
So what? Doesn't make it true. Believe in yourself, Negro. You can do it.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go with God's Reign once again. I believe they've got the fair shot to win this game as well. I know they're not going to win the game anymore. Maybe they will also be eliminated off the bat.
I think they can. I mean, with how God's Reign has been playing in the first 2 games, I think today's mindset is quite simple for this team. Secure qualification in day one itself, and then maybe tomorrow it's going to be a fun run. Because, again, I think God's Reign also does not like Vikendi like you and me.
I mean, look, still never know. Maybe in the map of Vikendi, God's Reign, they've got something cooking up in the backlines, right?
Their average
There's
wasn't
still
that
a bit
great.
of time. Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, it's understandable. Look, that's what past teaches you. You try to overcome all the mistakes that you've made, and you try to patch out all the holes that were there in your strategy. So maybe God's Reign have done the same thing as well.
But I think Vikendi is that one monster that no one likes to face because everyone realizes, like, yeah, we know frequently we're going to be forced upon Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok because during every single major tournament run, these are the primary maps that you get to play. Vikendi is going to be like one per stage. This time around in round 3 is when you get to play one Vikendi.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, trust me when I say this, Vikendi is sort of like the momentum breaker that comes into play. It's like a big full stop on all the action that's going on because right after Sanhok is Vikendi. But luckily enough, the groups are also switching up, so it's completely okay. It's not going to be like the same group just instantly moving on forward from Sanhok to Vikendi where the pace drops drastically.
And so the other teams, the teams on the latter half of the leaderboard, would actually be hoping that, oh, we wish we get to play all 6 games throughout the day. Because for them, that one game of Vikendi is what can bring them back into the competition. You do well on that one off map, and it will just turn the tides in your favor. It will bring you into the top end, and from there, it's going to be up to you to be consistent and push for the top 4.
I mean, look, man, first 2 stages, nothing happening on the map. This is just classic Vikendi for you. But you know what? The upcoming map of Sanhok will be quite spiced up as well. As you mentioned, there's a potential chance of drop clashes too, so I'm going to be looking forward to those drop clashes. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming map of Sanhok is going to be on our screen soon enough as the big bird's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane flat path starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards Camp Charlie. And as we all know, the plane flat path really doesn't matter on this map. It's way too small.
Necro, I'm having nightmares. It's godlike on Sanhok. What's going to happen again, bro?
Either complete domination or they would just be eliminated off the bat.
It's going to be either of the two.
Yeah, it's not going to be anything in between. I know that.
And that is how the team rolls. That is their style. Either they're going to dominate the competition completely and total annihilation on the map, as you like to call it, a nuclear performance.
Yeah.
Or it's just going to be one of the first few teams to go out of the game. But look at that. I think our expectations have been met. Quite a few number of teams dropping towards Pioneer, and CS Esports is actually one of them. But all of a sudden, you see this place close to the center called Bootcamp that is just empty.
Yeah, this is a little weird. I've never seen Bootcamp not being accumulated or not being acquired by anyone. So right now, Bootcamp is that unexplored territory that maybe teams would want to move on forward and sort of get their hands laid upon that area. Stacks up a lot of loot. Would be better if you also want to go for the Medstride in the future lines. You can accumulate a lot of first aids over there as well. Let's speak about accumulating stuff. We've got Godlike in a drop collision against the players of Gear 5s. This is going to be an interesting one. Godlike, they've got the left side of the Pine, Gears 5, they've got the right side. Which one will be able to find that initial knockout that will kick things off?
And what makes this fight a little bit more interesting and intense is the fact that a few moments ago when we were looking at that map, the plane trajectory, we did notice the players of CS Esports take an exit towards quite close to Pioneer, in fact. And right after that, as soon as they realized, oh, it's not just 2 teams, it's 3 teams, they moved a little bit north and they have taken that hill just northeast of Pioneer. So they will be keeping a vision and a check on both of these 2 squads. But let's see which one of these teams is looking to engage against the other.
Speak about engaging.
CS Esports there, yeah.
Still in the back, though.
Yeah.
As soon as a couple of shots would be heard, there's a chance CS Esports will start to close on up as well. And Godlike, they're actually taking an exit from the fray. It's the first time you see a team like Godlike just moving away from a fight. But let's see how the future line's going to look out for this team, considering they've left the entire Pioneer to just that one team, Gears 5, to deal with. And then see any CS Esports from the back as well. It's going to be a bit of a problem for Godlike.
They're about to run into a trap. It's going to be a bear trap that they will be walking to, because they do not realize that CS Esports is in fact on the other side of that mountain. And from the flank, I believe it's going to be Rana Deep who will have an opportunity to pick off these lads. But CS Esports, them also moving in a different direction now.
Yeah, no, there's no chance of the collision. Sort of knew that. It's understandable too. CS Esports does not really want to engage in the fight just yet. Take things a little bit slow. That's how they've been performing. At least we
Really?
want to make it out alive till the late game situation.
Did we watch the same map of Miramar?
I did, man.
That was a slow performance.
Listen, though, but still compared to God's Ring, that was
That
not,
was a
that
slow
was-
performance. 13 and 12. That was like
Yeah, I mean, a lot of elimination points. It's understandable.
That
Before
was a
now,
slow
they're taking
performance?
in the initial phase, though, Johnny. In
Wow,
the first couple of
Necro.
stage, maybe they would want to take things a little bit slow over here. It's the map of Sanhok, man.
exactly. I mean, it is Sanhok. If you want to show aggression, this is the map you show it on. It's a map where fighting will turn out to cause, well, will turn out to be a beneficial situation for you. But let's see. I mean, with Godlike backing away from that Painan situation, Gear 5. Now they have that entire city to themselves on that southern edge, which actually opens up a lot of different options for them to work with. But talk about options, and Red Code, they have the option of picking off the players of Great Esports.
Red Code on the top. Down on the enemy. Shots taken, but a return knock comes into play. Both of the players are able to find those return knock onto each others, and this is where problems will be stacked up on both the sides equally. Great Esports, a team that is inside the top 4, on the second spot so far in the overall standings. They've got a couple of things to lose out on. If they get eliminated early off inside the game, maybe that position can be compromised in the overall standings. Nate comes into play, but still not able to find that second knockout just yet. The players in Red Coat are a little desperate to get the knockout confirmed, and almost could have done that as well, but the man slips away in the nick of time.
Oh, but why Pankaj is distracted by Whitehead. Look at Surya Jod. He has managed to create such a brilliant flanking position for his team. And Red Coat now, they have to be careful as well. They do have the high ground advantage to work with. There's a nice, decent little split between the players. But it feels like they're looking to back off.
Great Esports. As now they've sort of managed to avoid that threat. It's a good news for them. CS Esports, they've found a prey in front of them. One man isolated in the compound. It's going to be the easiest pick that they can ever ask for. And yeah, Prince, this man just gets suffocated and blown up to death as the shack is also now being controlled by the players of CS Esports. Easily done, taking down the foe just like that. For CS Esports, at this point in time, just trying to isolate the duels, it's probably going to be the best thing to do. And inside the map of Sanhok, it's understandable if you're going to be aggressive to go for that assertive control. But then if you really do not need to take the fights, it's better to just stay down on one side.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to protect your position as well. I mean, you never know when the third party is going to happen, whenever someone else who's just watching you from the distance is going to look to chime in. You're at your weakest. It happened to CS Esports in the previous game. Luckily for them, it was Comet, Levy, and they were quite underconfident, so they did not really, in fact, go for the complete push on the players of CS Esports, allowing them to recover, and in turn, CS Esports, they made sure that they learn a lesson, Comet Levy, by wiping out the entire team in the next few seconds. On Sanhok, that is not really going to happen. But wait, what? Comet Levy losing out on one of their players as well, towards Cave, in fact.
Not just that, Team Heartbreakers in front of us.
This is payback. This is payback for that Ruins fight in the early game of Miramar in the previous map.
For now, though, two teams once again eyeing each other out. K9 in the front lines. Godlike just moving around. That's one guy from the side of Godlike, Z-God, just driving around in the vicinity, trying to gather a couple of shots onto himself, also forcing the enemies to reveal their position. But K9, they're not really doing so yet. All the players just stacked inside that compound, doing a great job keeping themselves anonymous for now. But also, they're starting to back out now, Johnny.
Let's see. Will they be able to fall back successfully? Because there is another team holding the back lines, and just run out without scouting the positions ahead. They might, again, just run into a trap. Lose out on a few of the key players. Team Godlike on the other side, just holding on to this high ground advantage that they have. I think it is a good position to work with, at least for now, because in case there are teams heading into that direction, they will be able to spot them from the distance. But over in Camp Bravo, two teams, I Am Official against the Executors. Executors blocking the exits for I Am Official, but no incentive for either of these two squads to actually force a fight.
I'm officials. The goal for them has been to survive to the late game. For now, we've got a fight brewing up in front of us. Gears. It's actually another team who is inside the top 2 already in the overall standings. They're getting pounced on by Zphyrus. This is going to be an interesting fight in general. Team Great, they're actually going to be the one to come out on top in the fight too, but then a third party comes into play. Team Great, a little bit on the receiving end of things, but as long as they're able to accumulate some decent amount of elimination points, that's all that's going to matter. Team Zphyrus though, Johnny, this team gets eliminated off the bat.
Yeah, Zphyrus, again, I mean, scouting positions is important. You need information on Sanhok before you move towards those shack, which might look empty from the distance, but won't necessarily be as empty as you would like them to be. And that is exactly what happened to Zphyrus. They were looking to chime into towards those compounds, take the fight against Great Esports, but I think they just ran into a sandwich because we did see that situation. Red Code had that high ground. They've had that high ground for the last 2 minutes, and that was the detrimental factor in the end result of that fight. But look at this. Heartbreakers getting their heart broken again for the 3rd time.
Marcos at battle. Just breaking a couple of more hearts in front of them. 2 players knocked out. 1 more to go in the back lines. But for Marcos at battle, they're at battle over here in this scenario. Yeah, they've already managed to pick apart the players. They're sort of handicapped now. And every single advantage is stacked up with the players of Marcos at battle. Nicely done. Dealing with that threat quite cleanly. And now for the Heartbreakers, the best thing they can do is just move away from this entire spot. It's better to just move away and play the game for the placement points now in the future lines. And maybe if you have the chance to accumulate the meds, just go for the med strat.
It's just Mac yet again, just like on Miramar, a deja vu for the man. It's the terrain has changed. His responsibility remains the same. Secure those points one way or the other.
Well, I guess you just cursed that team, Johnny. You said this team can make the pounce back once again.
Yeah, but I don't care about cursing teams.
Listen, dude.
I have embraced my evil aura, Necro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's one way to be mean to the other teams.
What's going to be my super villain name, though? The Curse Man?
No. Your super villain name, I don't even know, man. You know what? Let's just focus on the game for now. We've got IM officials on our screens. And for this team, survival has been the key. They like to be inside the late game scenarios, no matter what the situation is. Even in the game of Erangel, the placement points are being sort of like their main forte. And even inside over here, this game too, that's what it seems like. Great in front of us. And this time, once again, it's the players of Red Code pressing against them. And over again, Red Code are trying to pull off the same thing, but hopefully they're going to find that sort of like the equal ground against the players of Great.
But we can't really blame them for this because one after the other, more opportunities are being given to them to actually close the distance against the players of Great. First, it was in the form of Zphyrus, who just chimed in willy-nilly, got taken out, both the teams splitting the finishes equally. Next, it was the players of GODLIKE, but what has happened over here? A massive blunder from CODERED Esports.
Yeah, they just got eaten live in a couple of seconds. What? In a matter of seconds, CODERED, or at least those 2 players that were there who try to make the rotation happen between the compounds, they got eaten alive, and now even the rest of the team's starting to get picked apart. Not just the last guy, who's sort of pinned down in the front lines in God's Ring. They're against them. Spots out the last man too, Equinox. This man is on the prowl. He's on a hunt against Unch. And Yvonne pulling out the nade for the clotheslines and moves out in the open. Unch is just done. CODERED Esports, one of the most confused teams inside the competition so far.
Yeah, it's either them or Troublemakers. I think it's one of the two. It's going to be Heartbreakers, sorry. It's going to be one of the more confused teams. Heartbreakers, I think, are going to be a little bit more confused because now, with what has happened to them, their last down to their last play, I think they might be wondering we should have just waited for the players of Comet Levy. We could have actually picked them off. That would have been a better position for us to be in. But kudos to God's Reign. I mean, picking off 2 individuals out in the open, punishing them for massive positional error that was made. But now, what are the options up ahead? They are not close to the center. If the zone is not in their favor, then God's Reign might actually be in trouble in this game.
Speak about being in trouble. Even the zone's starting to form out in quite an interesting fashion. Maybe a quarry finish? Loading up? This can be an interesting circle, Johnny.
Yeah, agreed.
But yeah, look at this CODERED blunder that we just saw a while ago. moving in, K9, and then after they were not done with K9, the rest two players just straight up crash against God's Reign, and they get devoured, eaten alive. This is how you get eliminated in a matter of seconds inside the game.
Yeah. Again, lack of information before moving around, and also the 2-2 split in the mid-game stages of Sanhok. We haven't really seen that from a lot of teams.
That's
unless
like,
they're playing. Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's like a free piece of candy right there. Elimination wrapped up. Marcos that battle, a big blunder, even loading up from their side. But at least the cavalry's there and backing him up quickly enough. Mac, the last guy from Heartbreakers, looking to break some more hearts of the opponents this time, though. Considering he's the only solo man survival, the only last soldier alive from the side of Heartbreakers. Let's see for how long this guy's able to dodge the bullets around him and also dodge the vision. And yeah, it's just starting to back out. All he needed was that one initial knockout to just back himself up or back himself away from that fight. He's sort of like that one guy in your childhood.
What one guy?
You don't know? You have that one friend who just sort of like beats you and then just runs away?
No.
You've never had that? Man, your childhood has been a little boring, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, I just spend most of my time indoors.
Yeah.
Playing games.
That sort of happened to me in like my middays, I would say. I'm not that old itself, but it's sort of like in
You're
my
still a child. I was wondering what are you talking about.
In my teenage time, it's sort of like that's where I sort of started being a little bit
Aren't you
of an
like
introvert.
19?
No, I'm 21, man. Come on.
I thought you were still in your teenage years.
No. In my teenage year, I started converting into an introvert.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
You were still a teenager.
Still. But you speak of Marcos at battle in front of us. You know what? You need to focus on these guys. These guys are definitely not the introverts, man. On top of the hill,
Yeah.
they've got all the attention onto themselves, all eyes in them.
I mean, the hills on Sanhok do have eyes, and oh, look at that. Eagle eyes, in fact, as Marcos had battled this time around, have spotted out the players of Team Godlike, who are, in fact, completely unaware with how they are moving around, positioning themselves of the fact that the opposition knows their address, they have their number, and they're going to look to knock on their doors in the next few moments. But talk about knocking on doors. God's Reign just knocking all around the map, looking to find where the rest of the competition is. I think just like the previous match and the map before, even in this one, they are hungry for blood. They're hungry for eliminations.
Speak about hungry for blood. God's Reign moving around. And this time, Marcos at battle, stepping inside an unknown territory. They're here to hunt down the last guy from Team Heartbreak, who sort of tickled them a while ago. And then they're here to devour this last guy. They're here to eat him alive. And right now, Mac, he's just having his fingers crossed, hoping that no one's going to be opening that door in front of him. And maybe he will be the lucky guy that that no one will.
This is so awkward.
Dude, this is one of the most weirdest moments that I've witnessed. Imagine, just keep yourself in Mac's shoes, and imagine all around you is the enemy team, and you're just hoping, you're just crossing your fingers that no one's going to knock on that door in front of you.
And then there's this one guy from the opposing side just crouch walking in front of you. What do? Nothing, actually.
It's so tempting to take him down, but at the same time, you can't because you need to keep your position anonymous. As soon as you shoot, you will be taken down as well because there's 3 other dudes that will be trying to take you down. But speak of that, we've got Team Godlike on the high ground, on the supreme ground so far inside the fight. They were taking a lot of shots against the players of Gear 5 who were in the receiving lines.
Well, they were in the receiving lines for a few short moments, but all of a sudden the situation has evened out because S-Power got picked off. Now Team Godlike, they have quite a decent split to work with, but Neo, he's being put under so much pressure. The only thing that's working out for him and the only thing that's saving him right now is the fact that Gear 5 are stuck on that low ground. And if they try to run it up that slope, run it down mid, then they're gonna they will run into a crossfire between the players of Godlike, and that is not an advisable position for them to actually be in. It's kind of a difficult fight for both of these teams to execute, but talk about difficult situations, and Comet Levy, at least in this game, will have none. Because the zone just moves right on top of their heads, and they find themselves as one of the few teams in a safer position in the circle.
Running up the slope would be one of the biggest mistakes that team can make. It's better if they just keep themselves pinned down underneath, because at least they have some cover to play around with. And Team Godlike in front of us.
And I still want this car.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Also says Johnny 16 at the back.
Yeah, it's badass, right? Speak of that, though, I mean, Team Godlike. Oh, Neo, he caught a little bit too much hurt. And if you've noticed one thing, Johnny, S-Power's the guy who gets knocked out first all the time. Even in the game of Erangel, this guy got knocked twice, and now even in the game of Sanhok, he's been finished so far.
Because now it's his job to be the frontline man for the team. He has to be the entry, the man looking for the openings, the first one to engage. And in a situation like that, when you're filling those shoes, not necessarily every time you will be the person coming out on top. Sometimes the other person, the opposition, will take you down. But talk about takedowns, and it feels like Hades are down on it. Then he's 2 players knocked out. God's Reign, easy finishes secured yet again.
Yeah, just pouncing on top of the opportunity, claiming those elimination points, and once again, just diverting their attention somewhere else on the map. Now, the main focus for the players of God's Reign has to be to make it inside the circle safe enough. Do not exactly know how the circle lines can be looking like, so at least they need to scout things out a little bit first, and then maybe think of stepping in second time. This will definitely be an interesting rotation that they're trying to pan out, but even the elimination feed now starting to pop up.
Talk about elimination feed, and I think we're going to have Gear 5 being eliminated from this game, and we will see their name on the feed very soon. In fact, in the next few moments, because Marcos at Battle feels like they have the exact position of that last individual, but they're still looking to hunt down Mac. Is this man just following them? Is he stalking them now?
I've got no clue what's going on here, but finally the players of Marcos at Battle, they know where Mac is. One of the most awkward engagements that I've seen so far, but finally that nade comes into play and shuts that guy down. Puts him to sleep, puts him out of his misery. And now Marcos at Battle, they've managed to get 5 elimination points so far wrapped up, and also firing on all the cylinders still.
Well, these cylinders, they need to cool down. Not want to get overheated so close to the game stage. Oh, the pre-fire is going to be there from the lad of Troublemakers, looking to make, well, at least a little bit of trouble. But Marcos at Battle, they have a brilliant position to gatekeep the opposition. And Troublemakers, they don't really have a lot of option to work with. They will have to step out from behind that massive boulder. And as soon as they do, the crossfire from Marcos at Battle is all set to finish them off.
Troublemakers. Even this is one of those teams that has been consistently trying to make it to the late game situations.
I think they're already in the top 5. They're quite in a decent spot in terms of the rankings.
Yeah, they indeed are. Once again, it's the run for the consistency, right?
Yeah.
Where Godlike sort of has shied down. They were barely on the 4th spot, if I'm not wrong, in the overall standings. So they need a nuclear performance in this one to sort of even things out in the overall standings. And speak about evening things out. 2 shots taken. Team Godlike, at least they've got a lot of information accumulated, and now they can try to pave a pathway inside the zone, which is going to be safe enough.
They take those 2 shots and instantly look to back off, but look at this. They do not have a safe position to work with. Jonathan, barely any HP on him. Neo is right beside him, but right in front of Team Godlike are the players of Comet, Levy, and then there's the squad of Troublemakers chiming in.
Yeah, so many shots missed, and even the players of, as we mentioned, Comet, Levy in the receiving lines a little bit. That compound's not going to be the hot spot inside the game. Everyone would want a little bit of piece of that spot. But let's see which team would be the one to get their hands laid upon that one. Officials is also one of them, was still in that spot. And CS Esports speak about this team. This time they try to make something new happen on the board, but they got eliminated so far. They've only got that one last guy alive, one last glimmer of hope alive inside the game. Officials in one of the best spots they can ask for.
They have 4 eliminations to work with. I think the last few individuals are going to be just looking for those first aids at this point, because even if they can go for a heal battle, will walk away with a lot of points from the map of Sanhok. 7 teams remaining, 18 players alive. Jonathan quite exposed out in the open. His teammate on the flank, as you can see it on the radar. No options to enter the zone from.
Jonathan, they know exactly where the foe is, but still firing in that general direction. Because Jonathan's not peeking out just yet. He's waiting for his opportunity to pounce inside the circle. And once he gets his hands on that opportunity, he will try to make it For Comet Levy, it's better if they just keep their eyes pinned on this one single spot. If Jonathan gets another chance to bounce back inside the lobby, he will cause a lot of ruckus. A lot of good sprays taken from the players of God's Arena against Troublemakers, and they managed to land those shots perfectly.
And they're still reigning quite supreme, in fact, above the rest of the competition. Look at this, already in the top 6 with all 4 players. 11 eliminations secured by these lads. They are on that eastern edge of the zone, and there's no one blocking their way. I think at this point, God's Reign is just hoping for one thing. Comet Levy or IMOfficial, one of these teams just makes a massive mistake, loses their numbers, so God's Reign can just go charging towards those shacks and finish the game themselves.
God's Reign, they're having one of the most impeccable performances so far. A Cinderella run, you can call this. And these guys being one of the most consistent too. 13 elimination points wrapped up. And also inside the top 4, even in this game too. This is something else.
We would call it a Cinderella run if it wasn't an undergod team performing, but it is God's Reign. Still not looking to slow down even for a second. All 4 players still standing on that eastern edge like a wall. I think along with the wall of death, they are going to move towards the opposition as death incarnate themselves.
Even for a known team to play this consistent in the game, it is unheard of. And now God's Reign looking to secure the back-to-back chicken dinners. Jonathan, he's got no other option than to press on up once again, move on forward, finds the initial knockout, and this is where things might just crumble down for the opponents. A 1-2 comes into play and wipes out the entirety of IMOfficials. And now for the back lines for the players of Comet Levi, they've got a massive wave of enemies to deal with. In the name of God's Reign, this team's been reigning supreme so far inside the lobby, and maybe Comet Levi can be eliminated right here, right now.
Getting pounded by utility being lobbed upon them indoors with nowhere left to go. God's Reign, they will finish off Comet Levy in a matter of seconds, but then they will eventually go up against their main rivals, their prime rivals in the form of GODLIKE. Look at plays, he does not care about the Molotov, the utility that's there blocking his way. Just runs inside that shack, eliminating the final remaining players of Comet Levy. But now, here it is, Necro, the fight that happened on Erangel again for the second time in Sanhok. GODLIKE against God's Reign.
Yeah, that nade just tossed up against the players of GODLIKE. Jonathan knocked out. Now it's all down to that last guy, Z-God. Let's see what he can pull off. The DBS in the close. He's able to at least get that 1 elimination point secured before he gets taken out from the game. And is also alive with a sliver of HP. Spots out the man in front, but it's done. It's Equinox who reacts faster and also secures another chicken dinner for the team God's Reign. As I mentioned, even for a known team, a run like this is unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, 2 games back-to-back. It is an impressive win for God's Reign, but from the side of Team GODLIKE as well, I actually did not think they would survive when it was just Z-God on the flank, Jonathan hiding behind that tree. I think he just stayed there, crouched in one position for like a good 2-3 minutes. He was so patient, just waiting for one opportunity for the other lads from IMOfficial to get distracted. And the moment they thought, all right, he's done, he steps out like a monster possessed, finishes them off, takes control of that compound. And then God's Reign actually helped them out quite a lot by finishing off Comet Levy.
I mean, look, man, we mentioned this too, Johnny, that GODLIKE, they desperately need a game like this.
Yeah.
And finally, they got that game too. And I think God's Reign majorly won because I predicted them as well as the winner in the previous game, in the pre-game segment too.
Wow.
So sort of like my well wishes were with them.
Did you also say
Ladies and
K9
gentlemen,
Reborn?
as you guys all know, after that game's done, it's time for us to push to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
तो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने.
अरे तकिल ते तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम.
अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है.
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, शक्ति खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And as you guys all know, that Ranveer Singh is now the official brand ambassador for BGMI. So what are you guys waiting for? Make sure to go ahead and download BGMI on your devices as well and play pure. But with that being said, let's move on forward towards the entire post-game segment of that previous game. And of course, it was a fantastic game of Sanhok. As usual, God's Reign, they're on a tear. They're just having an impeccable run inside the round 3 so far. But that one single moment towards that quarry area where even Great Esports was sort of pinned down.
Yeah. To be honest, I'll have to agree with you when you said that God's Reign, they're having a Cinderella run, because it's unheard of. First game, second position, second game chicken, in a third game chicken, in a absolute domination. Something which we sort of expected from Godlike, but God's Reign were like, nah, just wait for us.
Yeah, and even that retaliation that came into play from the side of Godlike, right? But then you saw that situation towards the quarry as well, where Great Esports is one of those teams that is still inside the top 2, and then Great Esports were sort of pinned down, and they were taking a fight against Red Code Esports.
Exactly. And to be honest, things like that will, of course, happen. They had their massive jitters, and they could come out of it successfully, so managed to kind of get this chicken as well.
Yeah, exactly. But then as we moved on forward, even Marcos at battle, this fight was quite an interesting one towards sort of like the holes that are there on the map of Sanhok. This was one of the most interesting fights that we've seen. And of course, Heartbreakers just being so lost inside the game. Another team that was lost just fought against the players of God's Reign, and they were just able to devour them in a couple of seconds. But Marcos at battle, another team that definitely has a good firepower, but they're not able to put it to good use.
Exactly. First of all, coming to the conversation of Heartbreakers, I feel like Mac is going to be extremely angry at his teammates, because every single time it's him who is surviving and the rest of the teammates, they are just getting devoured in the initial battle, of course. But coming back to MAKERZ at Battle, I completely agree with you with the fact that this team, they certainly know how to take their shots, but of course their positioning has been dicey. The pit stops which they find mid-rotation has not really worked out for them. They get picked up by multiple teams, and that sort of hurt them in the final ending stages of the game.
At CS Esports, man, the inconsistency once again hits the deck. This time as well, getting eliminated quite early off inside the game and not being able to perform that much. It's understandable. In the previous game of Miramar, this team was on a tear, but then still inside the game of Sanhok, the consistency has dropped down by drastically. And I don't think so they're even inside the top 5 itself. They were somewhere on the 6th spot in the overall standings in the previous game. And now they must have dropped down even more in the overall standings because the latter half of the teams, they must have sort of made that comeback, that pounce that was essentially needed.
You know, this was a conversation which I had with Johnny as well. I think CS Esports, as a matter of fact, they did have a good run on the map of Miramar, but that wasn't really a run.
Exactly.
It was a good hold for themselves on that particular compound. Multiple teams came at them. They just managed to survive. Now, of course, credits to where credit is due because they played it out perfectly. But apart from that, CS Esports, they looked extremely shaky and they did not really have proper fundamentals, which is going to carry them through 3 simultaneous games. And that is exactly one of the reasons why they are quite low in terms of the overall standings.
That's a really good point that you brought up, right? I try to bring this point up with Johnny as well, but then Johnny's like, no, CS Esports is a team that likes to go guns blazing inside the game. But even in the game of Erangel, you can clearly witness CS Esports were trying to play that survival game. They were avoiding all the fights that they can, and you saw that too. In the smack center of the circle in Erangel, they positioned themselves right there. In the game of Miramar as well, they had really good position, as you mentioned. Yeah, it was not their fault that other teams were just straight up trying to get on top of them, trying to get those elimination points, but then CS Esports were able to wrap that. And this was exactly what the point that I was trying to convey when I was speaking to Johnny, that for CS Esports, initially, they try to play that survival game, and then later on, they sort of unleash that firepower.
You know, they do have the firepower, they do have the basics. But the fact is, I completely agree with you, but in certain scenarios, it's their decision-making which has kind of hurt them. In the map of Erangel, we saw how they kind of avoided that fight against Gear 5. We saw in the map of Miramar as well, they had the central part of the circle, but they just completely got wiped off by God's Reign in a matter of a flash. That is not something which I expect from a top team.
It's understandable, right? CS Esports, they've got really nice firepower. If you still remember, even in Milta, this was one of those teams that sort of were punishing the players of Comet Esports over and over again. CS Esports, they just took him out of that spot easily enough without any troubles, without even breaking a sweat. So they've got that firepower. But still, they do not really prefer to push against the opponent teams unless the situation really demands to do so.
Exactly. And, you know, now that the conversation brings down to the 3 games being done and dusted, CS Esports, they're certainly not in the top 4.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the fact that you must end your day, especially when you're like a top team, when you come in with so many points from the grind itself. CS Esports probably were expecting themselves to be inside the top 4, but now that they're not, they have to go through the games once again. They have to do their homework right now, figure out what can be their dead spots inside the map, come back stronger tomorrow as well. And like I said, their strength isn't really Miramar. Their strength is supposed to be Erangel as well as Sanhok. Miramar was a bonus game for them. I would say that as a bonus game, right? If they can perform well on the map of Erangel tomorrow, then maybe they will be able to make a comeback. But of course, that's like ifs and buts, with certainly so many undergods coming in and showing up, you know, especially troublemakers, as a matter of fact. This team has done phenomenally, consistent throughout. I'm pretty sure CS Esports will have a very tough job for themselves cut out.
Yeah, still troublemakers, though. In that last game of Sanhok, sort of a little shaky once again. Yeah, not being able to, once again, just make that cut consistently enough. It's understandable, though. Not every team's going to be having a run like God's Reign are. I mean, they're just having one of the most faultless runs inside the BGIS so far. Round 3, it's their name is engraved on round 3 so far. They're just having a flawless run, an impeccable run. Call it whatever you guys want to call. But
it's one of those days.
Yeah, even like a known team, it's this sort of a performance is unheard of. And God's Reign, they're just making the impossible happen. And as we move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Blaze from God's Reign once again with 6 finish points and 33.3 finish contribution. If that's only 33% contribution, then how much the rest of the players were able to contribute?
Exactly, that's my point. Like 6 finish points makes 33.3%. You've got Aquanox and Ninja Jor on 6 finish points as well. This is paranormal at this point, to be honest. This team is going on a tear.
18 elimination points just from these 3 guys, and then maybe 3 more elimination points.
No,
from
no, no,
the other dude.
No,
as
no,
well.
no, no. So when the contribution is 33.3%, it means that these three add up for a total of all the finishes. Like it becomes 100%. That's the math right there. And every single player has a FD ratio of 2, which is also great. But it's not just God's Reign as well. You've got Marcos at Battle in here, which is extremely good. I am liking to see that these underdog players are also chiming in, you know?
I told you, man, Marcos at Battle, they've got the firepower it takes, but so far they're not able to put it to the best use possible. But as we move on forward towards the God's Reign performance in that previous game, 18 elimination points so far. The last guy was not able to get any elimination points. Maybe it was sort of like the sacrificial lamb in the fights. He was helping his teammates get the elimination points, but it's complete fine now. 33 points in total. At the end of the day, as long as you're able to make that difference in the first spot, as long as you're going to be the king of the thrones, that's all that's going to matter.
You know, to be honest, I've never imagined or never pictured Godlike with the kind of run that they had in round 2 that this is going to be the scenario. But God's Reign, they've come up, they've reigned supreme over every single team. It's not just these two teams as well. Marcos at Battle consistent in that podium finish, 13 points for them as well. And I Am Officials, this is one of the teams who always manage to find themselves in the final circuits no matter what.
Exactly, but you know what, as we move on forward towards the overall standings as well, this is where things will be spiced up even more. 83 points in total? That's such a big difference that's being created by God's Reign right now in the overall standings. Godlike is on 42 points. That is one of the biggest difference that we've seen so far.
Almost double, Necro, almost double. 42, if you just multiply that by 2, it would have been 84. And Godlike as well, right? In their round 2 performance, they had 81 points from 3 games. God's Reign just surpassed that. It's like it's absolutely easy. But these are not the only 2 teams inside the top 4. You've got I Am Officials as well as Great Esports. And here comes the difference that is extremely low. 38, 36, and 31. What do you have to say about that?
Just imagine this, all right? I just want to focus on the first spot right now.
All right.
3 games, 83 points.
Yeah.
How often do you see this type of performance? This is why I said this was a Cinderella run for God's Reign right now. 3 games and 83 points accumulated. This is unfair for all the other teams that are trying to make the cut inside the top 4.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, it legit is unfair. And Johnny is a very big advocate of this fact. He said that, right? What if God's Reign pick up the pace and then there's that huge vacuum being created? What happens when a vacuum is created? The other teams, they are extremely close following by. And of course, there's going to be a lot of competition. Now, we saw the cutoff was somewhere at around 35, 36. Even 9th position K9 Reborn has 16 points to work with, a difference of 20 points to work with. It's not something which is extremely massive. Maybe a good game for K9 Reborn or even Marcos at Battle might just be able to turn things around. Marcos at Battle, though, at 10th position is a disappointment, isn't it?
No, there's a chance they can definitely make the bounce back once again tomorrow, considering they've got 3 more games in hand, and tomorrow we're going to kick things off on the map of Vikendi. I know I'm not really a big fan of Vikendi in itself because the game starts off super slow. The first 2 stages, no action will be hitting the board, but then out of nowhere, when the stage 3 and stage 4 begins, this is where things will be even more spiced up. But you know what? So far, this group 2 was definitely quite insane. But you know what, Salty? The upcoming groups even going to be more spicier.
Exactly. Now, I just flipped my page and I have got some big names in the sheet. And this is where things get pretty interesting. Now, of course, a lot for the audience as well. They expect big numbers. They expect big names to come in from, and perform this well. This sheet, this group is stacked, not just with the big names, but the underdogs and the undergods, pardon me for that. The undergods who are here, they know how to knock out blow everyone.
Hey, but you know what? It's time to reveal the group in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on forward and take a look at the matchup of which the teams that will be duking it out in the upcoming game of Vikendi. And this is the group. Group 3 will be playing in front of us soon enough, where Team Insane, Hyderabad Hydras, EXECUTORS are going to be the known team, and then also add on UDOG India to the fray. This is going to be insane because we're having Team Insane in the lobby.
We are having Team Insane for sure. Now, Team Insane is going to be one of those teams who can rack up the big numbers. I'm going to, draw a lot of parallels between maybe God's Reign and Team Insane, but it's not just their group. There are multiple teams here. Talk about Elf Clan, talk about UDOG India, talk about Revenge Esports as well. These are underdog teams who know how to provide that knockout blow. And I'm going to be finding out, if Team Insane can actually carry on their Cinderella run as well. or are they going to be heavy hitters who are going to take them down?
Listen, from what I've heard, Team Insane in their offline matches, this team's been on a tear. They've been
Yeah.
on roll, so they've got the momentum favoring them whatsoever. So Team Insane, I'm going to be expecting the same sort of run even inside the map of Vikendi. In the first two stages, this game starts off a little slow, but if you've got a team like Team Insane to add on the mix, then I guess we might just see an aggressive start.
You know, I think Team Insane were the ones who sort of had a record for like the most amount of points accumulated in like 6 games. It was somewhere near 132, 133. I don't exactly remember the number, but for sure Team Insane was the one. So it'll be interesting to find out if they can do that on the map of Vikendi. Necro, just do the honors.
Listen, man, later on the record was broken by Godlike. So once again, for now, the record is being held by the players of Godlike to get the most amount of points inside 6 game in the round. But ladies and gentlemen, the first map of Vikendi for the Group 3 is in front of us, as well as the plane flat path starts all the way from Milnar towards Cement Factory. This is a plane flat path that is heavily tilted to the southern side, and things will be interesting now, because considering things are down south, how will teams try to make it all the way towards Goroka and Mount Kresnik?
To be honest, this flight path, in my opinion, it's just a little weird, to be honest. So much towards the south, and majority of the teams, they will struggle going towards the northern land, just like you mentioned. Goroka as well as Mount Kresnik, they've been the hotspots for battle, and the circle has ended over there quite a lot. Majority of the teams, in fact, they've taken the drop locations. They know there's going to be a massive glide, not just a glide as well. They need to find those intermediate vehicles and take their rotations. I'm going to be wondering if there are going to be teams going towards Coal Mine, Cosmodrome. Eventually, there will be. But this circle that has popped out, I'm pretty sure they're going to be forced out. Teams who are in that southern line, they are going to be forced off their positions. Having said that, Necro, look at that cluster on that southern shoreline. One side, we've got X7 and UDOG. And on the other side, I think we've got 3 teams in extremely close proximity.
It's understandable, too. That cluster will be there because the plane flat path started all the way from that direction. And I'm hoping that cluster is actually going to be a battle that's brewing up in the front lines. ORB Esports, we've seen this team in the past once perform, but let's see what they've got in their backpack once again. I hope they've got a lot of punch. That's what I'm hoping for, because the team in the front was in the name of revenge.
Both these teams actually pack massive punch, to be honest, and it'll be interesting to find out if they actually duke it out in the early stages of the game. But we know how Vikendi pans out, doesn't it? I mean, it's extremely cold. Teams just like to stay inside the compound, maybe wrap themselves with a blanket or something. Just try and stay warm, maybe, up until when the action heats up the rest of the temperature.
Still in the initial phase, though, as soon as the game starts.
Yeah.
Because of the collisions, we still see a bit of action happening. So I'm just waiting for that action right now. I'm still waiting for things to get riled up a little bit more inside the Battlegrounds, but Team Insane, they've dropped down on a no man's land. This is not the way I wanted Team Insane to kick things off. I want to see them in a battle. I want to see them duke it out against the foes.
Hey man, at the end of the day, they're still a team, right? They are going to drop down comfortably. They are going to get themselves those resources. For sure, everyone has a lot of expectations from Team Insane, but it's understandable. I'm pretty sure they will come up. They will, shift gears pretty soon inside of the game. But first, of course, everybody needs to get themselves their resources and the armory, and that's what they're doing. And I think I prefer Team Insane that way. I prefer Team Insane to kind of start on the first gear and then slowly shift, as soon as they try and get more information. Because, to be honest, I feel like a team who just aggresses without information, they are like a bull with no eyesight whatsoever. They just, try and attack everyone who is just waving a red flag at them.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, the lobbies are unorthodox in general, so it's just better to play like that. Especially when you know that you've got a lot of firepower that you're packing up in your backpacks. It's better to unleash that firepower in an unorthodox way against the unorthodox teams, because no one's going to have a set playing structure. As I mentioned this too in the past as well. It's the best way to approach an unknown field.
Interesting. Of course, me and Johnny also had this discussion. There will be some sort of data for the underdog teams as well, because majority of them have played on broadcast. There are some big names. Hyderabad Hydras, one of the big names. Extremely difficult to play against. They know how to change the competition. They know how to get those big numbers. I'm going to be excited to find out.
Me too, man. Hyderabad Hydras is one of those teams that sort of has a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, 100%
in the past.
Yep.
I just want to see now, is it going to be a big downhill curve or an uphill curve? I hope it's an uphill curve, of course, but This team's went through a lot of thick and thins, dude. So it's really tough to say anything confirmed about this team because, once again, when you're going to be facing against an unorthodox competition, either way, two things are going to go well for you. Either you're going to be dominating the competition absolutely well, just like how GODSRAIN did, or you will be falling down on top of your faces. And I think so. OR Esports is a prime example of this. OR Esports isn't doing completely worse, isn't doing completely bad, but still, OR Esports is a team that relies on statistics and a lot of analytical data. But considering when you're playing against unknown teams, you cannot get that analytical data whatsoever.
And for Hyderabad Hydras, I feel like, just like you mentioned, it has to be a phenomenal performance for them. Otherwise, they are going to fall face first. Because why, I'll tell you. In round 2, it was top 7 who qualified. This time, it's top 4. It's cutthroat, and there are multiple teams who are capable of doing that. If I name them, one of my personal favorites, of course, will be X7 Officials, will be UDOG, or will be ORB as well. And these teams know how to pack a massive punch. Hyderabad Hydras, we saw them in the grind. They certainly were struggling. They were struggling in terms of making the rotations. Their aggression game was brilliant. But those mid-rotation pit stops that they were making, they were constantly getting hurt. They were constantly getting bullied by the other teams. That needs to change right now.
Speak about things changing. X7 Officials, Clown. Oh, that G360 comes into play. And on this map, this is like the most preferred weapon. Not exactly preferred, I would say. The weapon that you can find pretty commonly. Yeah,
absolutely. And I would still prefer an M416.
Of course, man. You're in my cult.
Yeah. To be honest, I'll tell you why. I just love the fact that you have a same basic rifle every single map. I don't like the idea that there are map-specific... I mean, obviously there will be map-specific guns, but the fact that some people do prefer the G360, it just doesn't really make any sense because you practice on the M4 every single time.
Yeah, Johnny's sitting in the back and he's getting a little jealous. Doesn't like the fact that you're just straight up targeting him inside this convo, but for now, we've got UDOG India. M4 4X in his hands. He spotted that rotation come into play. And at this point in time, it's time to gain that information because once again, the first 2 stages, no circle shift's going to happen whatsoever. It's not going to be a hard shift anyway, so it's better to just settle yourself down in the centric spot as a circle and then just keep on scoping in and get all that information. And then when the stage 3 hits and when you see that hard shift come into play, you can use that information to pave a pathway successfully inside the zone.
You know what will happen right now, Necro? Since, of course, the flight path was like so much toward the south, I think there is going to be a little bit of movement right now. Yes, teams will try and go toward the central spot, just like you mentioned, but it seems like from the map feed that we are receiving, the central spot of Mount Krenzing has actually been occupied. Now, the teams who were on the southern shoreline, majority of them will be on the move, so we might see some little skirmishes here and there. For example, just right here, right? Revenge Esports. Just brushing past another team. The snowmobile, of course, not the ideal vehicle to try and traverse pathways, but it certainly is enjoyable. I talked about this a couple of days earlier as well. I really want to go to a snowfield LAN and try out a snowmobile myself because I haven't done that ever.
Revenge Esports is one of those teams that Johnny was looking forward to inside the grind. And now as they've made it inside the round 3 itself, it's a long leap that they've taken. I want to see how well they perform inside the round 3. Are they really deserving of being over here? For a lot of the teams, are they deserving of being inside the round 3? That's on the line. Top 4 is the way to go. It's understandable, yeah, the known teams will be dominating the competition, but maybe still those leftover 2 slots, you can maybe try and duke it out for that.
Hey, to be honest, Revenge Esports, they've been knocking on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI for quite a while right now. And in fact, it's not just knocking, they have made their presence felt. It's not like they're completely alien to this area of competition. It's not like they're completely alien to this level of competition as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to find out if Revenge Esports, it's not a lot of pressure on their shoulders. It's like they have to perform. And if they're consistent, they will be able to make it through. But consistency has been a problem for them in recent times, and that is what we'll be looking out for.
I mean, at the end of the day, they were also invited inside the grind, right? In those 256 teams. So there's a reason why they were invited.
Exactly.
Being over here, they've been trying their best to sort of qualify in the future stages as well.
I love the fact that Hyderabad Hydras, once again, they had their mid-rotation shenanigans. They were just being peppered down by, I believe, team number 10 ASG Esports.
Oh, those shots, they were quite deadly. Joker top G. Shots were definitely inflicted, but The players are not knocked out just yet, so they were able to move away from that spot quite easily enough. Hyderabad Hydras, though, one thing is for sure. Yeah, they have found themselves inside the circle, but they're on the edge. As I said, try to position yourself in the centric side. If CS Esports was over here, they like to position themselves in the center and just sort of chill out.
Yeah.
Right? If they were over there and if they find someone else in that centric spot, they would have definitely went for that fight. They're the alphas.
Yeah, exactly. And we know, as a matter of fact, on Vikendi, the circles don't really cause a lot of troubles. If you get yourself the central spot, maybe the final circle is going to be on you. There is like a 50-60% chance that that is going to happen. So getting that central part is always beneficial. But teams don't like to shy away from actually coming in from the outskirts. I mean, we do have Hyderabad Hydras. We do have the likes of Team Insane who are still playing in from the periphery. It's just a way to try and prevent yourself from entering into early collisions, just like we talked about Insane. They will shift gears as the game progresses, but since it's like the early stages, even they would like to kind of get their hands warmed up, you know. And to be honest, in my opinion, Vikendi, if that is the game that you're actually starting out your group on, it gets a little dicey because the game is extremely slow and you're not properly warmed up for the rest of the matches.
It's understandable. It's like a big drop in the pace, right?
Yeah.
For the first two stages, all you're doing is just looting, toppling off your loot, gather as many utilities as possible. That's all you're doing. And then just utilizing the scopes that you've found to gain information.
Yeah.
Even for the players at certain point in time, they would probably just be falling lazy and they're like, you know what? We've got enough information that we need to make it inside the circle. It's better now we just try to pin ourselves down and just relax and maybe take a little bit of sip of coffee.
Yeah. And to be honest, that might just backfire. You know, a lot of teams, we've seen that happen. But look at this. It seems like UDOG India, they're starting to engage and they've done that. First opening has been found and Clutcher Necro is down already.
Yeah, it's the players of FaithxMadrasi. Clutcher goes down. This is not the way they wanted to kick things off inside the game of Vikendi, but soon enough, the confirmation 2 will be coming into play. Rampage moving in forward. Yep, confirmation taken. UDOG India, another one of those known teams inside the lobby who are trying their best to once again sort of elevate themselves a little bit on the higher level.
Exactly, and we saw this team, right, in round 2, UDOG India, they were pinned down. They had a lot of struggles qualifying, but they finally did so. So we'll have to find out if they can actually amp it up in this round as well. Certainly have got the opening. One player down completely, one player being knocked out. Only 2 players from FaithX who can actually cause a problem.
No.
Oh no, I think he was caught napping. He was the one who was sipping a cup of coffee, Necro.
Exactly,
I think he heard you.
Yeah, he heard me, dude. I mean, this is what just happens, right? Sort of like the podcast hours kicking in, and even that guy was just relaxing, facing the wall, thinking about his life.
Yeah. He's like contemplating his decision.
It's like one of those moments, right, when you were just like staring at the ceiling and just thinking about something else, and that's just what happened to him. He was just staring at the wall, and he was thinking about something else, and then he just gets shot at from somewhere else.
Yeah, that big slap of reality coming in against him. But now he's going to be proactive, at least, especially after being hit so hard. And kind of unlucky for FaithX that they could not capitalize over there. That man, instantly after he got knocked down, he was like, oh, wait, I'll have to just crawl back to safety.
Yeah, that just blows, man. For UDOG India, if that man was confirmed as well, the teammates would have definitely been a little pissed. Like, what the hell were you exactly doing? Just staring at the wall, man. But hey, FaithxMadrasi, though, one of the men being knocked out for them. Even for them, things are a little bit on the trickier side. Jerry went for a couple of shots against the foes, but still UDOG India. Now they've got the high ground inside the fight.
Yeah. I'm not really sure if they won the high ground in the fight. They're just like, all right, fine, let's just skip this fight altogether. We've found a finish point for ourselves. There's no reason to try and challenge them up early. And FaithxMadrasi, they are going to be happy considering the fact that they still have 3 players. A lot of time being provided by UDOG as well, right, in that fight. We saw it was a 4v2, but they still did not chime in, possibly because of that.
Someone else is taking shots against them, though. So FaithxMadrasi, right now, they're just being pinned down in this compound.
This is weekend neighborly love, you know. I mean, we've seen this happen quite a lot from one compound to the other. You just spot someone there, you're like, hey man, I'm sending you a pigeon over there, and you send a couple of shots, and he's like, yeah, fine, I can see you, I'm gonna send you a couple of shots as well. That happens back and forth on Vikendi. Nobody actually, you know, enters into a full-blown warfare.
This man just called shooting bullets against each other love. Interesting, man. Well, if you start looking at the world from that perspective, from that point of view, everything would be so positive.
Yeah, I am a positive person, Necro.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me really attracted, you know.
That's like a next level of positivity, my friend.
But look at this. I'm not really sure if UDOG India, they came out of the fire. They thought that fight was a bad fight, and now they're coming up against team number 9, Team Jod. What a name.
Yeah, Team Jod. Let's see how Jod they are, actually. It's time to test the waters, my friend.
Yeah.
And that, too, it's a cold one.
Oh, for sure.
UV from the side of Team Jod is now they're getting pounced down by the players of UDOG. But even UDOG, they're getting third parties from somewhere else. UDOG, they've got another trouble proven up on the horizon. It's the players of Team Insane who are taking so many shots.
Yeah, but the one player, Rampage, was actually knocked out by FaithX from behind. FaithxMadrasi, the team who they actually left alive. It's not coming out good for UDOG India. But they have laid down smokes. They want to try and get the revival extremely quick. But in this situation, I'm not really sure. UDOG, they are pincered from multiple sides.
No, but at least they're back up on the man number, right? So that's all that matters. Redox is still knocked out, though. What do you think, Salty? The resurrection, can it come to play?
Not the ideal position, especially with Insane marking. If Physic, as a matter of fact, if he wants to go in and go for the revive, then I'm pretty sure that's like the Grim Reaper calling him back.
And only one elimination's happened so far. And as soon as I say that, another one hits the deck. So, yeah, 2 eliminations have happened so far. This is the classic game of Vikendi for you all. Because this is where the podcast hours, once again, they have been kicking in.
Yeah, I love the podcast hours, to be honest. It just is extremely peaceful. And since, of course, Vikendi gets really cold, I'm like, nah, I'm just going to chill inside my blanket, talk about life, and talk about everything that happens otherwise. And you know, as a matter of fact, I'm an extremely positive person, so it's all positivity coming out of my mouth.
So I think so. You know, positive and positive makes a negative.
And that works in math, bro, not in life.
No, but math is in life.
Yeah, even that is true.
Think about it.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, now that you say it, I think I'll have to make universal calculations, but it seems like Skips is the one who's taking some long-distance calculations, shots being connected, and UDOG India, they suffer.
Yeah, another confirmation that rolls up. Team Insane, this team from the back lines has been doing a really great job just pinning down the players of UDOG. Nowhere to go. UDOG, they're in a big world of trouble. What can they actually do?
I think the big mistake was leaving FaithxMadrasi over there in that situation. They should have just pounced on them, get themselves a squad fight. Because not just it's those finish points, but they could have also gotten a lot of compound as well to work with. And now the fact that in the middle of nowhere, they are being pincered by multiple teams. It's just that one bad decision which they made.
I would say their biggest mistake was to make that rotation over there.
Yeah,
they shouldn't have done that. Maybe they should have tried to stay somewhere else, a little bit more safer, but they try to go for that gold. And we all know too much greediness can sometimes lead to distraction, and that's what exactly happened. They try to secure that centric spot.
Yeah, Necro, you're talking about greediness, huh?
I'm not greedy at all, man.
For sure, when you just... But look at this, it seems like Goku. He's the one who is greedy at this point because he just spotted Veyron. And shots not being fired, so I can't legitimately call him greedy over there, but it seems like he will be looking to pounce on that information. But coming back to our conversation, yeah, why did I call you greedy? I'm pretty sure when you just look at that bucket of ice cream, you just can't help but to resist yourself. That's
I don't even know what ice cream is, my friend.
Oh,
but
yeah,
as we move on forward inside the game, ladies and gentlemen, Team Insane. Even they're on a move, yeah, just trying to secure that centric spot. And as I mentioned, stage 3 hits the deck once again. And this is where the hard shift comes into play. Now, all the teams that were on the southern side are barely on the edge of the circle. They would need to try and move inside the circle. Right now, there's only one team in the prime spot.
You know what the funny thing is, Necro? This circle shift on any other map, we would call it a central shift. But at least since it's Vikendi, we're like, oh, damn, it's a hard shift. But speaking about it, SPYDER Esports. They've spotted Elf Clan. Now, Elf Clan, I have a lot of hopes for them. We saw them get themselves a big chicken on one of the maps in round 2. So I am looking forward to this team taking some massive fights. But look at this, X7 officials, another team that is extremely flamboyant, mid-rotation clash, and they have completely cleaned up the other team. Clown is down. Now this is problems for them. They need to make a cover so that they can get this player back. Extremely important in this setup, Necro.
Beastex blows up that vehicle to use it as a hard cover, but still there is a bit of a cover fire available from the back lines. His teammates there in the back. And considering X7 officials, they lost out on Clown a while ago. Not the ideal start they wanted to have.
Yeah.
Even the wall of death starting to close in from the back lines, but still, the players of FaithxMadrasi, they're just pressing on the charges even more. But the wall of death is now going to force these teams or these players to make it inside the safe zone soon enough. And FaithxMadrasi, they're already on a move. Beastex, though, he blew up his vehicle a while ago.
Yeah.
Salty, so he cannot even move inside the circle just yet.
Exactly, unless until, of course, his teammates come for a rescue mission, which I don't think is going to happen. But it seems like FaithxMadrasi, from the backlines, they are being charged, and it's Brave Esports, as well as UDOG, as a matter of fact. A little bit of a revenge, maybe. Oh, no, wait, it's actually TJ who actually got that knock for themselves.
It's going to be the place of FaithxMadrasi, who are now starting to get picked apart, even from the back, even from the front, nowhere to go. They're being peppered down from all the different sides. And considering the wall of death too starting to close on up for X7 officials, it's a good news that they've got a vehicle that they're moving with. Brave Esports in the front lines was going for some shots, not being able to find those sweet connections yet. But even Brave Esports, they need to close on up to the safe zone.
You know, X7 officials, I kind of like this team because they are extremely flamboyant, and now they've taken a longer rotation. They know, as a matter of fact, that possibly the northern part of the circle or the right-hand part of the circle is a little bit empty, and it seems like they are heading towards there, trying to hug the blue zone and avoid any sort of conflict. Now, why are they doing it? Because one of the most aggressive player in this setup, Clown, is down and out already. And possibly they're looking for more placement points from this setup, Negro.
But yeah, Salty, even the next circle shift came into play.
Yeah.
On the northern side towards Cosmodrome. And Revenge Esports is in the prime spot. Right next to them is Hyderabad Hydras. And Revenge Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, the battle finally happens in front of us. They're starting to get picked off. Revenge Esports having a bit of an advantage inside the fight.
Once again, another split from Hyderabad Hydras, which is just not paying them dividends. Every single time this happens, they just get picked apart by multiple teams. But elsewhere, it seems like an absolute onslaught. Team ASG, they closed in and they finished off. They ate and left no crumbles.
ASG just easily eliminating the competition. And BW did not even get a chance to sort of look back and think of what exactly went wrong with them.
BW Esports, you've got to put up a better fight than that. I mean, at least we could witness something over there. Look at this team, Jord. Even they are under fire, and it seems like Team UDOG India, they're mounting a comeback.
UDOG just pouncing on top of the praise now, but the TBS, that comes into play. Rampage, he jumps down from that fray, but then instantly get caught by the TBS. And now UDOG India looking to move on forward and get that elimination point claimed up. But still, Rampage has to be the main priority for Physic, going for the resurrection onto the fallen player, but they're still the foes closing on up. Physic needs to be a little bit more quicker. The resurrection's there, but the man who just got back up on his feet, he needs to bandage up first, but there's no way. The zone damage is a bit too much, and he gets knocked out once again.
Exactly. I mean, this is stage 5. Even though the blue zone is just barely, extremely close to them, it'll be very hard for them to actually get back, at least for both of them to get back inside the circle. And I love the fact that Bharati, from Team Jord, he actually made the right decision. Well, I think the entire desk is cursed, Necro, at this point, because as soon as I say a name, they just get wiped out of the competition.
I'm not cursed, man. I made the prediction of God's Reign. They won that game, too. So I'm not cursed.
It wasn't a difficult prediction to make. You just name one of the big teams and you expect... That is what you do.
But on the map of Sanhok, it's always like that anonymous aura, right? If a team's doing good, that team's not going to be able to perform well on the map of Sanhok.
All right,
but
I'm going to give you.
God's Reign won, so I would say that was a little bit of a risky move from my side. But you know what? Moving on forward towards Team Insane, considering they've managed to wrap up 7 elimination points so far. Team Insane, this team is doing quite good so far inside the game.
Yeah, and we're going to finally see them shift gears, to be honest. But look at this. In a moment's flash, ASG, 3 of their players get kneeled down upon, and I'm pretty sure the other player who goes in on a flank wouldn't really be able to do much difference. Version 9, it's a good start from them. It's just only single player who's still alive. Alien needs to actually pull off some alien moves, to be honest, in order to get his team a lot of points to work with.
Wow, Alien managing to accumulate all those finish points, but Hades from ASG puts that nail in the coffin, but he's also the solo survivor for the entire team. Elise made it inside the safe zone, so that's what's going to matter for the players of ASG so far. Top 9 teams alive inside the game of Vikendi. Right next to the players of ASG, though, there's still a big threat lingering around. In the name of Hyderabad Hydras, 3 players are alive for them, or all 4 players actually are alive. And it's also a 2-2 split that's came into play. Ultron in the back lines, Joker 2 is in the front a little bit. But ASG, they need to watch out from this spot. Ultron spotted out in the open, shots taken, and Foran the 6x with the suppressor. But Hades, he manages to connect all the shots. Some good tracking.
Yeah, for sure, some good tracking through the trees as well, through the branches. Beautiful stuff done right there, and Ultron right now. Now this can be a massive bait for Hades because he knows, as a matter of fact, there will be players from Hyderabad Hydras who will come back to try and get a revival against him. That might just be your opening for getting further knocks. We'll have to find out if he will be able to connect the next shots as well, but so far there is a massive cluster which is happening on the southern part of the circle, and it's between Team NFE and ORB. ORB have the right side of the circle for themselves, and they've got another knock to work with as well. It seems like ORB are starting to rack up the numbers, Necro.
Hyderabad Hydras Ultron knocked out. And ASG, this guy's still making it out alive for their team. Another confirmation wrapped up. This man is just picking up the pieces of candies, getting those elimination points wrapped up. 23 players still remain, though. And from which, one of those is Brave Esports as well. In a really interesting spots, X7 officials getting peppered down by the foes in the front lines. And X7 officials barely hanging on that string.
You know what I like about this position? It's Revenge versus Insane up top, and then there are two teams right underneath them, that is Brave Esports and X7 officials. Now, of course, height advantage, topographical advantage is going to be with Revenge Esports, but will they be able to hold on to so much attention that they're calling towards themselves? That's the question. Beast gets spotted out in the open, should be an easy spray down, and yes, it is. Fruit Juice, he's going to make himself a juice of Beast.
Easily shut him down. And Revenge Esports right now, this team is the only one that is inside the circle. Considering the circle sort of shifted away from all the other teams that were in the fray.
Yeah.
But Team Insane still going to be that bigger threat approaching them. And now Revenge Esports, they've lost out on one of the guys. Resurrection has to be the main priority, but another nade sells in that same direction. Another man hits the board. Another guy gets eliminated, and Team Insane, they're on a tear inside the game. Team Insane looking to name all the elimination points that are left over inside the final few moments. All the 4 players are up and alive too, but Adi and Hirsch, these two guys, they've got the most amount of elimination points wrapped up.
Yeah, most number of elimination points wrapped up for the team as well. 10 finishes for Team Insane to work with. They did not even knock the door against Revenge Esports. They just completely blew it up. It was an absolute raid. And now, it's just 2 players who are still surviving for Revenge Esports. All that they've got to do is to try and back off from this fight. Give the amount of respect that Insane demands. Give them the space. Maybe you get yourself that opening. Seems like Adi, he knows exactly where the players are. Nice nade, might just blow up Sonic Fox as well. Sonic Fox, nice dodge. Molotov, which just did not land in the right spot, but it seems like Team Insane, they want to leave. They do not want to leave Team Revenge alive at this point.
And Team Revenge, these last 2 players, everything's on them. Another nade tossed inside,
yeah.
And finally finds that opening. Where to go? Every single window was filled up with those grenades.
Ooh.
Nowhere to go, and even that, finally that knockout comes into play. Team Insane, they're doing such a great job at just dealing with the threat that's around them. And now last man to go. It's a 1v4 scenario for Fruit Juice. He's trying his best to squeeze out as many points as possible. But for Fruit Juice, the only cover that he has is this one single house. And soon enough, he's also going to be suffocating to his death. DBS for the close can definitely help him out quite a lot. But then another team approaching inside the fight has to be the players of Brave Esports.
Yeah.
They're sort of saving Revenge Esports from this entire kerfuffle that was happening. But still, for Brave Esports, all they need to do is take down that one last guy from Revenge.
Oh my god, Brave Esports, they came in with 8 finishes and all of a sudden completely shifts the favor. The momentum has been taken away from Insane with only 1 man who is still surviving. And look at this, and now this is the opening for Fruit Juice to actually make amends. It's a 1v1. This man should not give any sort of opportunity, should not give any sort of time against Brave Esports. And that is what he's doing!
He knew!
But absolutely cans Fruit Juice and sells him in the market for free.
Brave Esports winning that fight in that precarious spot, in that crucial spot. And now Hyderabad Hydras starting to close in from the back, but even they get dealt with no issues whatsoever. Team Insane once again looking to make that pounce happen in that same compound, but this time they've pulled out the DBS. They've utilized a couple of more utilities in doing so. They're trying to force out the players of Brave Esports from their comfort zones, but do they have enough frag grenades? That's my question. 2 more left over in the hands of Team Insane. But look at Dude from the back lines. He's just putting in so much work and also accumulating those leftover elimination points. Team Insane, the same thing is being done from their side too. 3 players just on the edge line, spreading themselves out perfectly.
You know, this is the point where Team Insane need to prioritize one of the teams. They can't keep battling both the teams simultaneously because they are double teaming them. This is not the ideal situation. Skips once again, takes in a lot of damage. But it seems like Brave Esports, they're doing such a good job in holding back not just Insane, but also team number 5, ORB Esports.
Team Insane right now. Some return utilities were tossed in from Brave. And Team Insane knows they cannot be too desperate inside the situation too. ORB Esports, all they're trying to do is just let these 2 teams duke it out. And they're trying to slip under the radar, but it's next to impossible to do so. Hirsch, he's got 1 frag grenade tossed up on that same exact spot, and it might just blow up to perfection. Yush gets softened up a little bit more. Team Insane, they're in the prime spot inside the circle. They are just looking forward to seal the deal and also seal the chicken dinner in their favor. But Yush, he blows up that vehicle, but another nade comes in, and he just blows himself up. And this is where Yush is being eliminated too. And now Team Insane, they've got 1 more threat to deal with in the name of Team Brave.
Yeah, for sure. And Team Brave, they are pincered in just 1 little shack, 1 nade. But it seems like Insane, they're running out of utility and the entrance has been smoked off. Position has been made anonymous, but it seems like Brave Esports, they're holding back Team Insane really well. It's a 1v1 versus Can and Skips. Whoever gets the first opening will have a massive advantage, and now it's Can.
Exactly, Can finds that opening. Dark Lord still in the close, but that return knock comes into play. A 1v2 scenario where Dude is left over to clutch it out. Dude finds another knockout, and he also clutches it out for Team Brave. Brave Esports, they will be the one to get that chicken dinner. What a perfect clutch that was from that last guy, Dude. Oh, indeed a Dude moment, huh?
Absolutely. It was a top G moment, to be honest. I kind of took that away from Joker top G from Hyderabad Hydras, but what a performance from Brave Esports. I mean, I did not expect a 2-man team to come into this fight and take down every single team in the process. It's brilliant.
Exactly, man. Brave Esports, they sort of also saved the day for Revenge Esports a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because Team Insane was going to pounce on top of them, also eliminate the last guy from Revenge Esports. But then Brave came into action, sort of dealt a little bit more damage against the players of Team Insane. And then Team Insane, they had no other option than left over than to back off. That's what they did. But even from Team Insane, that was quite a consistent finish.
Exactly. I mean, good finish numbers, good really position points as well from the game itself. Good start overall. But Brave Esports, being an underdog, being an under Godly, I mean, I am extremely impressed, and I'm going to be watching this team out later on as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back after a very short break with more stats to watch out for.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अब ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें.
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है.
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC. And don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने खत्म कर दो।
Oh wait, I actually heard from someone that you haven't downloaded BGMI in your device and you're not actually playing the game. Well, you're missing out on the fun because Ranveer Singh, who is the latest brand ambassador of BGMI, is enjoying it as well. So why not try it out? Go download it on your device and play pure, ladies and gentlemen. It's extremely fun. But speaking of fun, Johnny,
Yeah.
this game was fun, and for sure for Brave Esports. Brave Esports, they were the only team who had fun in this entire game so far.
Brave and specifically Dude was having a lot of fun towards the end. I mean, clutching out the win for his team with the way he did. You don't get to do that a lot, especially going up against a team of a team like Insane Esports,
Yeah.
a team that set record for most points secured, as you were talking about it in the previous round. But still, for a long while, I have to say, for a long time in the game, I actually thought Hyderabad Hydras would end up winning this.
I'm not really sure. I was not really positive about Hyderabad Hydras. It's nothing
not?
against them, but I don't know. It's been like they've choked and at points where
True,
it just doesn't really
true.
matter, right? And that just creates that impression that maybe they're not gonna come up on top this time as well.
But the positioning in the game was pretty solid. I mean, you have to give them that. They
Yeah.
were holding that northwestern edge for a long time. I think since the start of the game they were there. And it wasn't until the late game stages, as you said, they always choke this game as well. They choked, I guess. Rotations delayed, not really aware about their surrounding. ASG actually doing a pretty phenomenal job of delaying them even further, resulting in Hyderabad Hydras just losing all of their players.
I mean, imagine this, right? Ultron, in spite of the fact that they are being hugged by the blue zone, still wanted to go back and try to guard the back lines. Did not make sense to me over there. Instantly gets picked off, and there starts the cookie to crumble. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras could have had a better performance, but just like you said, this is where the onslaught began. Revenge Esports could not hold back Insane. They were absolutely tearing them apart, but then comes Brave Esports like an absolute Masiha, and they're like, alright, we're gonna bless you with something.
You know, I've been watching a lot of WWE recently.
Okay,
And,
alright.
There was this one famous clip from back in the days where there's like 4 people in the ring and all of them just start hitting each other with finishers. That was the situation between Revenge, the players of Brave, and Team Insane over there. Yash as well, let's give props to Team ORB officials. They did in fact make it into the top 3, so they were the 4th lad in the ring. And all of a sudden you see these finishers pop out of nowhere, where one moment you see a brilliant move being displayed, the next moment you make the player does something that makes you question, like, is this it?
Yeah.
Like, how are you here if you play like this? I mean, fruit juice running out into the open willy-nilly, realizing there's a lad waiting on the other side of the wall, and no man in his right mind, listening to those footsteps, was not going to pull that trigger. We knew what was going to happen. He knew what was going to happen. Still, he went for it and, well, faced his demise head-on like a true champ.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of head-on, I think we were also talking about WWE. It was a spear from Roman Reigns, which actually got him, maybe. Yeah, if you're a fan of The Shield, I'm a fan of The Shield.
I haven't watched it in a long time. The clip I'm talking about is like from, I think, 2004 or
You
something.
see, this is what is the problem is. We are talking about a generational gap between you and me. You're like one
a
of the
good
oldies.
4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
one of the oldies, and we're like from the latest generations. But it's fine, ladies and gentlemen. The only place where we come together is BGMI and
Yes.
BGIS, and this is one of the reasons why we're here. And we're going to talk about the game, to be honest. Let's just come back to
Hey man,
it.
bringing the entire esports community together, bringing us together as well.
Yeah.
That's what the stage is about.
Yes, sir. And also bringing undergods together with the Tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been fabulous. The first group we witnessed today, the Tier 1 teams went on an absolute tear, and that was expected. This game, insane, and the fact that somebody would give them a tough time, I did not see that coming.
I have no idea how they lost that final 2v3. I mean, alright, Skips got knocked out, but he also got the instantaneous trade. Then dude just realized, alright, I can't see in the smoke, but they can't see me through the smoke as well. Just runs in, starts spamming the DBS left, right, and center. And imagine, how lucky do you have to be that those spam shots just end up connecting on the last two players of Insane?
Hey, I mean, see, also the big criminal over here is the DBS. You've just got too many bullets in your magazine, and the bullet spread, of course. You just keep on spamming 10 bullets inside the smoke. Someone or the other is going to get
Harsh
hit.
and Adi also had the DBS, but they were waiting for visual confirmation of the opposition before they did anything. You don't really need to do that. You know the player is there. I mean, you hear the footstep, try to judge to the best of your abilities, and just start shooting.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I love the fact that these underdog teams, they come up with new plays, just hear and shoot instead of like see and shoot. I think Insane were like, all right, I think this is how the game works. We see the opposition and then shoot. And Brave was like, no, wait, we don't do that anymore. The game has evolved. This is the new style. This is the new generation.
I mean, it is a new generation, and it was a brilliant play, but if I'm being fair, it was a wild Hail Mary from dude.
Yeah.
Luckily, as I said, it worked out for him. Otherwise, there was actually a very high probability that Insane was going to win. And I don't think it's going to matter. Insane, at the end of it, will have more points on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah.
And they will be happy with that.
Yeah. But speaking of the rebel of the match, it is Scan from Brave Esports. 6 finishes, 50% finish contribution. A man, just being one player from the team, but your contribution at 50% is absolutely insane. And then, of course, the top 5 rebels, where it's majorly insane. You've got Harsh, you've got Adi. 10 finishes shared between them. Great contributions over there. And then, of course, there's Dude and Lynch.
Yeah, so I think I'll take my statement back. I think Brave is going to be #1 in the rankings as well. Because I believe Insane ended the game with like 14 eliminations in total. And on the players of Brave Esports, we do see 10 on these two players combined. There was the third player who had a few under his belt as well. And that's going to add up along with the chicken dinner points, which will already be a 3-point difference between Insane and Brave Esports. Also, props to ORB. I mean, I did not think ORB would have a fun time with how they started this match, but this team was just phenomenal with their rotations.
Exactly, and we've been talking about this team for a while right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see where they stand on the scorecard. Speak of point difference, Brave Esports 27 points, Team Insane 26 points. Johnny, your math wasn't entirely wrong, but yeah, they're pretty close over there. ORB Esports as well, not closely falling by. There is that dip, of course, but 17 points, not too shabby.
Yeah, this is why I got confused, because I did not know what the total tally for Brave Esports was going to be like. I assumed it was going to be 3 points on the last player. It was just 2. I mean, but still, 27-26, just 1 point difference separating these two teams. ORB Esports, 17 points, not a bad start to the day. ASG Esports, actually, massive props to them. As we mentioned, they are the reason Hyderabad Hydras is nowhere close to the top 3, and they have to settle for those 10 points.
Exactly, and 7 finish points from ASG Esports. Majority of them came from just one player, if I still remember correctly. It's been brilliant, but a couple of teams who actually missed out on those big brownie points, 2 teams who I felt like their performance was a little underwhelming, has to be X7 officials and UDOG India. Now, UDOG India, I don't know what happened to.
Can I add a third team to this list? Elf Clan.
Oh, yeah.
Elf Clan during their run in round 2 were actually looking pretty solid. I mean, me and Necro were there, one of the games of Sanhok, and they were on a tear, just like running through the competition like it was nothing. Like the other players were just basically AFK. But now this is not the start we expected from them. But as I mentioned, it was on Sanhok. Their Sanhok is going to happen tomorrow.
Exactly. And I always talk about the fact that Vikendi is probably like a problematic start to your group as well. It's a little tougher than actually starting it out on Erangel. But ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about maps, we are going to witness the map of Miramar. We transition from a slow game of Vikendi to a little bit of a hot weathered map on Miramar. But I'm going to ask you, Johnny, who do you think is going to come out on top on the map of Miramar?
Team Insane. Hands down, it will be Team Insane. Team Insane in the recent days has been one of the most consistent teams in the region.
Yeah.
And I don't think the other teams have still found an answer with how they have to stop them. And I think even in this game, Insane, they will just be on a tear. They will at least at worst, finish in the top 3 with like 6-7 eliminations.
You know, to be honest, I don't know. I've been hit with the curse once again, so I'm not going to pick Team Insane, but let's just go with EXECUTORS. I kind of like this team, personally, because of the fact that they're extremely flamboyant.
Can we clip this? Because with what Necro has started, apparently people are changing predictions mid-game.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I see, at least I never do that, agent. You know it for sure. I mean, if I do, you can mention it in the chat that, all right, Salty has changed teams mid-game. That is a crime.
Yeah,
you can do that.
We're going to keep an eye on it. But now, what about one team that we haven't talked about, but they also did not have a fun time, and I want to know your thoughts, and then I'll say my word, Revenge Esports.
Yeah, Revenge Esports, right? We were having the conversation mid-game. Good start. Normal finish for them, to be honest. Did not really go for the finishes. Top 5 placements. But they got easily taken down by Insane, and that was not unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, Revenge had a good position in the game, but it felt like they were caught completely off guard by the players of Insane. And as you guys were talking about it, luckily for them, Brave Esports showed up out of nowhere to protect them for a little while, but hopefully Revenge actually bounces back, because Revenge is a big name in the esports community.
Exactly. They are a big name in the esports community. You know, they've given us multiple big players coming in, you know, taken up underdogs and completely transitioned them. So hoping that another one of these players will also transition into one of the future superstars, ladies and gentlemen. But let the big bird rise up to the skies once again. It is the map of Miramar, and I am excited. The weather certainly is hot, and the flight path starts from Impala to La Cabrera.
Yeah, the desert lands of Miramar in front of us. And as you mentioned, this flight path from Impala to La Cabrera leans ever so slightly towards the northeastern side of the map. But still, it's quite close to the center. So you do have the option of dropping towards Los Leones. Even Chumacera won't be too far away. You can drop to the highway between Picardo and Chumacera, pick up a vehicle, and then head to that location. El Pozo, a viable drop option for a lot of these teams. Even if you go to Torre Muda, Campo Militar, that is also available to you. So I think comfortable drops for every single one of these squads out there. Although we do see 3 teams heading towards the southern side of Los Leones, and that is actually quite a questionable position to be in.
Yeah, that certainly is questionable. I mean, speaking of questionable, we saw 2 teams have an early drop collision on Ruins in the last Miramar game that we saw. So, I mean, I'm not even going to talk about questionable plays over here. Multiple teams dropping in on Puerto Parazo. Revenge is slightly on the outskirts on the southern side of Los Leones. And apart from that, I think Hyderabad Hydras, they are moving somewhere towards Chumacera.
Hyderabad Hydras just start their game a little bit north or towards the left-hand side of Los Leones. Not exactly in the entire city, but just a little bit outside of it. But this time, that actually might be a troublesome situation for them to be in. Because look at that, SPYDER Esports are right there in front of them. Then you have the players from NFE just a little bit up north. And as you're dropping on the map, parachutes are visible. The other teams are going to know where these lads are. And they might actually look to hunt them down. But also, let's not forget, it is Hyderabad Hydras. They know how to protect themselves in the early game.
They certainly do. But I don't know what just happens mid-rotation in the mid-game stages. They sometimes get picked apart in situations where they're not expected to. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out what happens. It seems like Brave Esports, they have some early guests arriving over here. And it might be the lads. I'm not really sure who they are as of now. But there's definitely someone.
Well, there's someone walking behind you. There's a song from like a very weird horror movie, Final Destination.
I mean, speaking of horror movies, we've been watching a lot of horror movies together.
Yeah, but this situation going up against Brave is like a horror movie for the enthusiast, and I think they were quite enthusiastic about this early fight. But as soon as they realize who they are up against, I think they might want to be a little bit more careful with how they want to move forward. But look at them. I think a decision has already been made for the team to back off. Neon is there picking up his teammates in this beautiful green and black US, and I think after that they're going to be along their merry way.
Yeah, it seems like they are going to be going along their merry way. Not taking this fight. They still don't know though what is the other team. It's just an early game.
Although, I mean, looking at this vehicle, looking at this car, just remember, have you noticed the hit squad on the map? I'm going to call them the hit squad now. The players are insane. It's like 4 Aston Martins, 4 black Aston Martins that roam around in tandem. I mean, sometimes there are 3 of them, but it's always going to be a black Aston Martin for Team Insane. And I like that so much.
I like that too. Certainly just makes a statement for your movement. And these teams have actually done a good job with the skins. I mean, you look at Godlike, you know that the skins are probably the rarest or the most expensive skins out there, just showing off to the opposition their tally and their rich history.
I'm just sad because you don't have one.
I mean, I was supposed to get a Bugatti, but yeah, we'll just let this
What
slide.
color is your Bugatti?
Yeah, I don't think I'll
Mine's
ever be
invisible.
able to. I don't think I'll ever be able to, you know, say that inside any sort of all chat. But look at this, FaithxMadrasi. What's wrong with them? ASG Esports, they are being pressed quite a lot. Shotguns, and I love this.
Well, everyone does, except for the players of Faith Esports, as they've lost their player early. ASG Doratosh was traded out in return, and he's going to be finished off as well. I think it's going to be a troublesome situation for ASG to actually recover their teammate, but let's see how this fight is going to go ahead. Faith looking to recover, looking to fall back, and Hades is actually in a perfect spot to provide ample amount of cover fire to his teammate and deter the players of Faith from securing this finish. Sees a man out in the open. Will he go for it? No, he doesn't waste it. Too much time just watching the opposition, and now I think Clutcher might actually have his address. Oh no, he doesn't.
Finally, he actually let loose on the trigger. I kind of felt like Hades is just going to sit back and watch his teammate die, but at least he does something. And now that might deter FaithxMadrasi to actually go for the remaining player instead of trying to, you know, go for the confirmation.
Yeah.
Good news for ASG Esports, just buying themselves time. And wait, what? FaithxMadrasi, they back off?
Hey, they lost 2 players without anything. They weren't even able to secure that finish on Doratos, and I think the plan for ASG was this only. Their plan was find a way to close in the distance as quickly as possible after the second knock. 2 players, the backup was on its way for Hades to work with as well. And had Faith stayed there even a second longer, ASG would have just overpowered them, and it would have been the first quarter wipe of the game. So good for them that they backed off quite nicely, but then again, now you just have to play the entire game with 2 remaining players.
It was their plan. FaithxMadrasi were the one who slammed them monster truck, almost trying to, you know, break open the door.
It's a learning lesson, man.
It's
I mean,
a learning lesson.
Yeah, never go into a fight willy-nilly, even if it's just one player. His teammates might just be waiting for you.
Yeah.
This was a brilliant trap from ASG. Can we just, like, appreciate how smart they were about this?
Yeah, good job done over there. And to be honest, I kind of felt like they were almost about to lose on a player, but like you said, reinforcements at the right time, good decision making from Hades as well, proper trigger discipline. ASG, they're backing on that performance from the map of Vikendi. Good start.
Also, I hope, yeah, I was just going to say, I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you get to see the map soon. Because when has it happened on the map of Miramar that the center is so much exposed? San Martin's empty, Hacienda, Water Treatment, Graveyard, Minas Generales, La Venadita, Power Grid. Yeah, and now NFE is in Picardo, but a few moments ago, they were also just a little bit north of Los Leones. The center is completely empty. Everyone's playing from the edge, or in fact, majority of the cluster is on that southern side, outside the zone. Chumacera, Minas del Valle, Los Leones. These are the positions where the teams, in fact, are.
Yeah, and that creates a massive vacuum, right? Majority of the teams will try and rotate, maybe capture those locations, but they need information. How do they get it? A massive swarm of vehicles towards it, and that is what I'm excited to find out. You know, when there are those vehicular fights, that is something which is exciting, because out there in the open, no cover whatsoever, you get down from your vehicle, try and, you know, get yourself those knocks here and there.
What was Clutcher doing there? That is my question. Why did he swing so wide? What was he hoping for? To collapse on Hades like that when his teammates weren't even prepared? They didn't lob a single utility. They were just focused on securing that finish, and they didn't even do that. That was a massive miscommunication between the team, and it has resulted in the entire game plan for Miramar just falling apart. Now, if these 2 last remaining players from Faith do not make it into the top 3, and I say top 3 because they need those points to qualify. If they don't make it into the top 3, then they will have blundered this entire game for no reason at all.
And it seems like it's down already. It's extremely hard for them to actually survive that long. I mean, just 2 players. We saw what Heartbreakers had to go through as well, right? Mac, who was still surviving, he did make that long rotation, but it's never really going to work out. You will get picked apart as soon as the 4th circle or the 3rd circle hits.
Yeah. And okay, so we do see Krito on our screens now. His teammate is almost a kilometer back. Yeah, what is this team up to? Okay, this is such an interesting approach, but alright, I do agree with this. I mean, now they don't really have a lot of options to work with, right? With 2 players, what are you going to do in the early stage? You can't take fights, you don't really have any way or method of scouting for information or even taking control of compounds as well, because that was the mistake that was made in the previous fight. Now I think the best case scenario for them is look for a lot of healing utilities, try and survive just by the aspect of healing till the late game stages, and hopefully just wait for the other teams to enter the safe zone. You guys have to play from the blue.
Now, this is where the problem arises, right? I mean, they are trying to play the late game, will try and make those late rotations inside the circle, but the problem is majority of the teams will do that. The same thing, the outskirts right now all of a sudden is empty, and the center is packed. Majority of the teams who were inside the circle have encroached upon that center. We might get to witness those little bit of collisions up on the hilltop nearby San Martin, but majority of the wasteland on the periphery of the circle, it's up for grabs, and that just makes things so much more difficult for FaithX. But it seems like X7 officials, they had a little bit of a scuffle here.
Yeah.
One player has been knocked out, one quite low, and it seems like they're doing it against UDOG India, are they?
Yeah, they are, and in fact, they've gone ahead and picked off one of the players from the side of UDOG India already. So they have the numbers advantage to work with. The problem is that UDOG India, they have the high ground advantage. It's a little bit of a trade-off, and well, UDOG India will take this trade any day of the week, as they have damage dished out. Zeolite in the perfect spot, has a nade to work with, and if he lands this on or anywhere close to Beast, Beast is going to be, well, he's not going to be a Beast anymore. It's quite close, but the man had healed up already. UDOG India, I think the only advisable move for them is just like, you see the zone, it's, I think, 20-30 meters away from them.
Yeah.
Just go inside that edge ever so slightly and just try to gatekeep X7 officials from there.
Exactly, I mean, they are on the right side of the circle, at least closer to the circle right now. And I also kind of get the same urge, you know, just trying to push them by hand, just trying to go a little inside.
Go here, please. This is not where you want to be. Especially look how wide of a split they are working with.
Oh, wait, I think X7 officials, they were like, all right, let's just stop this shenanigans. I know it's going to be difficult to stop UDOG India on their run. And UDOG India, they had a massive split as well, so X7 officials were like, we're not even going to engage in this battle. We'll try and go our own route. Bye-bye, see you. Hopefully we meet you in the end game. And I hope they do.
Well, UDOG India doesn't.
But this was a sad breakup story. I wanted to see these 2 teams fight because both are kind of like, you know, the
this is the ideal situation you want to be in. Like, just walk your separate ways in life.
Why are you targeting me right there, like that?
Why are you taking it as a target? You started it.
I mean, I just can't help but relate, but whatever it is.
Oh, wow. Is this a message for someone watching this broadcast right now, Salty?
You know, of course, if you're just watching.
I mean, Necro is right beside if you want to let him know.
Yeah.
He's just right there.
No, I mean, Necro and I, we have our stories when we reach back our respective hotel rooms, but not right now.
You're calling them stories now. All right, but I mean, the story unfolding in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, a return fight from the ending of the previous match as Insane. They find themselves under heavy fire from the players of Brave Esports, and Simple is just mowing the players of Insane down. He has Kips already on his knees and Adi exactly where he wants him to be.
You know, it's extremely surprising that Dark Lord, even though he has that flank angle, he hasn't been able to provide that little bit of a cover fire. Thankfully, that burnt vehicle, that destroyed vehicle, saves Team Insane to fight another day. But how do they get out of the situation? How do they enter the circle? How do they make that maneuver is the question. They might survive for a tad bit longer with the smokes being laid upon, but they need somebody from top to provide that cover fire to stop that entire barrage of bullets that is coming their way.
Yeah, and I think we owe a huge thanks of all of these awkward early game collisions to the fact that no one, absolutely none of these 16 teams charged forward to the center of the zone. Look at that. San Martin is still empty. There's not a single team in that city.
Oh.
With Brave Esports and Insane, I think, a Catalyst is arriving to that location, Salty. Look at that.
Yeah, it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras as well as Revenge Esports who are trying to duke it out. There will be multiple teams who will play the King of the Hill. And look at this. Dark Lord has been taken down. ORB Esports just out of nowhere coming in, chiming in, and then going their respective ways. Wow.
Insane have gone ahead and lost their first player. And was the man who was actually protecting them from the assault of Brave Esports. But luckily for Insane, even Brave decided to back off. I think they realized, like, all right, we have to take control of San Martin as early as possible. If we are late to the party, we might not be invited to the situation. Insane with just 3 players remaining. What is their next move going to look like? That is, I think, what everyone is thinking right now. Because imagine this. This team had a brilliant run on the previous map of Vikendi. And now Miramar, which was supposed to be their map, is where they failed. But Faith Esports, they present themselves as a sacrifice to the gods. And Insane, well, they tried to secure that point for themselves, but ultimately Faith was just a little too quick on that pedal.
Hey Johnny, I mean, I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Adi and Hirsch, they're still alive. I'm pretty sure it's not as close to failing on this map. They certainly can make it back. But like you said, position has been sacrificed already. San Martin has been captured, and Insane right now has to play the back foot game altogether. Speaking of back foot game, it seems like FaithxMadrasi are on the back foot right now because ORB, they are chiming in.
These hotel buildings not really the ideal position to hold with just 2 players remaining, and ORB Esports, a wonderful spot to secure these 2 points for themselves, make their total tally of 4. Lynch lining up the nade. I don't think they're aware of the exact spot of the exact position of the players of Faith Esports, but now Yash running in without any information. He almost was caught off guard, but Faith Esports were able to deter him from his actions and forcefully do make sure that he will be a little bit scared, a little bit panicked for the next few moments. Imagine the adrenaline rush, like you're thinking, all right, I'm going to secure the best knock people have ever seen with this name.
It's not an adrenaline rush, it's his heart just skipping a couple of beats over there. As soon as he just witnessed the player popping out and he had his nade up in his hand, he's like, oh my god, I'm gone. And what a run he had towards the bottom floor. But finally, ORB Esports, they could reset. Are they going to get back into this fight with reinforced vigor?
Am I seeing this right on the map? The players from the side of TJ, Team George, look at them. They're playing with a 2-2 split. And this is not going to work out for them because 2 players find themselves quite close to the players of ORB Esports who are just done with their hard day's labor of picking off the players of Faith. And now I think they did spot the players of TJ, by the way, entering these buildings. And now that is going to be their next target. And TJ won't really have a way of forcing the other 2 lads to back up these 2 individuals because the other 2 players are all the way up north. But luckily for them, ORB, they get distracted by the players of ASG, sorry. Yeah. And ASG under heavy fire, but it's a Lamborghini. You will be able to push through. Yeah. Not really a Lamborghini though.
Yeah, I mean, not a real Lamborghini, but it's still fine. It's pretty expensive there as well.
Yeah.
ORB Esports, as a matter of fact, they'll be like, all right, fine, you have your own vehicles, we have ours, and they will try and make that long rotation, but I just don't understand where do they find that entry point. I mean, one of which is being guarded by 2 players from Team TJ. In the northern part, of course, has another split from Team TJ and a couple of players from Team V9. So the entry point is sort of blocked from every single avenue. Look at Hyderabad Hydras. They've got a massive high ground advantage, and now they are raining down. Ultron! No damage being dealt. What is happening?
Yeah, especially from a player like him, this is absolutely surprising. But yeah, I think a lot of his friends are definitely going to clip this and send this to him back. Look at this again. Fails to trace the spray, and Insane make it through. I think both NEF and Insane are going to be quite grateful to this man. Empty's 2 clips connects nothing.
I like how you said nothing. That stress on nothing was extremely important. Insane though, elsewhere, Skips actually finds the first knock for himself, finds the second one, brilliant stuff with the DBS. And ASG, all of a sudden, they are hurt, but where is the other player? Where is Harsh? And why are they playing so split apart?
I think it's just a game of survival for them. But look at this, what has happened to XFFR? Oh my goodness, before I even finish the question, BW Esports just finish off XFFR, and it's quite an impressive squad wipe.
I'm not really sure what happened in the early stages.
We're going to see that in the replay. I'm pretty sure the production is going to show that fight. Because BW from where we joined in, it felt like X7 just blundered the push onto the compound, and BW were in the advantageous position because of that. They were able to secure all 4 points without even breaking a sweat.
I'm gonna be trying to predict this, what happened in that entire fight. Possibly X7 officials, they tried to ram in with their vehicle, and as soon as they stepped out, maybe a nade was lobbed in or a spray down. Maybe the vehicle was blown off, resulting in the knockout of the 2 players. Only 1 player could escape through, who was also sort of taken care of. And I mean, of course, that's basically the clue which has been left behind, and I'm no Sherlock, so that's all the information which I could gather.
Can't really deduce any of that, what happened in that fight, but talk about deducing a lot of information from just bits and pieces of what is available to you. SPYDER Esports is actually trying to do that right now, because they have to climb this hill.
Yeah.
But they also realize that there might be someone chasing them, and they are correct, in fact. It is the players of Hyderabad Hydras right on their tails, as you see Joker top G, just a little bit left of Spy Esports. But look at this zone, just another northern shift. And this time around, I think Elf Clan have a pretty wonderful position to be in, if in fact they can move forward and secure the compound that is in control of Krishna. And the entire team can be together in that particular building. Maybe they will have a wonderful game.
Why on earth is Joker Top G pushing on the SPYDER clan all by himself?
I think too much faith in his teammates. But
I mean, there is no line of fire as well. There is no backup.
Should take a lesson from FaithxMadrasi. FaithxMadrasi. Should not have faith in your team. Don't rely on them.
I mean, it seems like Hyderabad Hydras, they want to get control of every single peak inside this region. They want to control that piece of real estate by that way, but little did they have information that SPYDER Esports was there. And as soon as Joker Top G hears those shots, he backs out, and now he's got completely out in the open, taking shots from multiple angles, and here comes the cavalry.
So the plan, I believe, for Hyderabad Hydras was actually to have Joker block the entry for Spy into the zone and then to take the fight and finish off the team. And luckily for Joker, as soon as the shots from the flank came, he fell back, and his teammate showed up to take care of SPYDER Esports before they move forward and take the entry into that zone. Look at that. This was a brilliant move from Hyderabad Hydras. They have the advantage. Rexon is behind that ridge, but does not really have the HP to do anything in this fight. The DBS can help him pull off a miracle, but would that actually happen? Hyderabad Hydras, although, they're moving out of here, and they're falling into the zone. They are heading up north. A little too quick. If they don't realize they've left a man behind, he can in fact secure an extra point and ruin this game for Hyderabad Hydras entirely.
But I think they have that information. The fact that one man is still yet to be taken out. But look at this. Speak of taking out ORB Esports. They're the ones who are extremely close to being taken out as NFE. They charge in. Skull is going to bite the dust, and there's now just one player who is still surviving. I'm not sure how this fight broke out, but it seems like NFE Esports, they've learned the lesson from the last game.
Yeah, I mean, they have learned their lesson, but it was quite an awkward moment. I mean, you're just trying to push a lad, and he's just sitting there behind that broken wall. They do, in fact, end up gunning him down altogether, but look at what has happened to Hyderabad Hydras. Now, they are gunned down out in the open, and Revenge Esports are the one doing the dirty work for everyone. 10 teams remain, 29 players still alive. And Revenge, I think the next team on their hit list is the squad of Elf Clan.
Yeah.
Fruit Juice looking to push forward, needs to realize that Mighty is extremely close behind that rock, and if one good nade falls between these players, Revenge Esports, they won't realize how quickly they're going to be kicked out of this game.
It's not just one good nade as well. Mighty does have that massive flank with the M249. And look at that as well. BW Esports still holding on to the other side of the road. They might actually be the spoil sport in this entire fight. From the backline, it seems like Elf Clan as well as BW, they come together. And now Revenge Esports, they are massively on the backlines. And beautiful shot from Final Boss. And Krishna Jod is out.
Well, Krishna Jod is out, but his teammates are still there. But one after the other, even they are going to fall, as Mighty is not going to be mighty enough to wield the M249 to perfection. And Revenge Esports, they go ahead and punish him for that. Krishna has been brought back into the game, but Revenge Esports lobbing a lot of utility upon the opposition, looking to finish them off as quickly as possible. But it is this man, the miracle worker Gohan. Let's see if he can work another miracle for his team, just like round 2.
Nah. He's just going to disengage and try and enter the circle, regrouping with his teammates. Not really a bad decision, but Elf Clan, they need to take these aggressive fronts. Sometimes they need to battle for that little bit of space. And Veyron, of course, from the distance, will try and provide them a lot of cover fire. Maybe Sonic Fox has been spotted out, but for him as well, it's not the ideal positioning. They are playing on the downward curve. They are playing it out on the valley, extremely open. Elf Clan, they need to have that reinforced area control inside the final circle, which they don't currently.
There's just two teams. There are two teams who have a very impressive position inside of this game right now. One is Elf Clan, the other one is Brave Esports. Brave Esports have been holding on to that Western edge for so long in this game, but now is their opportunity to secure those finish points and in fact be one of those undergod teams that outperforms the top gods, the top dogs in fact of this particular game. But let's see, Insane is still there with 2 players and they are looking to push towards the zone, but I don't think crossing this road is going to be close to impossible for them.
To be honest, Insane, they've been underwhelming in this game so far. Now it's a 2v2 battle against Team Jod. Now this is going to be interesting. Blown up to pieces. Harsh is going to bite the dust, and now there's just one player surviving. Team Jod, how beautifully they could actually pinpoint the location of Harsh in that situation. It was a smoke.
Look at those windows. They're massive. You just see the opposition pushing through. I mean, even if it's for a second, you can judge where they're going to go. I mean, it's corner of the wall. That is the only option left. But as soon as Team Jod are done with Insane, Brave Esports chimes in and they are like, thank you, good sir. Now it's your turn to head back to the lobby. And ladies and gentlemen, in a matter of few minutes, we're down to the top 4 teams. 11 players still alive. Elf Clan have been brought down to their knees by the squad of version 9 out of everyone. I think Brave Esports, they might just walk away with a back-to-back win today. Vikendi first, and now Miramar.
Possibly.
They have all 4 players.
All 4 players and the blessings of the circle once again. Here on 9 is going to be the only team who can challenge their presence, but it seems like BW Esports as well from the backlines, just cleaning up the rest of the crew. They're like, all right, fine, we've got few players scattered here and there. We're going to eat up every single one. Meanwhile, Gohan, of course, will try and sneak in through. It's a 4v3v2v1. How beautifully things have been split up. But pretty sure in the next few moments, this beautiful harmony of numbers is going to come down to a crashing explosion.
Yeah, I do agree with you 100%. But the question is, who falls first? Because now, if you take an exit now, it's 8 points. You take an exit on the third, it's 10.
Yeah.
Finish on the second, that's extra placement points. And I think that is what all of these teams are looking forward to. Elf Clan, they're down to their last player. It's just Gohan with one Molotov, and I see the players of version 9 in front of him, and I don't think he has a lot of options. But BW, they just go charging forward towards the players of Brave Esports, and they're going up against the man, the Clutchmeister from the previous game of Vikendi. Dude is the man leading the charge, hiding behind the yellow containers. Here's the sounds of Jod, who is running forward with the Groza, but fails to connect the shots. And dude, again, just being an absolute dude, with the DBS, destroys both those players from the side of opposition.
Yeah.
BW is out, Insane is out. It's down to version 9 and Brave Esports. And I think, as I said earlier, Brave Esports, they will be the first undergod team to live up to that undergod title and secure a back-to-back win.
For sure. And I love
Please don't make me eat my words again and lose this 1v4. 1v2. 2v4.
Version 9, what they're doing right now is brilliant. I mean, of course, they've lost a player in the process, which might just hamper their plans, but I love the fact that Alien has gone on a massive swing. Spicer, on the other hand, just trying to delay the inevitable. He wants to stop the infantry from trying to close up against him. Otherwise, it is going to be a 1v2, but the massive angle which has been created might just deter that push. It's a 1v1 in towards Simple, and Spicer, he gets knocked out. This is absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, it was a disaster. He ran into the Molotov while taking that 1v1. That is never going to work out, and I think even before that, just the fact that it was a 2v4 situation had already pretty much sealed the fate of this game, and the fate suggested that Brave Esports, they are the ones who deserve this winner-winner chicken dinner, and this is going to be theirs. Again, as I mentioned, a back-to-back win for this undergod team. They've been so impressive throughout the day.
They absolutely have been impressive, but the point is, version 9, what was the idea in that final circle? It was so weird. I did not really... I mean, for sure, they wanted to be extremely optimistic with the flank, but of course, when you have lost down a player, it's a 2v4 in that situation.
And hopefully version 10 is going to be better. I mean, this
software upgrade.
Yeah, they need an upgrade, because that 2v4 could have actually been a 3v4. They could have fell back and just gone for a revive on that one place. He was right there behind them, but did not really work out. Hopefully the next game is going to be there.
hopefully the next game is going to be theirs, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Brave Esports, they certainly are on a Cinderella run right now, similar to God's Reign, what they pulled off in the first group. But of course, we still have one more map, and that is going to happen on the other side of this very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट एक एम
पीछे पीछे
ब्रो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकी तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में है ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. It feels like round 3 is off to a great start. We saw in the previous group the domination of Team God's Reign, and in this group we are seeing an undergod team dominate the rest of the competition. Brave Esports back-to-back win, Necro. And you were talking about Cinderella runs. I mean, this couldn't be like any bigger.
Yeah, man. I mean, Team Brave just coming out of nowhere, just straight up dominating the competition, winning 2 games back-to-back. Another team that is sort of doing a decent job being the underdogs as well, Revenge Esports. I saw them somewhere in the late game phase as well. They were trying their best, but once again, sort of in that sandwich situation, not able to pop out of that one. They got eliminated quite nicely. And also, I was also listening to your conversation that you guys were having with Version 9, right?
Yeah.
They could have actually went for the resurrection, not been able to do so. I don't exactly know. Maybe greed, right, Johnny? As we all know, greed is something that can take you down to hell.
Exactly, and I think that is exactly what happened to Version 9, as you said. The lad getting a little too greedy to secure that 1v1, and I think had they just tried to secure the numbers advantage, or not even advantage, bring their numbers back at least into a more favorable situation, things could have gone differently. Had he not stepped into that Molotov, which was right in front of him at first, he was out of the damage radius, and then because of that final engagement, he just stepped into it, tried to take the fight while standing in the midst of the fire, and we know that's not going to work out for anyone. But talk about things not working out. Hyderabad Hydras, yet another game where they started off quite nicely but just fell apart mid-game.
Known team struggling, and you cannot afford to struggle at all considering top 4 is going to be the cut this time.
Yeah.
Top 4 will be moving on forward, and then, of course, the teams that are going to be barely making the cut, maybe on the 5th spot, they will possibly have a chance to sort of qualify in the lower brackets, but still it's not confirmed at all because you never know. Maybe in the next group, the top 5 and the top 6 teams were just having more points compared to the group in the previous one. You never know.
Completely agree with that. We have seen it happen in round 1 as well, when there was the top 96 leaderboard that was being made. And this time around it's going to be even tougher because at least back then you still had an opportunity already if you were not even on the 4th or the 5th position at least, or even the 6th. But if your group overall did very well, they secured a lot of points, you would still have an opportunity of making it through. But not here. This is going to be an even tougher position that you're putting yourself in. And I think that is something that none of these teams want for themselves. Because again, I mean, such a big stage is there up ahead waiting for them in the grand finals.
One thing is for sure, man, Version 9, they've got a nice firepower that's backing themselves up. I want to see them play a little bit more in the future lines, sort of prove themselves a bit more to me, because it's understandable you have made it inside the top 2, but still, is that enough to keep yourself in the top 4, to propel yourself in the top 4? Because if I'm not wrong, the game of Vikendi wasn't too good for them.
Yeah. I agree with you. It wasn't that great for them. And even in this Miramar, I mean, they have recovered kind of, sort of. Yeah. But again, it's about the overall rankings. And now we'll have to see how the points are stacking up for the rest of the teams. I think Brave Esports is one of those names that has created a vacuum, but apart from them, there weren't a lot of consistent performance in this game.
Yeah, even Team Insane sort of not being able to showcase themselves, right? Yeah. I mean, I expect an insane performance from Team Insane because from what I heard in the offline matches that they were having, they were just dominating the field whatsoever. Right next to the Team Godlike, Team Insane's name was there with 133 points in the overall standings in 6 games.
Yeah,
so exactly. That is the type of domination they have showcased in the round 2, but now in round 3, they're deactivated.
Maybe it's camera fright, stage fright. I mean, just the fact that like a lot of viewers are watching them now, watching their performance. Maybe they're just like, oh, we have to just perform every single game to the max. And I mean, even in this game, they were being very aggressive during the mid-game stages and a little bit during the early stages as well. But we all know running into those fights, you can only do so much. You can only win so many fights back to back. There will be a time when you will be caught off guard, and that is exactly what happened to the lads of Insane.
Yeah, not just that. Then shifting conversation on over to Hyderabad. Hydras, another known team. And I genuinely think this team is just overthinking a lot of scenarios.
Salty just straight up said that this team they have a habit of choking. Do you think that is what's happening?
I mean, you cannot deny that fact. Not exactly choking, though. You can't say sort of being inconsistent in the moments. You can only choke when you have a shot at winning the game.
I mean, they had a shot on Vikendi. We can't deny their position was pretty amazing. There was no one in the northwestern side. I actually thought, all right, this team is going to straight up move ahead a little bit early. Yeah. And it is Vikendi, so you will move early. Don't know why they were playing from the edge.
Yeah, you know what? Let me rephrase that. You can only choke when you have a shot at winning the tournament. I think so. That's one of the biggest chokes that you can ask for.
All right, so crux of that statement, man thinks they don't really stand a chance of winning the tournament.
I mean, look, speaking about the past, as I mentioned, their performance really hasn't been that great, right?
Yeah, true,
now,
true,
I'm also speaking about the past tournaments. I'm not just speaking about this one. So you can only call a team choker when they're barely about to win, but then in the end, in the grand finals, is where they start choking up.
Plus, I'll add to this. This group is just too stacked. Not with big names, but with the undergods. Look at this. BW God OP, 6 eliminations, and even that is just a 60% contribution towards his team's finishes. Then you have Bardi from the side of Team Jot, 4 eliminations secured by the man, and he was responsible for ending the run, I believe, of Team Insane towards that final few zones. Not Team Insane, Hyderabad Hydras is the team that he put out of their misery. Insane Skips is going to be there with 3 eliminations, and then we have the back-to-back winners, Brave Esports.
But hey, at least Team Insane is trying their best to be consistent in the point standings, right? Even inside this game, 8 points accumulated. Orb Esports is right underneath them. But then, as we move on forward towards the top 3 in the match scoreboard, Brave Esports with 22 points, BW Esports with 18, and Version 9 with 15 points. Now, maybe those 15 points for Version 9 can be good enough to propel themselves in the top 3, but still, they've got one more game to go in the name of Erangel. And Erangel is sort of like the home ground for every single team out there.
It is, and everyone will be in their comfortable shoes. But this time, I think Version 9, as you were saying, I think this game can actually bring them not exactly in the top 4, maybe in the top 4, but quite close to the top 5. Let's see what the overall rankings look like. I mean, we can't crunch numbers, but that is why computers were built, and here we are.
I mean, hey, man, it's for the first time that's happening inside BGIS. The production isn't trying to create that anonymous nature. They're showing the overall
That's going to happen tomorrow, Negro. Why are you forgetting? Today's just the start.
Yeah, but still, even in the previous round, too, they were not doing this. They were just showing the overall standings after the 3rd game, Johnny.
It's just the 3rd. It was just the 3rd game. Teams are playing 6 matches, so they are holding that suspense for tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow we're going to get a lot of jump scares. But talk about jump scares. I mean, look at that. 49 points for Brave Esports. Insane with the pop-off they had on game number 1, Vikendi, the map of Vikendi. They have kept themselves on that 2nd position. ORB Esports, I'm actually quite impressed by this team. They've been flying under the radar this entire time, but 24 points, not too shabby on the 3rd. And I think your calculations were a little bit better than mine, because Version 9, they find themselves on that 4th spot.
Yeah, as I mentioned, that should be good enough to propel themselves somewhere in the top 5 or maybe top 4, and that's what they've done. BW Esports right underneath them with 18 points. Hyderabad Hydras, though, a point of concern. No name, not being able to sort of make it inside the top 3, even though they have played 2 games so far.
Necro, one question for you. Elf Clan, we were so happy watching this team in round 2. What has happened to them?
Can you really blame them, though? Even UDOG India is still on the latter half of the board, another known name.
SPYDER Esports, this team made their way through the BGIS, the grind.
Yeah, exactly, and still them not being able to move on forward. I think so this group in general, Johnny, is just so tough. I do understand in the previous group we had God's Reign, Godlike, another known teams, but still this group, the undergods are doing a phenomenal job just suppressing down the known names.
I think this is the toughest group for the known teams because of how good the undergods are in this particular group. And first and foremost, I mean, Brave Esports. That has to be the discussion. Like, this team is doing everything right. We saw their elimination numbers on Vikendi. They went for the aggressive stance during the end game. They made it work. This game was all about positional play, and they made it work as well. Adaptive play styles working out nicely. This team is so impressive.
Hey, but you know what? As we move on forward towards the matchup once again, even teams like Team Jot, they stand a chance to sort of move on forward in the overall standing. SPYDER Esports still just looking at the top and aiming for that first 3, or at least aiming for the top 3. But speak about Revenge Esports, they're slowly and steadily starting to claw their way back up in the overall standings. Now, at the end of the day, if they do manage to propel themselves somewhere in the top 6, that should be a good standing to find yourself in.
I do agree with you. I mean, they are on that 9th position. Top 4, top 5 is not that far away. If they win this last game of the day, maybe they are already going to find themselves in the top 5. Hyderabad Hydras, though, again, another big name. We see them already be a part of that top 8 bracket, and I think for them, actually, it's a very important match. With a team like Hyderabad Hydras, imagine what the reaction of people is going to be if Hyderabad Hydras fails to make it through the next round.
I don't think so. The reaction is going to be a surprised one because, look, I'm generally going to be honest over here, Johnny. Hyderabad Hydra's performance hasn't been that good from the past. We have seen this team struggle a lot of the times inside the tournament, and even for them, they have been struggling to sort of make it inside the grand finals as well. So hopefully that Hyderabad Hydras this time can sort of patch all the loopholes that are being found by all the other teams. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, last game of the day. The map of Erangel is going to be in front of us, and the plane flat patch starting all the way from Zphyrus towards Primors. A little bit tilted on the left side, but still not that big of a deal.
This one is going to be exciting, though. I mean, as you mentioned, leaning towards the western side of the map, means that the southeastern part of the main island in particular are going to be off limits to majority of these teams. Milta, Farm, Prison is going to be a struggling glide to actually make it to those spots, and also Nova Repnoi. You can try and drop towards military base, pick up a few vehicles, and then move out, but if there is a team dropping towards that military island, you're going to be in a lot of hurt in the early game. But look at that, 3 teams taking the early exit, Revenge heading for that Stalber Hill, Faith taking control of Severny, and then you have the players from Team Jord, who it feels like are heading towards Zarki.
Yeah, trying to just drop in the outskirts a little bit, Johnny, and playing as safe as possible. And I just want to ask you, what are your thoughts about Team Jord? This team is sort of like on and off inside the game. It's tough to say anything.
I was just going to say the same thing. Like, it's a hit or a miss with them.
Yeah.
Either they're going to hit very hard on the opposition, not even giving them a second to breathe, and it's going to be a squad wipe in a matter of seconds, or they will just like get eliminated within the first few minutes of the game. I think we'll have to see what this game is going to be for them. The consistency hasn't really been put on display from their side.
Yeah, standard circle though. Nothing really spicy happening on the board. That means we might just see the first Erangel once again, right? In the first day, in the first game that we saw throughout the entire day, the first Erangel, the action hit the board so late.
I mean, the action was late in that game, but I think in this one, we're going to have something interesting happening. I mean, we do see Insane quite close to the players of ORB. There's the players of ASG, in the, just a little bit up north as well. So I'm expecting like a little bit of an early game scuffle between these two teams, because all 3 of them play on an aggressive front. Last game we saw ASG take the fight against Faith. ORB hasn't really been backing away from anything that's in front of them, and it's Insane. Team Insane always look for fights.
Let's see though. This time, will they actually try to do that or not? Because Team Insane, they haven't even got their hands on any type of weapons. And ASG, they're already on a hunt. They're on a prowl against the players of Team Insane. Iadi, this man's on a run. He does not want anything to do against the players of Team Insane. And the entirety of Insane now just dropping down on that temporary compound. At this point in time, the only goal for the players of Team Insane is to get their hands on some early weapons.
Yeah, and they're going to need those. Anything that they can get their hands on, be it shotguns, be it UMP, or even an Uzi, they will make it work. Try and force ASG into a position where they will be making a lot of blunders, and from there, maybe Insane can try and pick up a fight. But ASG actually do back off quite quickly. They get that information and they just decide to fall towards that farm split area, heading towards Milta. It's going to be quite interesting to see how these two teams play out this early game situation. On the other side, though, I mean, we do have Brave Esports on our screens, and they are starting all the way from the southern edge of Military Island.
Interesting. Not exactly going for the main gold, instead just dropping down on the southern side, going for the small little compounds that are around the military base. So Brave Esports going for a little bit of, not that brave of a start, huh? Just slow start this time. Not going for the just military base straight up. This team's been having a fantastic run, man. Maybe they're over here to replicate what exactly Godsreen did. A consistent run also just creates such a big of a lead against all the other teams that they do not even have a chance to catch up.
I hope they do, man. And plus, I think you also might have realized since day one, I've been hoping for a hat trick. Every single time we see any team walk away with a back-to-back win, I am instantly on it. I mean, Brave Esports, now they have also set themselves up for success. 2 games back-to-back win. If they win this one, it's going to be the first hat trick of BGIS 2023. They were trying to chase the players of UDOG India, but due to bad driving, they lose out on a lot of time and they're going to be slowed down. So now they can't really chase them down any further. They're going to have to come up with a new plan of action.
It was just a little bump, a street bump. Wasn't even driving on the street, though.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Off-road bump. This is where you need the monster truck, my friend.
Monster truck US, anything would have been better.
Yeah. Just trying to drive a Dacia sedan in the off-road limits. But, hey, Orb officials, or Orb Esports on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And speak of this team, Johnny. This team's been quite good so far inside the competition. What are your thoughts on them?
So, Orb Esports, here's a little bit of history lesson for, I think, a lot of the people that are quite new to the BGMI Esports scene. Orb Esports is actually, in fact, a very old name. Very old.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about Orbs, the ancient Orbs, too, so...
No, so I think the original lineup was founded by, if I'm not wrong, I think it was founded by Ghatak back in the days. And then he went on to lead the lineup of the current roster of Godlike.
Oh. Wow, that's some ancient stuff that you got
Yeah.
into.
Yeah. I'm old, man.
Yeah, some crazy stuff, man. This is what you get when you're too old. You know all about the Stone Age eras.
Yeah. It was the Stone Age era, in fact. That is correct.
But you know what? As we move on forward inside the game now, Team Insane towards that shelter side. That's their main primary drop location. That's where they like to drop, accumulate their loot, and then later on start their prowl, start their hunt for the entire game. But right now, Team Insane's in the smack center, so they do not even need to move, I guess.
Well, I mean, that is kind of an advantage, but we know Insane. Their fingers are going to be itching to pull that trigger to secure a few early finish points. So maybe in the mid game they can actually try to capitalize. Hyderabad Hydras though, this is quite an awkward spot to be in for Hyderabad Hydras because we haven't really seen them be the aggressive team of the bunch. They play for position, and all of a sudden they are up against the players of ASG towards farm where there's hardly any cover available to them. And if ASG try to force a fight, Hyderabad Hydras will have no option but to take it.
Again, as I said, Johnny, trying to play for the position, they're just overthinking a lot of scenarios that they do not even need to think about.
Yeah.
And this is where they're sort of just complicating things for themselves. Hyderabad the Hydras, they just need to flow like water. Just like how Bruce Lee said.
Yeah. You have to be water.
Be like water, my friend. You put water in a cup, it becomes a cup. And right now, ASG, they're the one just peppering down some shots. Not exactly the water gun, but with the Tommy gun, just firing a lot of bullets against the opponents and also pumping a lot of lead in that vehicle.
Yeah, they were trying to break that cup. The cup has been moved. Hyderabad Hydras reposition themselves, and now Pegasus might actually be pinned down because there's a little bit of a gap between the house that he is in and the compounds that are in control of his team. So if he even decides to fall back, Hyderabad Hydras can in fact go ahead, connect a few shots and secure that knock. They are going to try and make the attempt, but for the third time this day, Ultron has missed his shots. And
It's a little bit tough to
This hasn't
connect
been the
those.
case with this player.
Listen, Johnny, don't be too harsh on this guy, all right? It's a little bit tough to connect those shots with the M44X. That was a faraway spray. It's tough.
Fair, but oh yeah.
Brave Esports, as usual, taking fights, taking shots against the enemy lines, not even thinking twice before taking these shots, man.
Yeah.
This team just wants to enter the fray, go for the shots, maybe find some eliminations if possible, and just have that pressure subside off the bat.
Look at the radar. As you said, I mean, they don't even think before engaging into anything. Look at the radar. There is no one around him. None of his teammates are around him. His teammates are, in fact, busy focusing on their rotations. And Simple is like, alright guys, I see someone. I'm going to try and see if I can secure the knock. If I can't, maybe you guys can help me out. But talk about help, and Elf Clan will need a lot of help as they find themselves against the players of SPYDER.
SPYDER Esports, they've already been struggling so much inside the game, and Elf Clan is another one of those teams. These two teams in general, they're sort of in the similar vicinity, in the similar shoes in the overall standings too. So let's see who comes out on top inside this fight. This can definitely be a big revival inside the game. If they do win out this fight, Nade was tossed in quite close, gets the confirmation too. Now SPYDER Esports starting to make that push happen. Pulls out the PP Bison for the clotheslines, and now the SMG should be backing him up nicely enough. Hipfire, of course, gives them the advantage, but that's it. SPYDER Esports, they're going to be the one to come out on top in that fight. Team Insane 2 get pounced on up by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and Hyderabad Hydras, they've stepped inside a trap.
Well, it was Insane who's pouncing on the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and Hyderabad Hydras, as I mentioned, the trap that was laid out for them has worked out quite nicely from the lads of Insane. Hyderabad Hydras just getting wiped out in a matter of seconds. Insane with an insane elimination in this game.
What are you going to expect when you're going to step inside the home turf of Team Insane themselves? They like to drop on shelter. You need to rethink your decision twice. Hyderabad Hydras, they moved away from the school and the entire prison, from the entire area. Then, as soon as they started to move away, they sort of faced against another foe, and then they moved towards the shelter side, and they found themselves against the big dogs.
3 players from Insane went and charged on towards that shelter entry where 2 players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras were trying to take the fight. 3 of Insane were there. That means 2 players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras were held back by just 1 player. 1 man was enough to hold the backup, and that split just proved to be the final nail in the coffin for Hyderabad Hydras. They are not having a good day. I think this team is going to be outside the top 8 for sure.
As I mentioned, the big dogs, once again, they guard their home turf nicely. And now, speaking, there's this weird peace aura that's inside the game. Just seems like all the action that just happened in the early game stages now, every single other team inside the lobby just want to skip all that action and straight up just join the centric side of the circle. It's actually a big splash of colors too in the center of the circle, but still not every single team's made it just yet. There are a couple of teams closing in from the northern side too.
Yeah, teams are going to move from the north, and in fact, it's two teams in particular. One is the team of FaithxMadrasi, and the other one is going to be the lads from Team Jod. And both of those teams might be in a little bit of a mid-rotation clash against each other. But look at this. Elf Clan. I did not think Elf Clan would get wiped out like this. Veron tried his level best. And had he actually connected the initial shots, maybe things could have gone the other way. But then he tried his level best to secure that finish. Unfortunately, he wasn't even allowed to do that. But look at this. It was just one lad who held the back. Oh, it wasn't even one player. Hyderabad Hydras, Joker Top G was knocked out. And one of the other players just went to go for a revive. Forgot about the fact that his teammates were being gunned down in that shelter position.
As I mentioned, the overthinking inside these type of scenarios, just Hyderabad Hydras being lost. I don't understand what exactly is going wrong with this team, right? Considering this team also has a dedicated coach for them.
Yeah. iFlix is going to be quite upset with how this day has gone, I believe.
Yeah, but still you need to start questioning the players too. What exactly is going on inside the game? Because you're in these type of lobbies where all the other gods are performing, and some of the known teams are also dominating the competition quite easily. And then we are the known teams that is also struggling in the lobbies a little bit. What exactly is going south for us?
I think that's a question that hopefully they find the answer to soon. Because tomorrow will be their last day. They'll be playing their last 3 games of round 3.
Wow, you just said tomorrow will be their last day. Wow, Johnny, already looking forward to eliminate them out of the competition or what?
Hey, if this goes on, tomorrow will be their last day.
Understandable.
Also, for a lot of teams, tomorrow will be their last day.
That is true. I mean, top 4 is the way to go. Pretty much, maybe you can just try to squeeze in the 5th spot as well if you're lucky enough. But that too, inside the lower brackets.
Necro, Enthusiastic Esports. Look at their player. Look at Desync and look at Blester.
No, that's a really good tactical split if you speak about it, right, Johnny?
Really?
Yeah, that's a really it's like a futuristic tactical split where you don't even know. These guys are looking forward inside the future. That's what the problem is, right? Now, these guys have taken, do not look back in the past to another level.
I mean, they have a man in the future and at the past at the
that's
same
what I'm
time.
saying. That's what I'm saying. So these guys have taken that thing to a complete different level. When you're just going to have one man looking in the past as well, why do you need to even worry about it? He's just giving you constant communication, constant call-outs.
Here's the problem. Time travel is a paradox, and for me right now, their rotation, their split is a paradox. I would actually like to see if this works out, but
no, it's not. I'm just kidding. It's not a good tactical split at all. If you didn't understand, I was being sarcastic in this situation.
You never know. Players are doing weird things these days, man.
No, it's not going to work out. There's no way. Desync is the only guy in the front lines. Oh, wait. Maybe he's desynced. His name is Desync. So he's desynced inside.
Shouldn't he be the one in the backlines in the blue?
I don't know, man. It's the futuristic desync, my friend.
Wow.
But you know what? Speaking about the game, jokes apart. Now, the team that has got a decent control inside the entire vicinity, of course, Team Insane is going to be one of those. And then right next to them, ORP Esports. Good positioning coming into play, but still the next circle is going to be dictating a lot of these teams' fate.
I mean, for sure. I mean, these teams are playing on that western edge. Especially for BW, this might be brutal because BW does not even have any concrete cover to work with. If the zone moves east, BW will be forced to literally just stand up. As soon as they stand up, they'll be in the line of fire from ORB and Insane. So it's going to be very difficult for them to survive. And they're going to be hoping for that western shift for themselves. But let's see. I mean, we still have about 30 seconds before the blue zone actually closes in. And after that, we will have the next zone. Team Jod on our screens, though. Team Jod have had a pretty fun time in the previous match.
But still, though, they call themselves the Jods, right?
Yeah.
Which means sort of like the gods. So let's see. Are they actually the gods, though? They've only got 4 more games left in their hands, counting this one in. So if you just try to subtract this one out, then they've only got 3 games left in their hands in the future. So Team Jod, they need to make sure they're not letting this shot go away just like that, making it worth. And right now, FaithxMadrasi on our screens. Another one of those teams, right? FaithxMadrasi, another one of those teams that is sort of on and off inside the game. We don't even exactly know what to say to sort of summarize this team.
I mean, last game, that one fight itself had me worried for them, but hopefully this one is going to work out quite nicely for them. But look at this version 9 in heavy fire as they try to push for an open circle center. Oh, what a massive blunder from this team. They've lost their scout in this game, the man who was responsible for clearing positions up ahead, and it's going to be quite difficult for them to survive further.
Johnny, remember what I say, in the late game circles, it's better to play on the edges than to play from the center, because you're going to be the center of attraction, and that was a prime example for that. X7 officials pouncing on top of their prey, that's in the front lines, and the prey's in the name of Team Jot. Team Jot this time, they've lost out on one of the players, so this is not the great start just yet. You said, Johnny, they're having a great time inside the game so far, and maybe you've also cursed him while saying so.
They had a great time, I said, in Miramar. I mean, Miramar was pretty good for Team Jot. They had a lot of points, but this time, X7 official, they're going to be the spoil sport for them. I mean, few knocks have been secured, and now there's another one. Team Jot is left with 3 players. 3v4 is a winnable fight, but let's see what the reaction from the side of Team Jot is going to look like. Are they going to react to this in an aggressive manner, or will they just wait for X7 official to be in a bad position to go for the punish?
I mean, X7 officials, they do not really have a lot of elimination points whatsoever. Only got 3 of them, and then another team actually closing on up. Not exactly a team, just that solo survivor giving the elimination point away to X7 officials. Do not even know what he was thinking, but yeah, I guess he wasn't even in his right mindset.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about them, enthusiastic esports, trying to make a time travel attempt and desync.
You know what, Johnny? We should give a moment of silence for that guy. He deserves it.
Are we done?
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
All right, I mean, I guess now it's time to make some noise because Brave Esports is on our screens. And we know every single time a fight is headed their way, they know exactly what they have to do to come out on top. Dude has been responsible for putting up the big numbers on the board for his team. But in this particular matchup, Brave Esports might not be in a favorable position. Look at that. Hemo has been picked off. It's just 3 players from the side remaining.
I mean, they're out in the open, too. Not really one of the best covers they can ask for, and also starting to press out from the back lines. FaithxMadrasi is going to be the team. SPYDER Esports 2 joining inside the fray. And now SPYDER, they're getting pounced down by another team in the name of NEF. And this is where the man is just in the open between the players of SPYDER. Another man is inside the smoke lines and does not even know that the guy was there. Stepped inside the smoke, got welcomed by Rexon, and he just shoves that DBS in his throat.
Rexon was the perfect predator, the apex predator, waiting in the smoke. Tutu was looking in the opposite direction, and Rexon just waited and waited, and as soon as Tutu just charged in towards that smoke, Rexon just ended his misery with the shotgun in his hand. But now, unfortunately, he was the last player remaining for his team, so he's going to be finished up pretty much instantly by the players of NEF. NEF have secured that southwestern edge for themselves.
NFE, they just come out on top in that fight. SPYDER Esports getting eliminated, but still, that was one of the most funniest moments that I've witnessed. Version 9-2 now jumping inside the fray. The man was way too close. Finally ejects out of the weak goal. Could have been a 1v2. That was way too close to comfort. Version 9, stop giving us heart attacks like that.
Yeah, that was a heart attack indeed, not just for you, but for the players of Version 9 as well. Alien and Ninja chiming in together to secure the finish off ORB Esports, but now Necro, all of these teams, there's such a hard shift of the zone towards that southwestern side. Absolutely no one is going to survive apart from Team Insane. They are the only team who have any cover to work with. But look at this. DJ against X7. Finally, the fight breaks out.
The return knock that comes into play. Team John, even though they were the one pinned inside the compound, but they're still doing a great job of dealing with that threat. And now Team Jod wanting to find that opening. The man in the front lines is also pulled down the nade, but then eventually realized that it's the best time to strike. And that's what he does. Pulls out the stinger, shuts him down, and now still Team Jod in that closer vicinities. The shotguns, of course, reign supreme, and they've dealt with this threat perfectly.
I mean, a round of applause for the presence of mind displayed in that moment. Both the lads cooking up the nade. We always expect the exchange of utility, but as he said, he realized, hey, I have weapons to work with. If you are not going to shoot, might as well take this opportunity. Steps up on that ledge and takes him down. And then from there on, our Team George just pressed their man advantage to secure the win. Revenge Esports, though, rotating wide, trying to enter from that southeastern edge. See vehicles out in the open, but there's no one there. Although as soon as Aman starts taking those shots, trying to clear the position close to the trees, he attracts a lot of attention himself. And now Revenge Esports, they will be under a lot of pressure.
Revenge Esports shrouding themselves in the smoke. Not really in one of the best spots you can ask, but hey, at least they've got the vehicles to play around with, Johnny. And they can try to make something out of nothing. How is this guy even alive between the flames? This guy's a Ghost Rider.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is, but oh, finally the flames are going to go out. He was surviving for a few short moments, but still it's not going to matter. I think Insane, they realize where that last individual from the side of BW is, and if not the Molotov, maybe the nades are going to be enough to finish him off, and exactly. Skips, in fact, blows up the vehicle right next to him to finish him off. Wow.
Oh, that's a nice play. 200 IQ play indeed. Good presence of mind from Team Insane. Nicely done. Revenge Esports too. He can't just pinned behind that cover. Not even exactly a cover, just a blown up vehicle, so cannot even do anything. He cannot accept the death. He needs to accept it, and eventually that's what happens. He tried to peek out a little pixel angle, but then Ken gets found out. Revenge Esports, this guy fruit juiced. He has him pinned down. Brave Esports, the last guy from Brave, is in front of us. Simple, trying his best to fight back in this scenario. Nothing can be done. All the bullets are being blocked by the buggy, and the opponents get an advantage. UDOG India, they shut down the last guy from Brave Esports, and I think so, yeah. Finally, that hat-trick does not come into play. You want to see that hat-trick, and once again, you're just cursing teams, Johnny.
I didn't say they were going to win. I just said I wanted them to win.
Exactly, so the BGMI guys were like,
BGMI
guys were like, you won that.
Yeah. I don't get what I really want.
Unfortunate, man. But hey, at least you get it in real life, though.
Not
Speak
really.
of that, Team Insane in front of us. Just tapping away in the smokes. Skips. He knows version 9 is pinned down too in the front lines. Team Insane, this team is just unleashing hell against the opponents. And that's a free elimination point. Well, a piece of candy on the road.
I think this is going to be Insane's game for sure. Version 9, they have nowhere left to go. Skips has their address, and he's going to have them pinned down. And look at the finish feed, in fact. Even ASG are chiming in from the distance.
Look in the minimap, Johnny. From the back lines, it's going to be the players of UDOG knocking on the doors. Maybe they can be a big problem for Team Insane, but her single-handedly, this guy's manhandling the entirety of UDOG. Still 2 players in the back lines. They've got the table turner maybe in their hands against Team Insane.
I don't think that's going to work out for anyone. Insane has a brilliant position to work with. They have the only concrete cover inside of the zone, and every single team, as you mentioned, after UDOG India, is right in front of them, out in the open. If Harsh can deal with the players of UDOG India all by himself, and in fact, he doesn't even have to deal with them. He just forces them to rotate wide right in the front along with his teammates, praying down, and
Easy.
in fact, the Modown is going to be there as well. Takes down all 3 of them by himself all alone.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. Single-handedly manhandles the entirety of UDOG. Not even breaking a sweat in that scenario. 1v3, not a problem. Now Hirsch also just switching his direction against another team in the name of Team ASG. And even he gets peppered down a little bit. The taps are definitely hurting quite a lot. It's the players of Team Insane just pumping in a lot of lead against the opponents.
Team Insane just playing an insane game in this matchup. Top 3 teams remaining. It is Insane versus version 9 against the players of ASG. And Insane, look at the position of success. This is what victory looks like already before the match is even over. You have all 4 players present in the game. You have the cover to work with, and the opposition is completely pinned down. Nowhere left to run for Allen over there.
Nowhere to go, and Team Insane, now they know all they need to do is just open their arms and hug every single team that's in the end. And this is where Hades is trying his best to fight back. At least he gets that 1 elimination point wrapped up. Even Adi's out in the open. He's trying his best to fight back. Hades, he might just have the win served in the silver platter, but no, I guess I thought a little bit too much ahead in the future. But Team Insane, what a way to get that chicken dinner secured. Johnny, Team Insane were on an absolute tear. We mentioned this in the pregame segment as well. Team Insane, they seem sort of lost lost, but finally they've got themselves back inside the competition.
Exactly. I mean, this was a brilliant game from their side, but still have to say, this could have been a very clean win. They made one mistake in the entire match, and that was towards the very end, losing out on one of their players.
Fine, though. It's completely fine, though. You know, it's giving back to the community, giving that one elimination point. It's sort of like that sacrifice that you need
donation,
to make.
Right?
Yeah, it's like a sacrifice, right, for a good play that you need to make. And that sacrifice was in that man. But you know what? Jokes apart, Team Insane, what a good performance that was. This was the nuclear performance that we all were waiting for. They were just able to lay their hands, just able to lay their line of sight on every single last player that was alive in the final few moments and shut them down easily.
And they were waiting for this from the start of the day. They missed out on the chicken dinner in Vikendi, but this time they weren't going to let this go. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at their points after this very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट टीकेएम यूज
पीछे आ
ब्रो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चकने
खत्म कर दो
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I've heard that you guys are definitely not moving on forward and downloading that BGMI. So what are you guys waiting for? Even Ranveer Singh is joining us. Even he's playing BGMI. So go to your Apple App Store, Google Play Store, download BGMI right now on your phones. And also make sure to play pure. But get back inside the conversation once again, Johnny.
Yes.
The previous game, a really good game for one known team, which is Team Insane. But then Hyderabad Hydras on the opposite side of the spectrum, just completely crumbling down with 0 points.
I mean, it wasn't just them. At least for Hyderabad Hydras, the entire day has been sort of a shaky, mediocre performance. Brave Esports, I'm actually quite surprised by them. What happened to Brave? I mean, all of a sudden, it felt like they just got complacent. I mean, realizing the fact we might be sitting on the first position, they just went, all right, we don't really need to try that hard in this last matchup. They just gave up. As you said, giving back to the community. That's what they did.
I mean, for Team Brave, one thing they realized is probably that the prime spots were already taken. One of them was taken by Orb
Look at
Esports.
this.
The second one was taken by Team Insane. And then, this moment too in front of us that we saw, SPYDER Esports. The man just straight up rushed inside the smoke. And then there was one snake slithering in the smoke who just pumps that DBS to his face and shuts him down.
Right now in the replay, we actually saw the POV of that player from the side of SPYDER, and he was just not
This
even...
one.
Yeah, this was brilliant. This was, again, presence of mind being displayed in the heat of the moment. And this actually can be... Situations like this and reactions like this can actually be the difference between your team surviving and over there, in that case, X7 Wolves wiping out Team Jord.
And then not just that, Hirsch just single-handedly manhandling another known name inside the entire lobby.
Yeah.
Which is UDOG India. Single-handedly, he took down 3 players from that team. Good utility utilization. As I mentioned, this nade goes in, finds that knockout. Hirsch pushes on up, then switches on over to that M46X, then sprays down the man all the way in the far away. The entirety of UDOG could not even stand a chance. Look at this beam of a spray that was.
I mean, UDOG India is a pretty well-known team, even amongst the Tier 1 players. He made them look like amateurs in that moment. He was so good, and in fact, it wasn't just him. Insane was so good, but I will still be upset. Could have been a clean game with all 4 players. They have messed up in the last moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, it's not a mess up. As I said, it's given back to the community. It's sort of like a sacrifice because Team Insane realized they would not want to carry that bad luck forward, right? It's better if they let that bad luck just go away in that game itself because they know they've already had a nuclear performance. It's completely fine to just let that 1 point go away. So it's like a sacrifice that they did. But you know what? Jokes apart, Team Insane, they deserve all the good stuff to them because they have had a really fantastic game. So they definitely do deserve all the props. But you know what? As I mentioned, on the opposite side of the spectrum, a lot of the teams not being able to stay consistent. For Team Hyderabad Hydras, still the qualifications online. For a couple of more teams, we had a lot of expectations. Revenge Esports too, not being able to perform that well in that previous game.
UDOG India as well. I mean, before this game began, UDOG India were on that 9th position. And as you mentioned, I mean, for this game at least, their goal was to get themselves in the top 7 or the top 6. I think they might be on the 7th or the 6th position because they did survive to the late game stages. They did have a decent number of eliminations to their name. So I think that bounce back in the overall ranking is going to be there. But again, they will have to show up tomorrow, have at least one big game at the start, either the first or the second match tomorrow, get themselves in the top 4 and then hold on to that and pray for dear life.
Listen, man, getting yourself inside the top 4 is now going to be even more tougher. Especially Team Brave, they've already created that little bit of echelon for themselves in the first spot. And on the second spot, now Team Insane would have probably leaped on forward without a doubt. Team Insane should be on the second. On the third, maybe you can try to guess a little bit more name. But as I mentioned, for Revenge Esports too, they needed to make that leap happen in the first half of the board. But in that game, Revenge Esports not been exactly able to perform. That sort of is going to keep them on the latter half of the board. And maybe the other underdog teams have got a little bit of chance. Version 9, another one of those teams, can be performing or can place themselves in a decent spot.
I agree with you. Version 9 actually has been just improving throughout the day. But again, they have their own fall-offs in this particular game. I think mid-rotation, they just lost too many players. Had those players survived with 4 players, maybe they could have challenged Team Insane for that compound control, stolen that chicken away from them. Who knows? I mean, it is what could have happened if this had happened, if Sen Buts at this point. But still, Version 9 have been kind of consistent. I mean, even if it's just the middle of the table finishes, they make sure that they are there and they get those eliminations mid-game. They have to figure out how to survive and, in fact, close out their match.
Version 9 is sort of like that submissive team. it's understandable that they're trying to crawl themselves back inside the top 4 in the overall standings and also trying to be really consistent when it comes to the placement points. But when it comes to the fights, they tend to sort of sacrifice a couple of more players to aim for the bigger picture in the future.
It's like strategy in chess, like when you sacrifice your pieces for a better position on the board. Not necessarily pawns. I mean, players sacrifice knights, queens, bishops, anything that they can. Yeah, you do that in the first 4-5 moves, but not necessarily the way it should happen. But still, I mean, that is what version 9 does. They sacrifice a few of their players to get that better position, and sometimes they do as well, because we do have the MVP, and it's going to be Alan from the side of version 9. 7 eliminations secured. But it was this one player, because we do see that finish contribution quite high. Lucky number 7, the man just walked away with a jackpot.
Exactly, 7-7-7-7. I mean, 7 elimination points, 77.7 finish contribution, and the FD ratio of 2.3. Alien, actually, he's got a nuclear performance just up in his backpack now, and that can also, he can be looking forward to this as like a momentum tomorrow, because he desperately needs that.
Version 9, I think we're already in the top 4 before this game. I think this is going to get them a safety cushion. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So this is a really good performance whatsoever. But as I mentioned, Team Insane after that previous game, that's going to propel them even in much more of a greater spot in the overall standings. 33 points in total accumulated from that one single game. So Team Insane, they've definitely had a game of their life. But then ASG2 on the second spot in the match scoreboard, 19 points accumulated. I want to see where ASG is.
Yeah, ASG, I think they might be in the top 6 or the top 5, somewhere close to that. One of the teams that I think I will keep an eye on has to be the lads from the side of even Elf Clan hasn't been performing today. BW Esports. The BW had a pretty fun time in the previous game. From the top, it is quite obvious. UDOG India and Revenge Esports. What is the bounce for them going to look like?
Johnny, the overall standings are going to look way too crazy, way too close. Yeah, it's going to be so close. XFFR, another known team. Team Jod, they've been performing quite nice. Revenge Esports, yeah, exactly. Not the performance that we expected, but still trying to be that consistent aura.
Do you want me to give you the easiest calculation right now? Insane is number 1.
Listen, Insane is number 1.
Yeah.
Maybe they can be, because Brave Esports, they've had a big dip in the performance.
Yeah,
so you know what?
3 points.
It's time to end all the wait. It's finally time to just chime straight inside the overall standings and go ahead and look into it. And yes, as you mentioned, Team Insane's going to be at the top, Brave on the second, and version 9 on the third spot, ASG on the fourth.
So I got 3 predictions right. Insane is number 1, 2. Version 9 is in the top 4, and ASG is there on the 4th position, and they have a nice little safety cushion to work with as well. There's a 9-point difference between ASG and ORB Esports. If ASG have a consistent run tomorrow, they don't have to win their games. They just have to maintain a consistent performance every single game. They have to secure, what, like 7-8 points. If they can do that, I think this is a pretty easy qualification for ASG.
I mean, look at Revenge Esports too. That was a big leap that they've had in the first half of the board. And then as we move on forward to the latter half of the board, UDOG India barely just on that mark to cross on over to the first half.
So we know that big names were invited to BGIS the grind, right? Look at how many grind teams are here. UDOG India is there, Hyderabad Hydras, XFFR is there, SPYDER Esports on the second page of the leaderboard. The most surprising name to see on this page is Hyderabad Hydras on that 10th position, but also UDOG India haven't moved an inch from that 9th spot.
Hyderabad Hydras, I don't exactly know what's going on, but it's like a series of woes that's just hitting them straight back to back. And now XFFR too, as I mentioned, another one of those teams that I had expectations from.
Yeah.
They have showcased a lot of promises in the past, but in the first 3 games, nothing else was being showcased from them. But then SPYDER Esports too, another team, as you mentioned, that was invited inside the grind itself, but the carry-on, the momentum hasn't been shifted inside the round 3 so far.
And there's a massive difference now between where Hyderabad Hydras is on the 10th position with 15 points to where the players of ASG are. ASG has 34 points, and they are on that 4th position. A massive gap to cover up. Tomorrow you get 3 games. Luckily for them, tomorrow this particular group will play the standards map. They'll play Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Hopefully one of them works out, because they need that chicken dinner in order to get to qualification.
That is true. Speak about getting the chicken dinner. Look, tomorrow, a nuclear performance is needed whatsoever. Yeah. A really big performance is needed from the teams that are going to be on the latter half of the board. UDOG India on the 9th spot. They're barely making the cut to the first half of the board. As soon as they step in the first half, maybe things can be a little bit good. But you know what? One good news for the second group that have played today is that tomorrow they're going to kick things off with Erangel itself, so the momentum's going to be carried on forward.
I mean, the momentum is going to be carried forward, but you know what the thing is that can actually backfire is the fact that the other teams can do their homework for that particular angle and try to counter the game plans of the big names, especially the teams in the top 4.
Yeah, that's a really solid point. Even the first group can try to do the same thing. Godlike, even this has been one of those teams that has been on the domination. Another team in that group has been doing really good. So for all the other underdog teams, they can try to perform, or they can try to practice a bit more and perform better tomorrow.
And not just on Erangel, you can prep countermeasures for Miramar as well, because these guys played Miramar today.
That is true.
It's just the Sanhok that's going to be the element of surprise.
And tomorrow, that first group is also going to kick things off with Vikendi, the group 2 that I'm talking about. So things will be interesting because Godlike really hasn't been that good on the map of Vikendi, so that might just be a bit of a hurdle they would need to climb on over. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to follow all the social of Crafton India Esports too, because you guys all know the overall standings will be updated over there as well. And also a couple of more updates will be there on the socials. Johnny, any last words from your side?
Nothing. I mean, hoping for a lot of these big names, particularly from Group 3, to bounce back and bring themselves back into the competition. Otherwise, I'm still going to be happy. I mean, Undergod's moving forward in a brilliant manner. Who doesn't want that?
I mean, look, Johnny, the round 3 has been started off to a perfect start that we wanted. As I mentioned, the competition was going to get even more fiercer inside the round 3, and that has happened. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to end the show. That's it. Going to be from me, Necro, and Johnny. We're going to be signing off. See you guys tomorrow.